Hello, all students. Welcome all NEET 2026 aspiring students. Here is another milestone activity from Resonance Hyderabad, the second version of NEET examination, Mini NEET 2026. As you know, last year, 2025 NEET, mini NEET exam was very successful, very helpful for the students. So this year also we have conducted mini NEET 2026 today afternoon, and now we are going to give the expert solutions and analysis for this paper. And this paper is set in matching to the original level of the test paper, and weightage also taken consideration, given the importance to high weightage chapters and very frequently asked questions, and all the varieties models of expected questions are also given in this test paper. Hope all the students have utilized this opportunity to the full extent and will do your best in the final NEET examination on 3rd May 2026. Thank you and all the best. And here is our Pujita madam to continue with the physics question paper discussion. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Lakshmi Pujita. Welcome to Mini NEET 2026 paper discussion. Congratulate you all because you have successfully attempted your Mini NEET paper, and but now this is the actual learning where you are going to go through each and every question one after the other, where we will not only give you or take you to the answers but also to the approach and how a NEET ranker thinks. So let's move to the first question without any delay. Let's read the question first, and then I'll tell you how we will be approaching for the question. Two rods, as mentioned, they have same length, same area of cross section. They're joined together in this particular way, which means they are connected in series. And then temperature at two ends are given as T1 and T2. As we move along the rod, which means from one end to the other, he said there is a variation in the temperature with length T versus X graph as shown in the figure. So you need to choose any option which is about K. So can any of you tell me what is the name of the chapter this question has? You get a question in the paper. The first thing you need to think about it is what is the chapter from which this question has come, and then think what is the subtopic from where this question is taken, so that you can think of the formula that you know in that subtopic, and you can relate certain things from once. Let's begin with the name of the chapter. As most of you have guessed it, thermal properties of matter is the right answer. And what is the subtopic? Heat transfer. Obviously, which means he told you. So, as we move from one end to the other, you have a graph version. My simple trick, which I think every time whenever I see a graph function is, I have to either think of slope or area as soon as I see a graph function. What is slope? What is area? Slope is if I have to differentiate the y with x, then I'll think it is about slope. If I have to integrate y with x or x with y, then I will consider that you need to know the area given in the question. So see here, temperature and length. With temperature and length from the same specific topic. Do you remember any question, any formula? Yes, if you are thinking about the formula, heat rate of flow of heat H, which is equals to dq by dt, which is equals to Ka delta T by L or dt by X. Then your formula is correct, where dt by dx is called temperature gradient. This is called as temperature gradient. So obviously, which part of the graph has more slope? Is it the first part or the second part? Can you think and tell me out of these two? In the first case, we have assume M1 and M2 are the two slopes. The slope is M. M1 has less slope compared to M2. As we know, slope is about dt by dx. That dt by dx is inversely proportional to k. Why is it directly? Why do I say dt by dx, which is slope, that's inversely proportional? Because he mentioned they are joined in this series combination. In series, what is constant? In series, rate of flow of heat, which is H, is constant because it is in series. And area, he already mentioned that it's constant. So obviously, we can say dt by dx is inversely proportional to k. So whichever has less slope will have more k value. Can you find out which option has more k value? M1 has less slope, so k1 should be more. So right answer has to be 1. Let's move to the next question now. If the displacement x highlighted, x is displacement. If your displacement is x from the mean position, velocity is v. He said this is SHM. So you don't have to think about the chapter name. He himself mentioned it here. And give you a relation between velocity and x. He's asking you to find out what is the time period. So we all know the time period of SHM formula. What is the formula of time? Exactly. The formula for time period is T is equals to 2 pi by omega. And he gave you a relation between velocity and x. Do you know any relation in SHM for velocity and x? Of course, what is it? V square or V is equals to omega root a square minus x square. So compare this with that and can you find what is omega? And there you get your answer. So I'm trying to compare this. If I have V square here, I'll just send the 4 to the other side. And 25 minus x square. Send the square to the other side, it becomes root, the root 25 minus x square. And I can write this 25 as 5 square. So obviously if I compare this, 4 and omega is 1 by 2. So by comparison, I figured out omega is 1 by 2 and my amplitude is 5, which I don't need here. But in case if you want. So take this omega and put it in this equation. You will get time period as 2 pi by 1 by 2, which is equals to 4 pi, and that is your option. So if I move to the next question, assertion and reasoning. Let's first read the question. The position time graph. As soon as we say position time graph, can you guess what is the name of the chapter? If you're still not able to think, you can still continue reading the question. It's moving with uniform acceleration in a straight line. So, motion in a straight line. We know the name of the chapter. Then, the second point he is mentioning here is in uniform acceleration, displacement of the particle is proportional to time. So, you just have to find out whether that's true or wrong. Let's go with the assertion. Position time graph, position, let's say S, time t. What is the relation between S and t? Relation between S and t when you have uniform acceleration. Let's assume u is also 0. We know that it's half at square. It's okay if you have ut also, but this has to be a parabola, right? Did he mention that it's a parabola? No, he's not mentioning it as parabola. What is he instead mentioning? As a straight line. And he said it's directly proportional to time, which is also not, if you observe here. So, our right answer is option 3. So, let's move to the next question. Now we have two blocks. As mentioned in the question, the horizontal force is 10 newtons. Block A and block B individual masses are mentioned. Coefficient of friction is 0.2. He's asking you what is the contact force between these two surfaces. So if I apply a force of 10 newtons in the forward direction, let me take the free body diagram as we all understood that this is from Newton's laws of motion. So if I consider the total mass to be 5 kg, or individually if you want to take, you can take that. Because we have friction here in the opposite direction. So 10 newtons in the forward and friction small f in the backwards. This is 2 kg and this is 3 kg. Let's first try to find the maximum value of the friction. How much is it? Mu times normal reaction. How much is mu? 0.2. And what is its normal reaction? 5 kg because 2 and 3. Both the bodies have normal reactions, total 5 into G, 50. So you will get the answer as exact 10 newtons. So when your friction is balancing the applied force, which means there is no acceleration to the body. And now if you focus on this 3 block and the 2 block. For this 2 block and 3 block, individual free body diagrams indicate 10 newtons force applied here and a normal reaction. Similarly, a normal reaction applied here. This is the 2 kg and a 3 kg block. If I don't want this block to move, you will have individual frictions happening here. So here, how much will be the friction? The friction is mu into its normal. How much is its normal? 2 into 0.2, 0.2 into 24 newtons. So only 4 newtons force is required to stop here. And similarly, the friction here will be 0.2 into 30, which is 6 newtons. So this normal is balanced with F2, which means 6 newtons is your answer. If I move to the next question, this is a question from rigid body dynamics and a subtopic torque. So we know the basic formula of torque. The uniform of the length, uniform of 100 meters, you mentioned it here, mass of 400 grams. So your mass will be exactly at 50 centimeter mark, where it is 400 grams, so 0.4 kgs is its mass. Each one's mass is given. If I want to write it in terms of force, what do I do? If I have to mention it in terms of force, I just have to multiply it with small g, forces. So that will become its weight. Now, if I continue with the question, I need to find unsuspended seconds. I should find out the value of m as well. So we know sigma tau is equal to 0 because it is suspended, it is at rest. So about any particular point, the body is going to be 0. I am going to take the hinge point here. So about this hinge point, the net torque is 0. How many torques are there? Torque because of the weight of the rod. Torque because of the rod and torque because of the small m and torque because of this 2 kg block. Everything should be 0. If I put my thumb here, because of the 0.4 kg, you will have which type of torque? What is this kind of rotation? Clockwise. For 2 kg, about this hinge point, this is going to be anti-clockwise. Let's assume anti-clockwise directions are all negative. So because of the whole block, it's positive. Because of this m is positive. Because of this 2 kg, it has to be negative. So if I send it to the other side, torque formula, what is the formula of torque? R bar cross F bar. So RF sine theta. Here your sine theta value is 90 degrees because it's perpendicular distance and force are at 90 degrees. So sine 90 is 1, I can directly write RF. R is the distance from the hinge point to this force. What is the distance from hinge point to the force for 0.4? 0.4 into 10 into, it is at what distance? If I take small g common for all the terms, anyway that gets cancelled, so I'm not multiplying it. Because of m, its force is mg and its perpendicular distance from 40 to 70, 30, and it is 20. 2 into g or 2 into 10 into 20 should be 0, but this should have a minus sign. Now, all the g values will get cancelled and I have 4 plus 30 into m is equals to 40. From 40, if I subtract 4, you are going to get 36. So, 30 m is equals to 36, m is equals to 36 by 30, which is 6 by 5. Anytime you get 1 by 5 as a fraction, we know it is simply 0.2. I'll tell you a trick for fast calculation, particularly for NEET students who are very lazy. You have to remember certain fractions value. What is 1 by 5? What is 1 by 2? And what is 1 by 3? Similarly, 1 by 4. All the basic fractions, if you can remember, when you get that particular question, if you have it's simple to multiply 6 with 2, you can write it as 1.2 and have the option here for 4. That's how you increase your calculation speed. So let's move to the next question. He asks about average velocity by giving you the velocity as a function of time. So average velocity is nothing but total displacement by total time because this is from motion in a straight line chapter. Displacement can also be written as integration of velocity into dt by integration of dt. If you know its formula, it's very easy to substitute. Just substitute its velocity formula. Alpha t square plus beta t into dt whole divided by integration of dt. Did he give you any limits? Yes, 0 to t. Substitute 0 to t here. What is integration of dt? T. Denominator is easy. Let's finish that first. Numerator. Alpha is constant. This comes out. Integration of t square. T cube by 3. Integration of t square by 2. Because what is the formula I'm using here? For integration? Integration of x power n dx is equals to x power n plus 1 by n plus 1. If I have my limits here, I don't have to put a constant. So I'm not putting the constant because I know the limits, which are again from 0 to t. Upper limit minus lower limit, you will get the same term. Alpha into t square by 3. What I'm doing here? I'm just simply taking t constant. Why? Because if I take it constant, it gets cancelled with the term that is in the denominator. Now check the one which is matching. Option 4. Right. So let's move to our next question. Conceptual question. Kinetic theory of gases. He only told you the name of the chapter. Total kinetic energy is independent of temperature. Never. Total kinetic energy formula. Total kinetic energy or the internal energy, everything is going to be same. 3 by 2 nRT, capital N kBT. Depends on temperature. It's independent on pressure. So this option is wrong. Then RMS speed increases with increase in temperature. Obviously, VRMS is directly proportional to root of temperature. That's correct. All the molecules of the gas move with the same velocity. Let me just change this. All the molecules of the gas move with the same velocity at given temperature. No, They move in different directions with different velocities. As it moves in different direction, it's a vector quantity, so only B is the right answer. Yeah, this is a question obviously from oscillations. If you have a spring block system, we know that it's from oscillations or SHM. He gave you its amplitude, its mass m. He's asking you to find the amplitude of the point P. We know that if they are connected in series what is constant? The force with which we are pulling it is constant. So force F is equals to Kx, which means K1 x1 is equals to K2 x2. What is x1 and x2? These are the elongations of the individual springs. So if each spring is elongated with x1 and x2, what will be the total elongation? The maximum elongation or the total elongation which we have here is A. So x1 plus x2 should be equal to A. So let's take x1 plus x2 is equals to A as one of the equation. And what is the relationship between x1 and x2? If I take this as my second equation, k1 is k, k2 is 2k. So x1 is equals to 2 times x2 from the above relation because this is k1 and k2. If I have x1 is equal to 2x2, x2 is equals to x1 by 2. So can you find what is x1 from this? Obviously 1 plus 1 by 2 is 3 by 2. If I send this to the other side, it becomes 2 by 3a, which is your option. Let's go with the next question, which is from thermodynamics or KTG. Volume by temperature versus 1 by volume of an ideal gas at constant pressure. So we know ideal gas equation PV is equals to nRT. He said pressure is constant. Let me put it as P naught. We want V by T and 1 by V relation. What is V by T from this? nR by P naught, which is constant. So obviously, when V by T is constant, it doesn't depend on any other parameter, right? So it has to be constant. So correct answer is option 1. Delta U is equal to 0. Same from thermodynamics. I hope most of the students might have done this because you have studied in chemistry also. The standard formula is NCV delta T for internal energy. The best part here is it doesn't change with the process unlike delta Q. For delta Q, it is NC delta T. For every process, it keeps changing, isobaric, isochoric. But here, it's always same and it depends on delta T. So if it has to be 0 for a non-cyclic process, then the temperature has to be changed. Does not change, so it has to be isothermal process. This is a question from looking at the options, we can say units and dimensions. So let's take this. We have d by dt of, let's only take the terms, 1 by time into force into displacement is nothing but work done into A is the term I think which is something that we have to find out into force into time minus momentum, linear momentum. So force into time or linear momentum both will have same dimensions because according to the principle of homogeneity, if you're adding it, subtracting it or equating it, both of them must have same dimensional formulae. So I'm just taking force into time only. We also know work done is nothing but force into displacement. If I write that force into displacement by time is equal to A into force into time, obviously, force and force gets cancelled. Displacement by time square, which is length by time square. So L T power minus 2 is the answer for option. Next, we have a question for work done. So it is work energy theorem. A block of mass 2 kg is pulled on a horizontal surface. Let's plot the diagram. 2 kg on a horizontal surface, applying a force at an angle 30 degrees with the horizontal. So this is how your force is applied. If block is starting with uniform velocity and there is no acceleration, coefficient of friction is mentioned as 0.15. For displaced by 115 meters is 1.15 meters. If you displacement and angle between them. We have to find work done. Work done is equal to force into displacement into cos theta. But so to substitute in this, you have displacement of theta, you have force. How do you find force? As usual, we will first resolve the terms above. So if I'm resolving it, I have f cos 30 and f sine 30 above. Friction, since it's moving forward, friction direction has to be backward. Normal reaction will be upwards and weight is balanced downwards. mg is 2g or mg. So let's try to find the value of force. First, I have to equate everything that is along x and along y. So sigma fx is equal to 0 and sigma fy also is equal to 0. In y direction, what are the forces? Forces above are normal reaction plus f sine 30, which is equals to mg. Let's take this as first equation. Let's go with the second. Have f cos 30 and which is balanced with friction. What is the formula of friction? We know friction is equal to mu times normal reaction. So if I consider these two, friction is equals to mu times normal reaction, which is equals to f cos 30. Mu into normal reaction is given as mg minus f sine 30. mg minus f sine 30 is equal to f cos 30. So if I send the f terms to the other side, what do we have? F is common. Mu sine 30 plus cos 30 is what we have. So I can find the formula for force, which is mu mg by f sine 30 umg by sine 30. Just a second. I'm just setting this term. We'll have mu sine 30 plus cos 30 as our force. And now you can substitute it in your work done formula. Since you already know your displacement and you also know its angle, if I substitute force, let's write force here. Substitute this force here, displacement here, and angle theta cos 30. How much is cos 30? Root 3 by 2. After substituting all these terms, if you further solve, you will get an answer approximately equals to 3.2 joules. The calculation is on you. Next question, as soon as you see this plus or minus symbol, you can identify that this is from units and measurements. So let's take the term a b power 1 by 2. Assume it is z. He's asking you to find the correct value of it. So z is a b whole power 1, where a is 2, b is also 2. So 2 into 2 whole power 1 by 2 will give you 2. 2 square, 4 root 2. But if you want delta z, you have to find its absolute error. So it is half into delta a by a, this half into delta b by b. So from this, if I want delta z, already you know z value is 2. Again you take half common. Delta a is 0.1. Again this is 2. This is also 0.1. This is 2. 0.1 by 2. Everything is multiplied with 2. So all the two terms gets cancelled. You will have your delta z as again 0.1. If your z is 2 and delta z is 0.1, 2 in the sense 2.0. Should use the right significant figures. So 2 and 0.1, how many options you have? This is the only option. Right answer is option 1. Two bodies of moment of inertia I1 and I2 have equal angular momenta. Angular momenta is denoted by the letter L, moment of inertia I. Asked you to find kinetic energy K. What is kinetic energy formula? If you are not able to remember the rotation concept, you can think in your translation form. In translations, what is the formula of kinetic energy? Half mv square, which is also written as p square by 2m. You remember? Same thing, you have to write it in rotation. Instead of linear angular movement is written, and instead of mass with inertia is mentioned. This is translational kinetic energy and this is rotational kinetic energy. Since ion momentum is fixed, K and I are inversely proportional. So if I is less, K1 should be greater. So this is the option where K1 is greater. Next question. Escape velocity for the planet is VE. We know the formula for escape velocity. What is the formula? Under root 2gm by r, or under root small g into r. A tunnel is dug along the diameter of the planet. So we've got a big tunnel of this planet and a small body is dropped into it from the surface. So this is its initial position and he is asking you to find its speed at the final position. So whenever we want to find its velocity, in work energy theorem from so many chapters onwards, we are using a standard concept which is conservation of energy. What is the conservation of energy? Let's take first part. The total potential energy at first position and kinetic energy at first position has to be is equal to the total energy at second position. What is the total potential energy on the surface of the earth? We know its formula, minus Gmm by R, where capital M and small m I am assuming as mass of the small body is small m, mass of the planet is capital M concentrated at center. Plus, when you are dropping it, if you are dropping, the word drop means initially its velocity is 0. So it doesn't have any kinetic energy. You have final potential energy. What is the potential energy at the center of a solid sphere? Potential at the center, potential inside. From that, it's 3 by G N M by R. Plus, what is kinetic energy? We don't know. You have to find it. So we put it as 3 square. If I send this minus 3 by 2 to the other side, it becomes plus 3 by 2. The remaining terms are constant. So 3 by 2 minus 1, 1 by 2. So I have half Gmm by R is equals to half mv squared. If I can reduce, if I can erase these two small m's from this equation, I am left with Gm by R under, because the two terms are also cancelled. So I have my velocities under root Gm by R. What is root Gm by? Escape velocity divided by root 2. So that has to be our answer, option 3. Continue, sir. So the next 15 questions will be taken by Asid Mishra, sir.
Hello students, so let's see here this question, what they are saying in this one. A uniform rod of length 2 root 2L and mass M are welded with a disc of mass M and radius L over here, right? So in this one they are asking about the radius of gyration of the system about an axis passing through one end of the rod and perpendicular to the plane of rod and disc as shown in figure, right? So now let's see one how we'll do it. So they are saying this is the point we have and the axis is perpendicular to this one, right? So in this one, there are two objects we have. One is the rod and another is this disc, right? So if we are finding the moment of inertia about O, then we have to add the moment of inertia of rod and moments of inertia of disc, right? For rod, it's easy to find out because rod is rotating about its one end over here, right? So what is the moment of inertia of rod? ml square by 3. So it's ml square by 3. ml square, but what is the length is there? 2 root 2, right? So it will becomes 8 over here by 3 plus what about disk? If you are finding the moment of inertia of this disk, so you can see the moment of inertia about this axis for this disk is ml square by 2, that is mr square by 2, r is l over here, right? In this one, if you have to find about this one, then we have to use the parallel axis theorem over here. So how we'll use the parallel axis theorem over here? For disk, we can write I of the disk about this O is equals to ICM plus M into D square. So what is ICM? We know it's M L square by 2 plus what is the m into d square? What is the distance we have? In this one, you can see this is 2 root 2 L and this is L. So this one from the Pythagoras theorem, you can say this will becomes 3L. So it will be m into 9L square over here, right? So now you can see how we'll solve it. So you can take LCM, it will be 6 over here. 6 into 9 is 54. And in this one, it will be 16 plus 3, 19. 19 plus 54 is what? It will become 73 over here. So this is 73 ml square by 6 over here. This is moment of inertia. But what they are asking, radius of gyration. What is radius of gyration? Radius of gyration means we are putting the whole mass as a point mass over here and rotating about the same axis over here. So let's say this is K. What is the total mass beta? 2m is here, right? So this will be equals to 2m into k square. So equate this moment of inertia is equals to 2m into k square. It m will be cancelled out from here. So you can see k is coming out to be L and root over 73 by 6 into 2 is what? 12. So this is the answer we have, right? Second is the correct answer. Now let's move on the next one. Okay, this is the next problem we have. This is from gravitation, right? This is from a chapter gravitation. In this gravitation, it's not that much difficult, right? It's easy problem. It's a basically they are asking at what height over the Earth's pole means we have to just consider this point over here. Free fall acceleration decreases by 1%. They are saying gravitational acceleration decreases by 1%. It means it remains 99%. Okay. So you can do with this one. It decreases by 1%. It means it becomes 99%. Okay. It's a very less changes here. So we can go with this G dash equals to Z 1 minus 2H by RE over here. So what is G dash we have? It becomes 99%. So it will be 99 by 100 into Z, that is equals to Z 1 minus 2H by RE over here. Z will be cancelled out with the Z. So you can see this is 2H by RE is equals to 1 by 100 over here. So from here you can get H is equals to what? RE is 6400 kilometer. We all know. By this is 200 over here, 0, 0. And this is coming out to be 32 kilometer, right? So which one is the correct answer for us? 2. Okay. Now let's move on the next question. So what is the next question we have? Next is from the error and measurement, right? It's easy one. In this one, they are saying which one of the following instrument is most precise? Which instrument is most precise? Which have the list count, right? I mean, which list counts it will be very small. So you can see, let's go one by one. We have a meter scale having list count is equals to 0.1 centimeter, either 1 mm, right? What is the list count for this screw gauge they are saying? We have a screw gauge with pitch 0.1 mm and 100 division. What is the list count? In case of screw gauge, list count is it's a simply pitch by number of divisions, right? If we are moving on this one, so what is the pitch over here? It's 0.1 by this is 100, so it is coming out to be 0.01 mm over here, right? Now you can see for the next one, vernier scale. In vernier caliper, list count is 0.01 mm. So you can see in which case the list count is list. That is an screw gauge. So which one will be the most precise instrument for us? That is the second one. Okay. Now let's move on the next over here. Let's see here. This is the question from the surface tension, right? You can consider as fluid and surface tension over here. Okay. So this is from mechanical properties of fluid. In this one, what they are saying, let's say a capillary tube is dipped in a liquid as shown in the figure. The pressure at point A, this is point A, I hope it's visible to you, right? So they are asking what is the pressure at point A. Now you have to remember the concept of this excess pressure. Either I hope you have heard about capillary action. So it's an example of capillary action, right? So let's see here. If we have to find the pressure at this point, so let's see this top surface. What is the radius of the surface? It is given as what? R. So can we use the concept of excess pressure for this surface? So this is the P naught is here. It's open just below to this surface. Let's consider there is a 1 and this is point 1. Pressure is what? P1. If I'm asking you which pressure is more, P1 or P naught, so P naught is more because the on concave side the pressure is more. So P naught minus P1 is equals to 2T by R. Why we are taking 2T by R? Because there is a single free surface we have, right? Either you know the formula excess pressure equals to T by R1 plus T by R2. We can go with that as well. Now this is P naught minus P1 equals to 2T by R. So what is the value of P1 from here? P1 is P naught minus 2T by R. Now you know the pressure at this point and you have to find pressure at this point. So we have to move along the gravitational acceleration. So when we are moving along the acceleration, then pressure is increases. By what factor it increases? It's rho gh, we all know. So if we are moving from this point to this point, so we'll say pressure at A is equals to pressure at 1 a plus rho gh. At the place of h, they have given this height as h by 2. So we can say the pressure at A is equals to P naught minus this is 2T by R a plus this is rho gh by 2. Okay, this is the pressure we have. So which option is correct for this one? The fourth option is correct. Now let's move on the next one here. Okay, this is the next question from the magnetic effect of current, right? In this problem, it might be possible you will take some time, but it's easier one. How we are solving such type of question? What they are asking? The magnetic dipole moment of the current loop as shown in figure. What is the magnetic moment for if we have a loop? For any loop, either what type of loop is here. So M is equals to I into A. This is the formula for magnetic moment. If there are n loops, we are doing M is equals to Ni into A, right? Now, so let's move here. In this one, you can see this is the one loop we have and the same loop is extended over here. But plane of the loop has been changed. So if plane of the loop has been changed, then how we are solving this problem better? We are solving this problem by drawing an extra wire over here. So from one wire, we'll draw the current along this direction to complete this loop, and from other we'll draw the current along this direction to complete this loop over here. So if I am drawing it here, so this is this one loop we have, this is how it is moving. For this one we can say this is the loop we have over here. Okay, so what is the area of this one? Side is L, so area is L square. So what is the magnetic moment for this one? It's I into L square over here, but they have asked in vector form. So what is the how we are finding the direction of this one? The direction of magnetic moment is along the direction of area vector, right? So where is the area vector of this one? Just curl your finger along the direction of flow of current. So current is flowing like this. If you will curl the finger, the thumb is moving in upward direction. So this is the direction of area vector. So if you will draw in this one, this is the direction. It is directed along y axis. So if you will write in vector, it will be z cap over here, right? Now, for this one, this is the semicircle we have. So I into what is area we have? Pi. What is radius of this one? L by 2. So pi L square by 4 by 2 because it's a semicircle. So it will becomes I into pi L square by 8. What is the direction of this one? Curl the fingers like this. It is coming towards this. And this is the direction of x-axis over here. So this is along I cap if we are writing the vector over here, right? So this is along I cap and this is along j cap. So which option is correct for us? In this one, I L square j cap. First option is correct for this, right? Okay. Now let's move on the next one. So this is the next problem we have. Three consecutive resonant frequency of stretched string fixed at both ends are 60 hertz, 90 hertz, 120 hertz, right? So what they are asking? then the fundamental frequency is 30 hertz. They are asking the fundamental frequency is 30 hertz or not. First thing, what is fundamental frequency? If we are getting any resonant frequency, so it's the integral multiple of that fundamental frequency. So if you will multiply in 30 with 1, you will get 30. If you multiply with 2, you will get 60. If you multiply with 3, you will get 90. If you multiply with 4, you will get 120. It means these all are the integral multiple of this one. If these all are integral multiple of this one, so you can see this is the fundamental frequency we have, right? If we are talking about the string which is fixed at both ends, so what is the fundamental situation? There will be a two node in this one and one antinode over here. What is this total length? Lambda by 2, let's consider it L. So what is the frequency we have? Frequency is V by lambda. So it's a V by 2L over here, right? This is fundamental frequency. What for any nth, what we can say for nth harmonic? In this one, you can just draw any general, we are just taking the n loops over here, right? N loops we are considering. So for n loops, what is the length over here? N lambda by 2, this is equals to n. So what is the frequency we have? N into V by 2L. This is equals to n of f naught. This is what I was telling you, right? Now, in this one, if you are observing to this, so n times of f naught, what is, how we are calling it harmonic and overtone? Harmonic means by what number we are multiplying with the fundamental frequency to get that frequency, that is termed as harmonic. Overtone means by what factor of number of loops are more in this one, right? So from the fundamental situation, if we are saying total n loops and what is fundamental, there are one loop, so how many loops are more? N minus 1. So this is n minus 1 overtone, right? What about harmonic? This is nth harmonic, because by multiplying with n we'll get this, right? So this is nth harmonic. Now let's see the second option. The given frequencies are first, third and fifth harmonic. What is first? First is 30. What is second one? 60. What is sorry, third one they are asking. Third one is 90. And what is the fifth one? 150. So it's not given there. They have given us 60, 90, 120. Now let's move on the next one. Next is overtone. What about this overtone? Overtone means one less than that harmonic, right? It means if we are saying it's a first overtone, first overtone means what? Only we are talking about the second harmonic. To multiply with the two, one less than, harmonic is one less than, sorry, overtone is one less than the harmonic. So in this one, when we are saying first overtone, first overtone means second harmonic. So you can see that is second harmonic. 30 into 2 is 60. They are saying next what? Second overtone. Second overtone means third harmonic. So 30 into 30 is what? 90. It means this is correct. So 1 and 3 is correct. So we have a option 4. Option 4 is the correct answer for this, right? Now, let's move on the next question over here. This is the next question from the electrostatics they have asked, right? In this one, what they are saying, a cube of side 1 meter, point charges having 1 coulomb located at each vertex except at the origin where minus 1 coulomb is placed. So they are asking, what is the magnitude of electric field at the center? What is magnitude of electric field at the center? If we are coming on magnitude of this center, so there will be, can we go with the lines connecting over here? This is how we can connect the diagonals over here, right? Now, at this point, if you will observe, I am just giving you a basic idea of this one. If this is 1 coulomb is here, you can see opposite to this one there is already 1 coulomb we have, right? From this one opposite to this one there is a 1 coulomb we have. So this one produce field towards this one and this one produce field towards this one, so it's a 0. I mean they will cancel out each other. Similarly all will cancel out to each other except this origin one and the opposite one, right? Because at origin this is minus 1 coulomb and at this point this is plus 1 coulomb, so they will not cancel out to each other. But it's midpoint of body diagonal because it's the center of the cube. What is the body diagonal? Root 3r. So what is this distance? Root 3r by 2 over here. R is 1, so it's simply root 3 by 2. So what is the electric field, net electric field at this point? The net electric field will be electric field due to positive and electric field due to negative. They are only asking about magnitudes. So their directions are same. So we can directly add the magnitude over here. So it will be 1 upon 4 pi epsilon naught, and 1 and 1 will be 2 by r square. So it will be 3 by 4. This 4 will be cancelled out. It's 2 by 3 pi epsilon naught. This is the answer we have, Newton per coulomb. Right? So which option is correct for this? Fourth option is correct for this. Okay. Now let's move on the next problem. This is the next problem we have. They are saying we need a capacitor of 8 microfarad across a circuit where potential difference is 2 kilovolt, means you can say 2000 volt we have. A large number of 1 microfarad capacitors are available which can withstand a potential difference of 250. One capacitor can withstand with the 250 volt, right? So the minimum number of capacitor required to achieve this, right? So they are asking minimum number of capacitor. First thing, if we are saying we have a source of 2000 volt over here, right? So we have to add the capacitor in this one. So first thing you have to remember, in this one, if we add capacitors in parallel, potential will not be changed, right? So we have to add the capacitor in series. So you can see here how many capacitor we have to add in series. So in this one, it's 2000 divided by 250. It is coming out to be what? 8 over here, right? If this is the 8 we have, it means 8 capacitor we have to place here. But if we are placing 8 capacitor over here, so what is the C equivalent of this part? The C equivalent for this part will be 1 by 8 microfarad. But what we need 8 microfarad. So can we add the same number of capacitor over here in parallel as well? Because on adding in parallel, the potential drop will not change, right? So if potential drop will not change, it will remain same, but capacitance will be changed. So how many capacitors we need here? So you can see here, in one we have 1 by 8 and we need this 8 over here. So can we say we need 64 row like this? 64. So in 64, in one there are 8, so 64 into 8, so the answer will be 512, right? Now let's move on the next one. This is the question from electrostatics, right? Basically in NCERT it is divided into potential and the capacitor part, right? In this one what they are saying, figure shows an electric line of force which is curved along a circular arc. The magnitude of electric field intensity at all the point is same, that is equals to E. So they are asking what is the potential at point B if potential at point A is V, right? So how we'll solve it? In this case, if we are moving from point A to point B over here, so what we'll say to this one? We know E is equals to minus dV by dr over here. So what is dV we have? dV is minus, you can write this E dot dr over here. Okay, let's integrate it. So this is V1 to V2 and this is R1 to what? R2 over here, right? In this one, you can remove this minus by writing over here V initial minus V final equals to. In this one, if we are taking the dot product of this one, means we are doing E dot dr, means component of E along R, either component of R along E, we are doing those things, right? So what we are doing in this one, we are taking the length along the electric field, right? So what we can write over here, this is E into, we have to take length along electric field line, you can also say, right? So in this one, V1 is what? V1 is V minus this is VB is equals to electric field is E. What is this length is here? This is R theta. So we can say this is E into R theta over here. So VB will be equals to V. It will move on other side. It will be ER theta. This is the answer we have, right? So which one is the correct for this one? This first one is the correct we have. Now let's move on the next question over here. This is the question from the current electricity, right? It's a basic the combination of resistor we have. So in this one, it might be look like difficult to you, but you can solve it easily. We have to find the equivalent resistance between A and B, right? You can see potential of this point, all the points are same. Potential of this point, this point, this point, all the points are same. So you can simply do it like this is 6 ohm, and we can add these two in parallel over here because they are added with the same potential, so they are in parallel combination over here, right? And this is the last one we have. Okay, now what is this one? This is 6 ohm and this is what, 3 ohm. Now all are parallel over here. What is the result of this one? This is 4 ohm and this is 6 ohm over here. So this 4 ohm and 6 ohm are in parallel, so it will be 2.4 ohm. How we are adding? 1 by 6, 1 by 4, right? So we'll get 2.4. This is 2 ohm, 8 ohm, and this is 2 ohm. These are also parallel, so 1 by 8, 1 by 2, it is coming out to be 1.6. So this is 1.6 and this is 2.4. These are in series. So 1.6 and 2.4 is basically 4. So how we'll see it? This is the 6 ohm we have and this is the 4 ohm we have and this is 3 ohm we have over here. So can we add them in parallel? So 1 by 4 plus 1 by 6 plus 1 by 1 by r, it is coming out to be 1 by 4 plus 1 by 2 over here. So the answer will be r is equals to 4 by 3 ohm we have. So which option we have? The first option we have, right? Now let's move on the next one. So this is again question from the current electricity, but it is based upon the combination of cells, right? So in this combination of cells, there are two methods that you can use. One is that we can go with the KVL, right? But I will suggest you that you have to go with the combination of cells. That will be more easier in this two cell system, right? Because there is only cell over here. So how we are adding the cell in parallel combination? We are adding the cell. What is E equivalent in parallel? It's sigma EI by RI by sigma 1 by RI, and in parallel R is as usual 1 by R1 plus 1 by what, R2 over here, right? So can we find the E equivalent in this one? So what is the E equivalent over here? Let's write it here. So E equivalent is, it will be 6 by 2 plus this is 2 by 1 by 1 by 2 plus 1 over here. So it is coming with 6 into 2, it will be 10, 10 by 3 over here. So this is 10 by 3 volt we have, okay. Now what is the R we have? This R, 1 by 2 plus 1, it is 2 by 3. So you know the R is 2 by 3, R is 2 by 3 we have. So what is the meaning of this one? This is internal resistance R dash and this is E equivalent and this is external resistance we have. So you can find the current in this one by this is E equivalent by R dash plus 6. So this is 10 by 3 and by this is 6 plus R dash. R dash is what? 2 by 3 over here, right? So this is 20, 3, 3 will be cancelled out. So 10 by 20 is coming out to be 0.5 ampere, means 1 by 2. Which one is the correct we have? The 1 by 2 is this one. This is the correct answer we have. Now let's move on the next one. This is from the AC, you can say, but actually it is from the EMI, last part of EMI, right? AC and EMI are integrated part over here. In this one, they have asked very basic things to us. At t equals to 0 and at t equals to infinite, they are asking. So what you have to remember in this one, you have to remember at t equals to 0, when we close this switch, the current starts flowing in this one. So inductor will oppose the flow of current. So at t equals to 0, inductor will open the circuit, right? I mean that circuit will be open. If this circuit will be open, so current will pass through this. So what is the value of current? This is 8 by, what is total is here? 8. R will be in series, so it will be 8, 1 ampere. It means that T equals to 0, current is 1 ampere. So I think there are two options in one. So we have to go for the second as well. At t equals to infinite, what will happen? At t equals to infinite, it will act as a connecting wire. when it will act as a connecting wire. So this 4 ohm is useless because it short the circuit over here. So there will be no current through this. So in this one current will pass through this, only this ohm, I mean this resistance is useful. So what is the current we have? 8 by 4, that is coming out to be what? 2 ampere. So we have answer is 1 and 2. This is the correct we have, right? Now let's move on the next part over here. In this one they are saying there is a magnetic field region we have, right? So in that region we have a triangular loop over here which is entering in this one. So they are asking which option is correct in this one. They have given the current in this one is clockwise and increasing, anti-clockwise and decreasing, anti-clockwise and increasing, and clockwise and decreasing, right? What will happen over here? When it enters in this one, then flux in this one will change. So induced EMF will be there. If induced EMF is there, current will be there. So let's write it one by one. E is, we are writing the magnitude part only, right? So this is d phi by dt over here. So I is equals to d phi by dt, by this is what? Resistance R. So we need to calculate this d phi by dt. What is phi first? Let's see here. What is phi? Phi is B into A. B is uniform, but when it is entering over here, the area is not uniform, right? So initially, let's consider it is entered up to this. So let's say what is the speed is here? V. So what is length entered over here? V into T. If this angle is alpha, so this is V into T. So can we find this length over here? Let's call it X over here. What is the value of this X? Can we say X is equals to Vt into tan alpha, which is constant. So what is area of this one? B into 1 by 2 base into height. What is base? 2x. So 2 into Vt into tan alpha into this height is what? V into T. So you have to say this phi is proportional to T square, right? Phi is proportional to what? T square. So when you will differentiate, it will comes as a function of time. It means I is proportional to T. So on increasing the time, current is increasing. So in this one you can see, and when loop is entering in this one, the flux is increasing, so it will try to decrease that flux. So it will produce the magnetic field in opposite direction, for which it has to flow current in anti-clockwise direction, right? So current will flow in anti-clockwise direction, and as it is proportional to the time, so time is increasing, so current will also increase. So let's see this problem, right? So in this one, this is the basic problem from alternating current we have, right? In this one, what they are saying we have a 4 ohm and 3 ohm resistors as shown in figure, right? This 3 ohm is reactance, right? It's capacitor, it's capacitive reactance we have. So they are asking what is potential drop across this one. So you know, in AC circuit, if we have to find the potential drop, then you have to find current first over here. What is the current we have? If you have to find the current, it will be I naught sine omega t plus alpha. Alpha will be angle from the given way here, right? So let's see here. First we have to see for the Z. So let's draw the voltage part of this resistor over here. This is 4 ohm over here. We are trying to solve it with the phasor only, right? So this is 4 ohm, and we know the voltage in case of capacitor is lagging by pi by 2, and in current, in case of resistance, it's along the current. So this is 4 and this is 3 ohm over here. We know the Z will be 5 over here, right? 4 and 3. So what is this angle over here? This is 37. So you can see in this one, the current is I is equals to I naught. I naught, what is I naught over here? I naught is V naught by Z is 5. It is coming out to be what? So this is 4 and this is sine omega t. And you can see I is leading in this one with this voltage by an angle of 37. So it will be plus 37 over here, right? Now you have to find out the voltage across the capacitor. So what is the voltage across the capacitor? Voltage across the capacitor is I naught into Xc into sine omega t plus 37. This is the phase of current, right? But we all know the potential in case of capacitor is lagging by pi by 2. So it will be minus 90 degree over here. So what is this? Vc equals to I naught xc. I naught is 4, xc is 3. So it will be 12 sine, and this is omega t minus 53 over here, right? So this is the answer we have. The third option is correct for this, right? The next one. Now when we are moving on the next one, so they are saying the bulk modulus of a spherical object is B if it is subjected to a uniform pressure P, the fractional decrease in the surface area. They are saying fractional decrease in surface area. This is from mechanical properties of solids, right? So in this mechanical properties of solids, we know that eta is equals to minus P into V by delta V. So what is delta V by V? Delta V by minus P by beta. This is fractional change in volume, right? This is fractional change in volume. So let's talk about the magnitude only. So this is delta V by V over here. So it's a simply P by beta we have, right? That is delta P, we are taking magnitude over here, P by beta. If change in volume is delta V by V, then we know V is proportional to R over. So what we'll write to this one, delta V by V is equals to 3 times of delta R by R, change in radius. So in this case, you can see this is 3, delta R by R is equals to P by beta, right? What is the change in area? Area is proportional to R square. So delta A by A is equals to 2 times of delta R by R. So they are asking about this fractional change. So what is value of delta R by R? Delta R by R is P by 3 beta over here, right? So you can just put it here. So you will get as delta A by A is equals to 2 by 3 P by beta over here. So which option is correct for this? The option 3 we have. This is the correct we have, right? Okay. So now next 15 question will discuss by the Saurabh.
Hello students, my name is Saurabh Mishra and I will be discussing the last 15 question of today's mini NEET exam. So let's start with the first question of our set now. The question says they have given us the magnetic field vector and they are asking us the electric field vector here. So from the equation we can see the magnetic field vector has direction k cap, it is along z axis, and the wave propagation direction is along x-axis. So we need to find the direction of electric field vector, right? We can take the electric field direction this way, E, B, C. If we write like this, then for electric field vector, we can do B vector cross C vector. Now B vector's direction is k cap, so we need to do k cap cross I cap because this is in x direction, right? Hence, k cap cross I cap will give us j cap. So if we check J cap, we have four options, out of which this one and this one shows J cap. However, the phase of the electric field vector and magnetic field vector must match. So if we see the phase, this phase is here and here, but here there is a plus sign, the phases do not match. Now we come to the electric field's magnitude. How to know electric field's magnitude? E naught equals to B naught into C. B naught value we is given to us 2 into 10 to the power minus 6 and C value is 3 into 10 to the power I. So 2 into 10 to the power minus 6 into 3 into 10 to the power 8 gives us 600. So if we check, then this option is our correct answer, as here we have j cap and the phase of magnetic field and electric field vectors match. Here the phase match but the direction does not match, and here the phases do not match even if the direction and magnitude of the electric field vector match. So our answer is A option. Now the next one, see here they have given us two sources and they are 3 lambda apart. So we are being asked to find how many number of bright fringes will form on this circle. Now this is S1 and S2. Let's take some important points on the circle where it is easy to find the path difference. If we check these points, look the vector, the wave which will travel from S1 to here and the wave which will travel from S2 to here. The S2 one will travel 3 lambda extra. So path difference at this point will be 3 lambda. With same logic, path difference here will also be 3 lambda. Now, At this point, both of the wave will travel same distance, so delta x will be 0, and the path difference here is 0 and here is 0. So we know path difference here is 0, here it is 3 lambda, so somewhere it must be lambda, somewhere it must be 2 lambda. Similarly, here also lambda and 2 lambda we can write. Here 2 lambda, here lambda we can write, and here also lambda and 2 lambda we can write. Now if we count how many numbers, we get number 12. So second option is our answer. Here 12 number of bright fringes will form. Now going to the next one. This is an assertion reason type question. The statement 1 says interference obeys the law of conservation of energy, which is correct. The reason, energy is created during constructive interference and it is destroyed during destructive interference. The statement is wrong because energy can neither be created nor be destroyed. So here these terms actually make it incorrect. In fact, energy redistribution happens. In case of interference, energy redistributes, and at maximum position we get intensity 4 I naught. If our individual intensities are I naught, at maximum intensity we get 4 I naught, at dark fringes we get 0 intensity. The redistribution happens. It is not like it is constructed or destructed. So now going to here, our option answer will be A is correct, but reason R is false. Next one. A light ray is incident on a glass sphere, and the sphere they have given and the incident ray they have given. The refractive index is √3, that also they have given, and they are asking what is the total deviation after 2 refractions. So applying Snell's law, 1, which is refractive index of outside medium, into sine 60 equals to √3 into sine r. Sine 60 value is √3 by 2 equals to √3 times sine r. This gives us sine r value is 1 by 2, or r value is 30 degree. So this will be 30 degree. Hence this angle will also be 30 degree. If we check the deviation, then look, here we have deviation of, this is angle 60, the total should be 60, this total should be 60, but deviation will be 60 minus 30, which is 30 degree clockwise. Similarly, here also it will be, the ideally ray should go this way, but it is going this way, so this will be the deviation, and deviation will be 30 degree clockwise again. So at both place it is 30 degree clockwise, so net deviation that suffers is 60 degree clockwise. So out of the options, our first option is the correct answer. Next question, the minimum deviation produced by a glass prism, they have given the angle of prism which is 60 degree and the deviation is 46 degree, and they are asking refractive index. Let's apply the formula. So refractive index formula mu equals to sine A plus delta mean by 2 by sine A by 2. Hence, if we apply the values, we get sine, the first values are 60 plus 46, which is 106 by 2, by sine 60 by 2. Sine 60 plus 46 is 106 by 2 gives us 53. Sine 53 value is 4 by 5 divided by 1 by 2. So this gives us 8 by 5. So the answer comes to be 1.6. Our option 3 is correct according to this data. Next question, a point source of light is placed at the focus of a convex lens. So see, if our source is like this and we have a convex lens, then the light rays after passing through the lens, they will pass parallel like this. Now, if it does not matter where do we keep the photo cell here, they have told us about photo cell. Initially, the photo cell was kept, let's say it is here, and later they are saying if the distance is reduced to half of its initial value. If we bring it half of its initial value, it does not matter, because as the rays are parallel, whatever was the projected area and number of rays reaching, it will remain same in the second case as well. So the intensity does not vary. So whatever number of electrons are coming out previously, now also the same number of electrons will come out and the photocurrent will not change. And another thing, the potential, stopping potential, it depends on the energy of single photons. Energy of single photon is also not changing. We are not changing the photon energies here. Photon energies are remaining constant. That's why we can say the stopping potential is also not changing and intensity is not changing. Hence our option 1 is correct. Next one, hydrogen, deuterium, and they have given He plus and Li plus plus. We have these atoms, and they are asking us for N3 to N2 transition, which one will have higher wavelength, which one will have lower wavelength. So now the relation says 1 by lambda equals to RH, which is Rydberg's constant, into Z square into 1 by N1 square minus 1 by N2 square. Look, these N1 and 2 values 3 and 2 are constant for all the transitions, and RH is anyway, it is a universal constant. Now if we see the data here, 1 by lambda and here Z square is there, so we can say lambda times Z square equals to constant. So if we check, hydrogen and deuterium both will have Z value equals to 1. So we can say lambda into 1 square for both of them. And in case of helium, lambda into 2 square, and in case of lithium we can say lambda, let's say we change the name, lambda 1 here, lambda 2 here, lambda 3 into 3 square. This must be same. So this will be lambda 1, this will be 4 lambda 2, this will be 9 lambda 3. So if we check the options, our option 2 matches with our description. Next, again an assertion region variety question. The assertion says in nuclear fission energy is released, which is correct. Reason: total binding energy of fission fragments is larger than total binding energy of the parent nucleus. Again it is correct. Whenever fission reaction happens, in the reaction process there is some loss of mass, and that m delta m into c square is converted to that net binding energy later. That's why the final binding energy must be greater than the initial binding energy. Hence both are correct, and R is the correct explanation of A. We can say the first option is correct. 3 photodiodes D1, D2, D3 are made up of semiconductors having band gaps. The data are given for the band gaps, which will be able to detect light of wavelength 5000 angstrom. So if we have 5000 angstrom, let's say what is the energy corresponding to it. So for energy we need 12400 by 5000. This gives us nearly to, not nearly, it is 2.48 electron volt. So 2.48 electron volt is greater than these two values, we can see. And whenever a photodiode's band gap is less than the energy that is incident on it, it can detect it. So here the band gap, this one which is 2.25 is less than 2.48, and the second one band gap is 1.9 which is also less than 2.48. In both of these cases, these two photodiodes can detect this energy level, but the third one, 3 electron volt, is higher than this, so it cannot detect. So our answer is D1 and D2, they can detect this wavelength of light. Now this is a tricky question, and I will say out of all those questions which are easy level, direct formula based type, this one I will consider in a moderate level question. See the question's trickiness here. They have given us a simple half wave rectifier kind of diagram. It is pretty simple looking, right? But let's see. Here in the question they have mentioned two dots. The dots mean they show the phase. Whenever the input has a phase and output phase, we need to know. In that case we see these dots. If the dots are on the same side, that means whatever the input signal, similar input signal, this one receives. But if one dot is here, another dot comes to be here. In that case, if the input signal is this way, let's say one dot is on the upper side, other dot is on the lower side. That means they are out of phase. In that case, if one signal is this way, the other signal will be opposite to it. It will be 180-degree phase difference. So for this data, we have same phase. So this diode rectifier receives the same type of signal, right? So when we have a negative half cycle, so this becomes a negative side, this becomes a positive side. At that time this allows the current to pass again. But if we see the output is across our diode, not across the resistor. So across the diode, when it is forward biased, at that time it will behave as zero resistance. So I into delta R will be 0. So during this cycle, negative cycle, even though current flows here, but our output which is across the diode, current flows, yes, but R tends to be 0. So I into R becomes 0. In that case, we do not get any output against it. So on the negative side, even if current actually flows this way, but the output does not show this one. Output is not across the resistor, output is across the diode here. So this, instead of this one, our output will be this one. When there is positive half cycle, current does not flow. When the current is not flowing, at that time I is 0. So across this potential drop is 0. But net potential drop we can feel across the diode here. So answer is actually the fourth option. Next, it says the velocities of two balls before and after collision are shown in the figure like this, and they are asking what is the coefficient of restitution. The formula for coefficient of restitution E equals to V2 minus V1 by U1 minus U2. So taking this one V2, and I am taking right side positive direction and left side as negative direction. So taking that way, this is 1 minus of minus 1 because this is towards negative side, divided by u1. u1 is 2 minus of minus 1 again. So this gives us 2 by 3. Our coefficient of restitution comes to be fourth option, 2 by 3. Next question, they have given a paramagnetic sample, and here the net magnetization of 8 ampere per meter is there when the external magnetic field value is 0.6 Tesla and the temperature is 4 Kelvin. So they have given us B, they have given us T, magnetic field and temperature, and they have asked us to find the relation with intensity of magnetization. We know intensity of magnetization I is proportional to B by T. So I can write I1 by I2 equals B1 by B2 into T2 by T1. So when we have B1 and B2, we can write B1 value here to be 0.6, B2 value to be 0.2 here, and T2 temperature is given as 16 Kelvin and T1 temperature is given as 4 Kelvin here. So this answer comes to be 3 into 4, 12. Now I1 value is given to be 8 and they are asking us I2. So we can write I2 comes to be I1 by 12, which is 8 by 12. Again, it comes to be 2 by 3. So our answer is 2 by 3 ampere per meter. Next question. Square of length L and cross sectional area A is made of having Young's modulus Y. So they have asked us what is the energy stored if we extend it by amount X. So anywhere under Hooke's law, when it obeys Hooke's law, it also behaves as a spring. So energy stored in case of spring we write as half kx square. In case of a wire, this k, effective spring constant of a wire, we write as a into y by L, where a is area of the wire and y is Young's modulus of the wire. So if we write, it comes to be half into a into y by L into x square. If we match the options, we get the second option as the answer. The ball is projected in vertical plane from ground at an angle 30 degree from horizontal at t equals to 0. The ball is at same height at t equal to 1 and 3 seconds, right? So when we are throwing it, let's say this is the path, it crosses a certain height at t equals to 1 second. So this is t equal to 1. Then when it reaches the same height again while coming back, this time t equals to 3 seconds. So by symmetry we can say if this is 1 second, then this time gap must also be 1 second again. So total time of flight will be 3 plus 1, which is 4 seconds. So we know that t equals to 4 second now. So if we know t equal to 4 second, we replace with the formula 2u by g, then we get u to be G 1040 by 2, 20 meters per second. We get U to be 20 meters per second. But they have asked us what is the maximum height attended. Maximum height will be U square by 2G. This is the expression for maximum height H. So U we know, which is 20 square by 2 times 10. This is 400 by 20, which is 20 meters again. So our answer is 20 meters. Going to the next one. A laboratory supervisor observes by doing experiment that this is the deviation and incident angle graph made through a prism of equilateral prism. Now, equilateral prism means angle of prism is 60, that we know, but when we draw the graph, we already know the property of this graph. The curve, it is a curve, it looks similar to parabola, but it is not parabolic. Rather, it is asymmetric. A parabola is symmetric about its maxima or minima. About a vertical axis passing through its minima, a parabola is symmetric. But this graph is not symmetric. Rather, the graph is something like this, where for certain angle of incidence I and emergence angle E, this is asymmetric and this side length is smaller and this right side length is larger. Now if we match these values, look here, this side length comes to be 15 degree, this time length also comes to be 15 degree. It shows symmetry, which is wrong again. For this graph, this side it shows 15 degree, but for this side it shows 20 degree, sorry 10 degree. 45 minus 35, 10 degree. So here it shows the right side is shorter. Again, this option is wrong. Looking at the second option here, this side data, the difference is 15 degree, but the right side data, the difference is 20 degree, which is matching with the given concept that we know already. So here the right side length is bigger than the left side length, and it is a curve which is not symmetric about its bottommost vertical axis passing through its bottommost point. Hence, the option 2 is correct. So here we end the physics topic, and next our chemistry topic discussion will start.
Okay. Hello to all the NEET aspirants. How are you all? I hope you all had a great exam, and this exam is definitely going to help you a lot for your main day, that is your 3rd May, right, everyone? So let's go to the solution part of the chemistry. So this is your first question. What is the first question? Let's read the question. Consider the following assertion region. Now nowadays these questions are very frequent. So you all have to look at the assertion region question very compulsively, right? So when the concentration of alkyl halide is triple and concentration of OH negative is reduced to half, then rate of SN2 reaction increased by 1.5 times. And what is the reason for SN2 reaction? Rate is equals to K alkyl halide OH negative. So I can see a rate here, and as well as I can see the SN2 mechanism is here. So I can say this question is a mix of kinetics as well as what? Our haloalkanes, right? So I must write the topic here, kinetics plus haloalkanes. And let's solve the question and then decide that if it is easy or difficult. So what the question is saying? Concentration. Alkyl halide is getting triple, concentration of OH negative is getting what? Reduced to half. So suppose I am having this alkyl halide Rx. Now I am attacking it with OH negative. So I know it is a much better effective nucleophile. So it will replace X, right? It will replace X. Now when it will replace X from the backside and all, it will go through the SN2 mechanism. So rate of this mechanism. So rate of SN2 mechanism depends on both the factors. What's that? Both the factors, substrate as well as nucleophile. And what's that? Concentration. That's why it is SN2. 2 means water 2, right? So SN2 is equals to, we are having here OH negative concentration, and as well as I am having here R concentration, right everyone? Rx, I must say alkyl halide Rx. Right? Clear? So when rate depends upon both substrate as well as my nucleophile. Now we have to compare here. What we have to compare here? That earlier whatever be the rate is, after that, after a change, rate is getting tripled. Alkyl halide here, the concentration is getting tripled, and OH negative, it is getting reduced to half. So let's say the OH negative concentration be X and alkyl halide concentration be Y. So what is happening here in rate? If rate 1 is X concentration and Y, so what it is happening in rate 2, alkyl halide is getting triple. That means it will be 3Y, right? And OH negative is reduced to half, that is X by 2. So when I solve it later, it will give me, what it will give me? 3 by 2. It will give me 3 by 2. That means R2 is equal to 1.5 times of R1. R2 is equal to 1.5 times of R1. So let's see which is the correct. So is it given so here when the concentration is triple, alkyl halide concentration of OH negative is reduced to half, the SN2 reaction increased by 1.5 times? Yes, this is the correct answer we are getting here. For SN2 reaction, rate is K is equals to alkyl halide OH negative. Exactly. Yes, so both the assertion and region are correct. So assertion and region are correct, and region is the correct explanation for assertion. So option 1 is our correct answer. Option 1 is our correct answer. Hope you all got it correct, and those who didn't got it correct, you can see it is the easy one. So I must say, let's say it is medium level question because somewhat kinetics and haloalkanes is there. But these are very common question. We always solve these type of questions in classes, right? Okay. So next question again from organic chemistry. What we are having is the hydrolysis. So this is the compound I'm having in front of me. So I have to do hydrolysis here. What I have to do? Hydrolysis. Okay, fine. No problem. Let me make this compound here one more time. Fine. Okay. So when I'm doing hydrolysis, so when H positive will come, what it will take away? It will take away chlorine. H positive will come, it will take away chlorine, making the positive charge there. Making the positive charge there. Correct, everyone? Making the positive charge here. So I'm making it here only, just to save a little time. So the positive charge is here. Now from here, two possibilities arises. Now what are those two possibilities? In next case, either OH negative will attack directly. If OH negative attack directly, then I will get something this type of product. If OH negative will attack directly, so I will get something this type of product here. First product I can expect this, right? This is the first product I can expect. But there is intermediate, that is carbocation, and we all know if the intermediate is carbocation, there is a possibility of shifting, right? So we have to see whether is there a possibility of shifting or not. So there is a very big possibility of shifting because if positive charge shift to left carbon or right carbon, their resonance is there. So 3-degree carbon as well as resonance. So from both the factors, our positive charge is going to be more stable. But please, we have to stay here and look something else also. Look at these group, OCH3 and NO2. So one is electron withdrawing group and one is electron donating group. Electron donating group stabilizes the positive charge and withdrawing group destabilizes the positive charge. So where positive charge will not go towards the electron withdrawing group. So here positive charge will not shift. Positive charge can shift to this position because it is having the 3-degree carbon as well as resonance as well as donating group. So higher stability, higher possibility of stability, right everyone? So this positive charge can be shifted when this is going to shift. When this is going to shift, where should I write now? Okay. So now, if this is going to shift positive charge by the shifting of hydride, right? We all know that shifting of hydride is much better than the methyl shifting. So shifting of hydride is occurring, so this hydrogen will be going here and positive charge occurring here, then OH is going to be attacking here, right? Correct, easy. And this is our with anode, correct? Okay, you can get it that. So this is the OH I can get here and OH I can get here. So let me see from the option what are the options matching here. So I guess this is the K option. It is matching with my first option. It is matching with my first product. And I can see the L is also matching with my second product I form after the shuffling of the positive charge, right? So K and L. K and L, first option is our answer. First option is our answer. Now, if you ask me from there, this question is coming. Again, I will say hello alkane. What the topic I will say here? Hello alkane is the topic. What is the topic? Hello alkane. If you want to mark easy, medium or hard, so I must say it is medium one because shuffling and little bit shuffling may be getting you confused, right? So I will say this is a medium level question. Medium level question. Okay, now quickly going to the third question. Again, organic chemistry question, right? So let's see the major product of the reaction. But this look very, very, very easy on the direct concept, that is Friedel-Crafts distillation, right? Friedel-Crafts acetylation. I'm having the direct question from on the Friedel-Crafts acetylation, as well as I will show you there is somewhat aromaticity is also belonging in this question. Aromaticity is also belonging in this question. Let's see. So this is the question I'm having. This is the substrate I'm having in front of me. This is the substrate I'm having in front of me, right? Okay. Now, what is my attacking species? My attacking species is saying CH3 CuCl plus AlCl3. Now, AlCl3 require electron density. AlCl3 required electron density because it is electron deficient species. Everyone of us know. So it is going to convert it into AlCl4 negative. AlCl4 negative, what will leave left here is CH3CO positive. Now here the positive charge is highly unstable. Because it is highly unstable, so it is going to be a strong nucleophile. Now it is going to be a strong nucleophile, so it is going to attack here. Right, this electrophile is highly unstable, so it is going to be highly unstable electrophile. Sorry, earlier I think I called it nucleophile. It is electrophile, right? So highly unstable electrophile it is, and it is going to readily attack on my substrate. So it is going to attack on the substrate. See, these two rings, which is more electron efficient ring, obviously benzene is more electron efficient ring, and it is better act as nucleophile as well. So now I can see benzene, these three positions are empty, so only these three positions can be attacked by the electrophile. Only these three positions can be attacked by the electrophile. So which is the better position? Now the second answer is this. So what is the better position? As I can see here, both the ortho positions are attacked by the very electron denser, sorry, not what I say, very dense, it is very dense, like what, I'm not getting the word. Um, Steric hindrance, yes. So steric hindrance is very high because of the bulky group. Steric hindrance, at this point, both the adjacent carbons are having the bulky group, due to which steric hindrance is high. At this point also, this one carbon is having steric hindrance, so this is also not a good choice. But if I look at here, this area, this carbon is empty, and this is also not very much bulky group. So I must say this carbon is very good for a attack. This carbon is very good for a attack. So I will attach my species here. So the electrophile will attack here. So there are so many of the things. So if you go step by step, the question will not look difficult to you. So what is the first step? First step is generating the electrophile. So what is the reagent is given to you, you have to see that and generate whatever is given. So electrophile is generating in this case. So I generated the electrophile. Now electrophile is unstable, so it is going to have the electron. It is going to see for electron efficient group. Electron efficient group here is benzene. And then second step I have to think is which carbon in the benzene is more stable, suitable to get an electrophile. So that's I got the answer like that, and which is going to be matching out of the all four option. Option 3 is matching much better. Option 3 is matching much better, right everyone? Hope you all get this question. And I will mark this question as easy only. I will mark this question as easy only, right everyone? Okay, going to the next question. What is the order of basic strength? Simple GOC question. Simple GOC question, very easy question. Simple GOC question, very easy question. I will mark it easy only because in GOC these such type of questions are very common. Now, basic strength. What is basic strength? Basic strength in terms of this means the complex having a tendency to donate electron pair. Tendency to donate electron pair. So I can see here all the nitrogens are having the electron pair. Now, if they are not mentioned in the question paper, still you have to put the lone pair, right? So there is always a lone pair on the nitrogen after making a 3 bonds. So you have to maybe might be possible that question paper in NEET exam the lone pair will not be shown there. So you have to consider on your own. Okay, fine. Now, before going for the further thing, first of all, I have to identify which one is sp3 and which one is sp2 hybridized. Please look at here. How many bonds? 1, 2, 3. 3 sigma bond and 1 lone pair. So that is the sum of 4. Sum of 4 means sp3 hybridization. Here the lone pair. Here the lone pair is not participated in the resonance. But how many sigma bond? How many sigma bond? 1, 2. 2 sigma bond and 1 lone pair. That is the sum is 3. Sum is 3 means sp2 hybridization. Going to the third one. Now here how many sigma bond? 3 sigma bond, 1 lone pair, sp3 hybridization. Now please look at here. When here the lone pair is participating in resonance, when lone pair is participating in resonance, you will not count in hybridization. So what is hybridization in this case? Only 3 sigma bond. 3 sigma bond means sp2 hybridization. 3 sigma bond means sp2 hybridization. Now let me tell you electron donating tendency. If I tell you the electron donating tendency, so electron donating tendency, sp3 hybridization, has much more electron donating tendency than sp2 hybridization. Why? Because sp2 has more electronegativity due to more s character. More s character, more electronegativity. So it is less likely to donate electron, and sp3 more likely to donate electron if I compare them. So sp3. Now I have two choices in sp3. First choice is this, second choice is this. Now this nitrogen, the lone pair is intacted to nitrogen only, so it can easily donate it. But please look at here, due to oxygen there is minus I effect, and minus I effect little bit decreases the tendency to donate electron pair, right? So the P is having the highest tendency to donate electron pair, then I am having R. Then I'm having R. So I guess I got my answer. With these two only, I got my answer. So can you see in NEET exam, if you're doing only half of the what we can say hard work, then you are eventually getting your answer. You don't need to be worried about it, right? So P and R, I think my answer is option 2, but let's find it out. Now when I'm going to the sp2 hybridization, that is Q and S. sp3 hybridization Q and S, please look at here. Here the lone pair is not participated in resonance, so it is available for donation. But here the lone pair is participated in resonance. So why it will donate itself, right? So who's having the better tendency to donate in Q and S? That is Q, and the last tendency of donation is S, because the lone pair are busy in the resonance. So hope you understood this option. PRQS is your answer, right? Okay, going to the next question. Next question, what we are having. So again, it is asking the acidic strength. Earlier question it was asking basic strength, and this question is asking an acidic strength. Again, this question comes from GOC, and such type of question, acidic basic strength, are very common nowadays in competitive exam, not even NEET exam, but also in the J exam we have seen this, correct? So the correct acidic strength order of acidic hydrogen PQR. So this is P, carboxylic acid H, carboxylic acid, and this is mentioned as Q, and this is R, right? So PQR, which hydrogen is highly acidic. So now hydrogen attached to COH is acidic hydrogen. Now it is asking which one is more acidic. Okay. Now before going to this, you need to understand about the ortho effect. Now most of you know about this only. It is a very famous concept, right? So ortho effect. What is ortho effect? If in a ring COH at ortho position, any group is attached, no matter if it is electron donating group or electron withdrawing group. Besides COH, if there any ortho group is attached, at ortho position, any group is attached besides COH. So what is going to happen? No matter it is electron withdrawing group or electron donating group, it is definitely increasing its acidic strength. So COH acidic strength increases. COH acidic strength increases if there is group at the ortho position. Please look at this carbon P. Please look at the PCOH. So when it is at P position COH, this ortho position is having the group, this ortho position. So both the ortho positions are occupied. So I must say at P there is double ortho effect. There is double ortho effect at P position. If I talk about Q, if I talk about Q, so this is the ortho position, entire group is attached, and here no group is attached. So one ortho effect is there, one ortho effect is there. And if I talk about the R position, if I talk about the R position, no ortho effect, no ortho effect. And I told you ortho effect increases the what acidic strength. See, this question become very easy. Double ortho effect, more acidic strength. So P is having the more acidic strength, then Q, and then R. So option 1 is the correct answer. So highest acidic strength P and least acidic strength R due to ortho effect. Correct everyone? So GOC, and I mark this question as easy only. If you know the concept, this question is going to look very easy to you. If you know the concept, this question is going to look very easy to you. Okay. Coming to the next question, identify the number of aromatic compound. Now this question, if I talk about the topic is aromaticity. If I talk about the topic is aromaticity, right? Okay. Now you have to identify the number of aromatic compounds. Now aromatic compounds, the first three conditions are same. Resonance should be there, cyclic, complex should be cyclic, it should be planar. Now in these three conditions, it will be aromatic or anti-aromatic. Now after that, to identify aromatic or anti-aromatic, if it is following 4n plus 2 pi electron rule, then it is aromatic. If it is following 2n pi electron rule, then it is anti-aromatic, right? This is the condition for anti-aromatic, and this is the condition for aromatic. So pi electron, I always told to my student, please don't, pi electrons always means pi bond. Also you have to count lone pair, and also you have to count one negative charge, no positive charge. Positive charge means no electron density, so you don't need to count the positive charge. You have to count the negative charge, you have to count the what, pi electron and negative charge, right everyone? Okay, fine. So if I talk about this, so basically 4n plus 2, if n value is 0, if n value is 0, it comes out to be 2. If n value becomes 1, it comes out to be 6. If n value becomes what, 2, so it comes out to be 10, and so on. If I go to this one rule, anti-aromatic rule, so I must say the multiples of 4, right, and so on. Okay, no problem. But I always give trick to my students. What is the trick? If pi electron number is odd, then it is aromatic. Now pi electron means pi bond lone pair negative charge, and if pi electron number is even after fulfilling the first three condition, it is anti-aromatic. Okay, now please look at here. The first one, how many pi electrons? So how many pi bonds are there? One pi bond. How many pi bond are there? One pi bond. One pi bond means two electron, coming in this case. So that is what, aromatic. So first is aromatic. Similarly, you can see again, you don't have to count the positive charge, you have to count only the pi electrons, right? So pi electron is 1. So again, the two electron means aromatic. Again, the entire resonance cyclic planar, everything is there. And how many electron pair? 1, 2, 3. Odd electron pair. 3 electron pair means how many electrons? 6 electrons. 6 electron falls under aromatic condition. So it is also aromatic. If you look at here, 2, 1, 2. Negative charge you have to count, and pi bond you have to count. So 2 pairs. 2 pairs means 4 electron. 4 electron is an anti-aromatic. So this is not my answer. If I look at here, please remember the lone pairs are not visible to you, but they are present. So you have to consider them. So oxygen is also having the lone pair, which is also participating in resonance. So entire resonance is intact. It is cyclic. And what is going to happen? How many? 1, 2, 3. Again, the odd number of electron pair. Odd number electron pair, so aromatic. This one is containing 7-member ring. 7-member ring is there, so it will be planar. If it is planar, entire resonance is intact. How number of pi bond? 1, 2, 3. Odd number of pi bond, aromatic. Now, in the first step, I got okay. In the first stack, so 5 aromatic compounds are there. Now, coming to the next stack. See, someone is counting is this lone pair in the resonance. They are doing a mistake here, because this lone pair, you don't need to include this lone pair in the structure. You don't need to include this lone pair in the structure, because that is out of the plane. I tell you, aromaticity always exists in planarity, right? So planarity only exists here, and this is resonance, and everything is impacted here. Number of pi bond is also negative, so aromatic compound. So next one is also aromatic compound. Next one is also aromatic compound. Clear everyone? So planarity is impacting resonance, so it is aromatic compound. So all these three are aromatic compound. In this one, you should know the middle double bond do not participate in resonance. Do not participate in resonance. All other outer bond only participate in resonance, right? So this is also the resonance stabilized structure. So how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So how many structures I got here? 9. So 9 aromatic compounds I'm getting here. Only one is the compound which is not having aromaticity. Otherwise all the complexes are having aromaticity. Hope you understood the answer. Please remember this one. This one is important complex in terms of aromaticity. Right everyone? So again I will see the medium. Why? Because of these three. Because of these three I will call it at medium. Otherwise it is easy concept only. Otherwise it is easy concept only, right? Okay, going to the next question. The next question I'm having this. What's the question is saying? Find the value of x. What is x? X is a number of CH3 mgpr I am using. The number of Grignard reagent I am using. What is x? The number of moles of CH3 mgBr I am using. Okay, so what is the reactant here? So I will say here this question is a mixed type. This question is something the mixed type, where the reagent is given with a Grignard reagent. So it is having something the mixture of so many concepts, right? So I cannot say it belonging from one particular chapter. I will show you how. Okay. Now coming to this CH3 mgBr. CH3 mgBr will further give me CH3 negative and mgBr positive, right? Now I told you earlier CH3 negative Because it is highly unstable, it can act as nucleophile as well as it can act as base. So because it is highly nucleophile, carbon containing negative charge, CH3 negative is highly unstable. So it will act as nucleophile as well as base. It will act as nucleophile as well as base. Base means it will attack the what? It will attack the acidic hydrogen. Second, nucleophile means it is going to replace, it is going to substitute a weaker nucleophile. Okay, coming to this one. When I'm having this, please look at here, the hydrogen here is attacking with S, the hydrogen here is attaching with oxygen. So two acidic hydrogen are there. Sulfur and oxygen attached hydrogen are acidic hydrogen because of the electronegativity factor. So two CH3 MgBr are required to remove the two hydrogen. Two hydrogen are required. Two CH3 MgBr are required to remove two acidic hydrogen, to remove two acidic hydrogen. Second, what I'm having, what I told you, it is also good nucleophile, effective nucleophile. So it can replace easily the Cl. So it will easily replace the Cl. Now when it is easily replace the Cl, to 2 CH3 MgBr I required, 2 CH3 MgBr I required to replace 2 Cl negative. Now here the substitution is occurring. Now when it is replacing the 2 Cl negative, how the substituent is looking like? Please look at here. The substituent is something looking like this. CH3, CH3, right? O negative, S negative. Now please remember here, please listen me very carefully here. What you have to listen, now this has converted into a ketone group. These both have converted into a ketone and this is the CH3 negative and I know this carbon is containing positive. This carbon is containing positive due to electronegativity difference. Now this CH3 negative, what I'm getting from the nucleophile, what I'm getting from the CH3 MgBr. So it is going to attack here as well. It is going to attack here as well, and when it is going to attack it here, it is going to convert keto into alcohol. So it is having the acidic strength concept also, mixed with substitution concept also, and converting ketone to alcohol concept also. So three concepts are included here. That's why I always tell students that okay, in organic and physical you might can have some important topic, but in organic you have to learn the entire organic because concepts are mixed with each other, right? Okay, so what will I get here? Please remember here the CH3O positive is also there in second step. So all these will get their hydrogen back. All these will get their hydrogen back. So at last, what the concept, what I say, you will get here. What the product you will get here. So basically the product you are getting here is OH. One more CH3 is going to attack when from that Grignard region, OH, and one more CH3 is going to attack here and they will get their hydrogen back from the second step. So this is the complex I'm getting here. So basically 2 CH3 MgBr I used, 2 CH3 MgBr I used to convert keto to alcohol, to convert keto to alcohol, right everyone? So total how many CH3 MgBr I have used? 6. So correct answer is option 6. Correct answer is option 6. I must say it is hard question. I must say it is hard question. Okay. So obviously this is the this one is hard question and we also have to solve the hard questions as well. Okay. Going to the next question. What is the next question? We have just started the chemistry, right? I think this is 10th or something like question. So later on you will see in organic and physical also. So be there. So this is the benzene. Benzene, okay. Again the mixing concepts are mixing here and so many things are applying here. So benzene is going reacting to be HNO3 with H2SO4. HNO3 with H2SO4. So what is going on here? Nitration. What is going on there? Nitration is going on. After nitration, we all know that what is going to happen. NO2 is going to attack here, right? NO2 is attached here. Second, it is saying Br2 FeBr. I think everyone, you can close your eyes and can know what is going to happen here. So bromination is going to happen. When bromination is going to happen, Br positive is going to attack. Br positive, FeBr3 can create Br positive, right? So Br positive as an electrophile will attack. So when it is going to attack here, NO2 is what? Electron withdrawing group. Because it is electron withdrawing group, so it deactivate ortho and para position. So only meta position will be left to attack to get by the bromine, right? What is the next step? H2 in the presence of palladium or carbon. So this is the reduction process, right? Do you remember H2PD? So that is the reduction. So reduction, whose reduction will happen here? NO2 reduction will happen. So NO2 is going to convert it into NH2, right? Clear, easy, no worries. Then Cl2. Now it is mentioned there only mono Cl2 you have to attach. Only one Cl2 you have to attach, right? Okay, so again it is chlorination. There it was bromination, it is chlorination. The same thing, Cl positive is going to attack. When Cl positive is going to attack, now NO2 has, after converting into NH2, NH2 is electron donating group. Now because it is now electron donating group, it has activated the ortho and para position. Now because it has activated the ortho and para position, so I can say which position is more, because ortho is much more electron denser, so it was going to be attacked here, where chlorine is going to be attacked at the ortho position. Chlorine is going to be attacked at the ortho position. Only one chlorine is there because question has mentioned it, monochlorination. Okay, okay. So next question we are having is NaNO2 plus HCl. NaNO2 plus HCl. NaNO2 plus HCl is going to give me diazotization. So my complex will converting into that. Diazotization will occur, and after that the last is Ki. Ki means substitution will occur. What will happen? Substitution will occur. After occurring the substitution, I will get something this type of complex. So this is my last product. So last product is having how many halogen? Last product is having how many halogen? So here I am having the 3 halogens present. 3 halogens present means option 3 is the correct answer. Option 3 is the correct answer. So again, I will call it as easy only because all the reactions given in this are very, very, very easy. You don't have to put so much strain in your mind. Very easy. All the reactions are there, right? All the reagents are very easy. Okay, now this is again from the different chapters. Now coming to the next question. Okay, so now we are having the physical chemistry question. What is saying? The conductivity of 0.001 acetic acid is now, and limiting molar conductivity is something like this. Then the calculated value of dissociation constant of acetic acid. Okay, so this question comes from the electrochemistry. This question comes from the electrochemistry, and because it is completely formula based question, so I will call it as easy. I will call it as easy. Okay, fine everyone. So what it is saying? Dissociation constant of acetic acid. Okay, so what is acetic acid? CH3COOH. It is going to dissociate into CH3COO negative plus H positive. Correct everyone? So suppose I am having the concentration C here. Here the concentration initially will be 0. After a moment of time, X concentration is when? Now X is dissociated and X is formed here. Now in terms of degree of dissociation, X is equals to dissociated divided by initially taken. So here X value comes out to be C alpha. X value comes out to be C alpha. So I'm putting the value here C alpha. Sorry, this is minus here. This is minus. This is also minus. So what will be the dissociation constant? Dissociation constant will be equal to concentration of C alpha divided by C minus C alpha. Right? So when I solve it further, it will comes out to be C square alpha square divided by C 1 minus alpha. Now 1 C will deduct the concentration, and 1 minus alpha will be very, very, very small value because concentration is very low, right everyone? So K value I will get here is looking like to be C alpha square. So this is the dissociation constant. Now further solving to the dissociation constant, I must knowing with the value of alpha. I should know the value of alpha here. So let's find out the value of alpha. So from where I'm going to find out the value of alpha? Alpha I know is equal to molar conductivity divided by limiting molar conductivity, right? This is the formula. Now I know what is limiting molar conductivity. 390.5 limiting molar conductivity given to me. But I don't know what is molar conductivity. So let's find out the molar conductivity. What is molar conductivity? Dissociation constant into 1000 by molarity. So what is K in terms of acetic acid, C. 5 into 10 to the power minus 5. So earlier it was 5 into 10 to minus 5 into 1000. What is the molarity given to you? 0.001. So you might have solved everyone. Calculation is very easy. It comes out to be 50, right? Calculation is easy here. When you further solve it, the calculation comes out to be 0.128. I had already solved it to save the class time, right? So 0.128. So further K is equals to C. What is C given here? 0.001 multiplied by 0.128 ka whole square. Now when you solve it, you will get the value 16.38 into 10 to the power minus 6. You will get this value. Now you will say, ma'am, the option is not matching. So you have to go to the nearest value. So nearest value is 18.78. Option 3 is the correct answer. Nearest value is 18.78. You have to trust the process. You have to trust on yourself. Okay. In such type of options, in such type of questions. Okay, going to the next question. What is the next question? The SRP of Cu2 positive to Cu. Okay, so SRP is given for the different metals we are having. Again, this question comes from the electrochemistry. Again, I will mark it as very easy. Very easy question. What it is saying, just have a quick review on it. Cu2 positive converting into Cu. So the value of SRP is how much? 0.34. Converting Hg2 positive to Hg. What's the value? 0.85. And Zn2 positive to Zn. What I am having? Minus 0.76. Now, please listen me very carefully. SRP value low, that means good reducing agent. Good reducing agent. So from here I can say low SRP value can reduce high SRP value metals, high SRP value elements they can reduce. Okay. So the question is saying Cu reduces Hg2 positive. What is Cu? 0.34. It reduces Hg2 positive. Correct. Because lower value can reduce the higher value. Lower value can reduce the higher value. So, but what the question is asking? Wrong statement. So when there is something like not, cannot, wrong statement, so that you have to identify first of all, right? So there is wrong statement. So this is not my answer. Hg reduces Zn2 positive. Hg reduces Zn2 positive. Is it positive? Is it possible? No, because it is not a good reducing agent. SRP value high, weak reducing agent. So it cannot do so. So this is the wrong statement. Zn reduces Cu2 positive. Yes, lower SRP value can reduce higher SRP value. It is correct. Zinc reduces Cu and Hg. Yes, zinc can reduce both because both the values are greater than zinc SRP value. So all 1, 2, 4 option is correct. The wrong answer is option 3 and that is our answer because the question has asked us the wrong statement. The question has asked us the wrong statement. Okay, going to the next question. This conversion can be carried out by using the following sequence. So basically what is happening? Carboxylic acid is converting into ketone. So I must say this question is from conversion. This question is from conversion of carboxylic acid to ketone. Carboxylic acid to ketone. Again, I will call it as easy if you remember the reagents. If you remember the reagents, I call it as easy only. If you don't remember the reagent, then no worries about easy, medium or harder, correct? Right. Okay. So what I am having is CH3, CH2, COH. So first what is saying? It is saying me SOCl2. So what will happen after SOCl2? It is going to convert it into CH3CO, CO, what? Cl, COCl, COCl. So further, when it is reducing with H2PD, BaSO4, H2PD, BaSO4, what it is going to give me? It is going to give me CH3, CH2, CHO. So that means the first option is correct. Let's see the second option. Second option is CH3, CH2, COH, working with R dash OH in the presence of H positive. So what is going to give me? CH3, CH2, CO, R dash. Right? Further, what it is saying? Dibal H. Dibal H is what is going to give me? CH3, CH2, again CHO. So second option is also correct. Second, if I talk about the third option, CH3, CH2, COH when come in contact with CaCOH. So it is going to convert it into something like this. So this is the thing when it is going to react with what? And dry distillation. So basically you are getting the aldehyde only. Basically you are getting the aldehyde only in this case, right? And carbonate as a side product. Carbonate as a side product, so this is also working. And again the COH, LiAlH4 will give you alcohol, and after that it will give you the aldehyde. So alcohol and aldehyde. So all the four options are correct. So I will say which option is correct. Option 3 is correct. A, B, C, D. So all reagent, all series of reagent are useful to convert carboxylic acid into aldehyde. Carboxylic acid into aldehyde. So I will say it easy if you remember all the reagent, otherwise it will be a little bit medium level. Two solution A and B prepared by dissolving 1 gram of non-volatile solute X and Y respectively in 1 kg of water. So amount of solute I am having 1 kg. The ratio of depression of freezing points. Okay, ratio I have to find. Depression of freezing point. So what is the formula? Depression of freezing point is equal to Kf into molality. Right everyone? Molality. Now ratio. Ratio it is asking me. So I will take ratio something like this. X, let us take X and let us take Y. So it comes out to be Kf by Kf X by molality Y. Correct? Okay, so everyone know what is molality? Molality is equals to moles of solute divided by weight of solvent, and that too in kg. What is moles of solute? Given mass upon molar mass. Okay, so Kf will deduct itself because it will be a what value? Constant value. So mx, what it is going to be? Mass. What is the mass given? 1 gram non-volatile. So given mass is equals to 1 gram divided by molar mass. Molar mass, let's say x, divided by the weight of solvent. What is the weight of solvent? Solvent is water, 1 kg, or already in kg. So I will write 1 only. Divided by molality of y. What is molality of y? Given mass is 1 gram divided by molar mass of y divided by kg. So when I further solve it, it comes out to be something like this. Molar mass of y divided by molar mass of x. So I can say TFX divided by TFY. What is that? 1:5 is equals to my by mx. Now question is asking me what is the ratio between mx and my. So I can write it as 5:1. 5:1 when you further solve it depending upon the options given to you. Depending upon the option I cannot see 5:1. I cannot see 5:1. Please don't confuse with 1:5. Okay. So when I converted mx by my, so it will be 5:1. So 5:1 will give you 1:0.2. 1:0.2. The only confusion is at the last, otherwise it is a simple formula based question. So I will say it as a medium. I will say it as a medium, and the chapter is belongs from solution. Chapter it belongs from solution. Correct everyone? Hope you understood the question. Next, for a first order reaction. Okay, so it is already mentioned first order reaction kinetics. The question is coming from the kinetics, right? Okay, the time required for completion 75% reaction X, time half of the reaction, the value of X is. Okay, so the question is asking the value of X. Please understood here, again the simple formula we are having for first order reaction. What's the formula is like? We are having the formula here. T75 by what is after asking about the T half-life, that is the T50. The question's options formula comes out to be 100 divided by 100 minus X, correct, divided by log 100 divided by 100 minus y. So because I'm writing the formula here, so let me write the formula here as well. So if the time here is x and there is y, so this is the formula you have to apply in this particular question. Correct everyone? Okay. So what is that? The x we have taken for 75. The question has given 75 and then y is 50. So it comes out to be log 100. 100 minus 75, that is 25, and 100 minus 50, comes out to be what? 50. So when I further solve it, it comes out to be log 4 divided by log 2. So log 4, I will call it as log 2 to the power 2 divided by log 2. So further 2 log 2, I can make it right, divided by 2 log 2. Deducting it, it comes out to be how much? T75 is 2 times of T50. T75 is 2 times of T50. Correct? So the value of x here, what is that? If I write it something like that, x is a x multiplied by T50. So what is x resembling? 2. What is x resembling? 2. Correct, everyone? So even in this question, you don't need the value of logs. All the question has given, but you don't need it. So you have to do the calculation in a way that it will make your question easy. Don't make it lengthy. Okay, coming to the next question, 14th question, I guess. Okay, so list 1 and list 2 we are having. This question is coming from the separation technique. Separation technique. Nowadays, the questions are very common from this area as well. So this question is going to be very important for you. Although it is very easy, but very important. This question you have already covered in 9th class, right? So chloroform and aniline. When we are talking about chloroform and aniline, there is a big boiling point difference. When there is a big boiling point difference, you can do the simple distillation. So when there is a boiling point difference is here, you can do the simple distillation. So A is 3. A is 3. So 3, 4. So first option is eliminated. Benzoic acid and naphthalene. Benzoic acid and naphthalene, here you need to be, now so many methods are there, but please listen me. What you can do, you can simply dissolve the hot water in it. When you put the hot water in this mixture, when you put hot water in this mixture, benzoic acid will dissolve in water and naphthalene will dissolve in water. And this method is named as crystallization, also known as hot water treatment. What? Separation technique, right? So benzoic acid will dissolve in water, naphthalene will not, so you can separate them. So B is 4. B is 4. So B is 4 in option C and option 4. So 2 is also eliminated. Can you see? Now 50-50 possibilities left. Water and aniline. Water and aniline, I think everyone know because there is not too much difference in boiling point. So steam distillation is required. Naphthalene and sodium chloride, I think in 8th or 7th class you have done this. Naphthalene can do sublimation and NaCl cannot do the sublimation. So sublimation is there. So option 4 is the correct answer. Option 4 is the correct answer. Although concept is very easy, but you can be confused between distillation and steam distillation. So here you need to be very correct, right? Okay, so correct answer is option 4. I told you how. Separation technique is this, or you can also call it qualitative analysis, right? Okay, so what's the next question? 100 ml of 0.1 molar HCl is taken in a vehicle. So what I am having? 0.1 molar HCl. 0.1 molar HCl I am having. So pH, if I find out with the formula minus log concentration of H positive, pH will be equal to 1, right? So 0.1 molar HCl, pH will be equal to 1. It's taken in a beaker and to it 100 ml of 0.1 molar NaOH is added in steps. So slowly I am adding 100 ml of NaOH to it. To 2 ml, so from what to 2 ml, and the pH is continuously measured, and we are continuously measuring the pH so that we can make a graph of it. Now please listen me very carefully when I am having the graph between the pH and volume of NaOH. Volume of NaOH. Now initially I know what I am having 1 molar HCl, so pH is going to be 1. pH is going to be 1. So basically when slowly I am going to add NaOH, so neutralization process is going to happen and pH is going to increase, right? So as soon as the neutralization process is going to happen, pH is going to increase. Now, when pH is going to increase, there will be one point when pH will become 7. That is the neutralization phase. That neutralization we will call it at equilibrium. So at equilibrium, I will see some slow steep in the graph, and when after equilibrium and pH has increased much more, when I again added the NaOH, then again the pH will increase and it will give me a what? Increase in the graph upper than H. So here what we'll have, this graph is matching with which one? Okay, so here this graph is matching with equilibrium point. I can see that here this is showing me the equilibrium point, and the option C is matching in this question. Option 3, sorry, is matching in this question, right everyone? So, okay, now thank you everyone for listening me. I am handing over the another 15 questions to the Nikhil sir. Please welcome the Nikhil sir.
Hello everyone. So thanks ma'am for the first 15 questions of chemistry. Now we will be going to discuss the next 15 questions. So I am Nikhil Kumar and now we will start from the next question from question number 76. Now the next question, that is for lead storage battery, pick the correct statement. So the lead acid battery or lead storage battery, what type of cell it is? As we know, it is a secondary cell and it is a part of our chapter electrochemistry, right? And it's a database thing. So lead storage battery, that is a secondary cell, and they have first given first option during charging. Now in lead storage battery, what we have, cathode and anode, but while charging it will just get reversed. So during charging, PbSO4 anode is converted into PbO2. Yes, PbSO4 gets converted to PbO2 but not on the anode. It takes place at cathode. So second option, during charging of battery, PbSO4 on cathode is converted into PbO2. This one is correct. It is just a database. Lead storage battery consists of grade of lead packed with PbO2. Is it correct? Yes. Lead storage battery has two parts. One part is Pb and that is anode, and a grid of PbO2 that is acting as cathode. But here they have used the word anode. Now again this statement is incorrect. Let's move to the last option. Lead storage battery has 38% solution of sulfuric acid. Yes, this one is also correct. H2SO4, what we take, generally we take from 32 to 40, or you can say 35 approx to 40%. And as per our NCRT data, this is most publicly used is 38%. So this statement is also correct. So out of the four given statement, option B and D are correct. So we will go for option 1, that is B and D on. Let's move to the next question. Consider the following statement about complexes, correct number of reaction having 1 degree amine. So the first question that we have a amide, LiLH4, what it is? It is a reducing agent, strongest reducing agent that releases H minus. And what does it do? It will reduce all this carbonyl bond, will generally not touch double bond and triple bond. So what is the product over here? The product here over here will be CH3, CH2, CH2 and NH2. Is it a 1 degree amine? Yes, it is a 1 degree amine. For the second one, what type of reaction it is? Hoffman bromide degradation reaction. And what is the product? If we put RCO NH2 and we put KOH or NOH with Br2, what is the product that you get? Product here you are getting is 1 degree amine. Right now, first option is giving you a 1 degree amine. Second option again we are getting a 1 degree amine. Now we move to third one, NaOBr. It is nothing but mixture of NaOH plus HB plus Br2 again. So this one will also give you a 1 degree amine. Now we have CH3CH2Cl, partial hydrolysis. What happens when we put water in CH3CH2, sorry, CH3Cl? The first step, amide is formed. This is the first step. What happens in the second step? Second step, we get a carboxylic, CH3CH2 COOH, right now. But here they have asked about partial hydrolysis, so we will stop here. Is it giving us 1 degree amine? No, so this will not be the option that we will go for. Next option, carboxylic acid and amine, ammonia. What is it is? One is acid, another one is a base. So it is a basically acid base reaction that will be giving you a salt of CONH4, which on heating will produce amide on dehydration. So what we are asking for, 1 degree amine. What it is giving us? Amide. So this option is again wrong. Let's move to the last option, that is sixth one. This is a first part of Gabriel thalmide reaction. What we get here? K and this acid hydrogen will be removed by OH, and what we will get? We get a salt C double bond O, C double bond O, N K. Now this was a tricky one. Why? Because it is the first part. Now after this, if I add RX, and subsequent reagent, then we will get 1 degree amine. But here 1 degree amine will not be produced. Why? Because only they have given us only one reagent and the product will be restricted to this. So if we see, we have one, two, three. Three reactions are there that is giving us 1 degree amine. So option 2 will be our correct answer. Now, a simple question from bonding, that is again a database question. What they have given us, they have given us a PZ, they have given us a PY, and they have given us DXZ. And they are asking ki which of the statement is correct on the basis of this. If internuclear axis is X, then the combination of 1 and 3 can form pi bond. What is 1? PZ. What is 3? DXZ. Will they form pi bond? Yes, on x-axis and y-axis they will form pi bond. So first statement is correct. Orbital 3 can form delta bond with other orbital having identical orientation. Is it correct? Yes. What is delta bond? Delta bond is when the four lobes of d orbital will overlap with another four lobes of another d orbital. What they are saying, let us say we have xz here, we have xz here, and they are approaching on y-axis. What will happen? All the four lobes will overlap with each other, right? And it will form a delta bond. So second option is also correct. Now we move to the third one. If internuclear axis is X, then combination of 1 and 2 can form pi bond. What is 1? PZ. What is 2? PY. Do they form a bond? No. PZ and PY can never form a bond on either on X or Y or Z. So this statement will be incorrect. Last one, internuclear axis is X, Y or Z. 1 and 2 can never form bond. This one is correct. That is what we said. Ki Px will form bond only with Px. Py will form bond only with Py. Pz with only Pz. Intermixing of Px and Py will never form a bond. Py, Pz will never form a bond. What they have asked us? Incorrect statement. So what will be our incorrect statement? Third option was incorrect, and so we are going for option number 3. Okay. Next question. The ratio of time required for an electron to complete one revolution in second in hydrogen. Okay. So what it is? Atomic structure. Simple application of Bohr's model, but it has a calculation, so we can categorize it to moderate level. Okay, what we know here, they are asking the time required to complete one revolution. That means we are talking about time period. What is that? 2 pi r by v, and is directly proportional to n square by z, where v is directly proportional to z by n. So t will be directly proportional to what? N square by z into z by, sorry, into, this is incorrect, into n by z. So what we are getting here? We are getting here n cube by z square, right? So time period will be directly proportional to n cube by z square. What they are talking about? First, they are talking about second orbit of hydrogen. So first time period T1, we are talking about second orbit. That means n is equals to 2, and hydrogen atom z equals to what? 1. And other set is for T2, where n equals to what? 4 and z equals to what? So now we can easily put it. We can find, can we write T1 is directly proportional to n cube by z square. That means 8 by 1. T2 will be directly proportional to what? 4 cube by 2 square, that is 16. And what they have asked? The ratio. What is the ratio now? T1 by T2, that is how much? 8 by 16, that is 0.5. So our option 1 will be the correct answer. Let's move to the next question. A is forming B plus C if initially A is taken at 12 atmospheric pressure in a rigid vessel at constant temperature, then total pressure at equilibrium will be, question of equilibrium, but there is a small twist to it. They have given us delta G. That means they are mixing two different topics. One is thermody, one is chemical equilibrium. All right, mixing of both the chapters. So this chapter, this question can go to both. Solving will be mainly on chemical equilibrium, but before applying it, we need basic knowledge of thermody and thermochem. So again, this will be a good question for us. Now, what they has said, A gaseous is forming B plus C gaseous, right? And they have given us a delta G naught. Now, delta G naught is a extensive property, so we can directly add it. And delta G naught of a reaction, what it is? It is nothing but delta G naught of the product minus delta G naught of the reactant. What product we have? We have B and C. What is the value given? B, it is 60, C, it is 90, and A, it is how much? 150. So basically delta G naught of the reaction is coming out to be 0. That means it is already okay at 0. It is not delta G. If delta G is 0, then it is at equilibrium. Now what we can write, if delta G naught is 0, can I write delta G naught equals to minus RT ln of Kp? A simple formula that interjoins thermodynamics with equilibrium. Delta G naught equals to this. Now delta G naught is 0. How it is possible? It is possible only if Kp equals to 1. Can I say from here Kp equals to 1? Right? Kp for this given equation, for the equation that we have, Kp equals to 1. What I will write here? Kp will be equal to concentration of C, concentration of B, or partial pressure of C and partial pressure of B divided by partial pressure of A. What they have given? We are starting with 12 atmospheric pressure. That means A, partial pressure of A is given as 12 initial. Final, how much it will be? Finally, what we will get here? Finally, we can also have the partial pressure of B, let us take to be X, that will be partial pressure of C. What we are taking? Partial pressure of B will be X, partial pressure of C we are taking as X, and partial pressure of A at equilibrium will be how much? 12 minus X. Why? Because it is breaking and these are forming. So X atmospheric pressure has dropped. So X will be formed and X will be formed. Now can you put Kp? Kp equals to 1 equals to what? X square by 12 minus X. And from here, if we solve, X will be coming out to be how much? A simple equation, it is X square by 12 minus X equals to 1. Quadratic equation, if we say solve, what we will be getting? X equal to 3 and X equals to minus 4. Minus 4 is a negative value, we can't take it. So X equals to how much? 3. What they have asked? Total pressure at equilibrium. What will be the total pressure at equilibrium? Now total pressure at equilibrium will be what? Partial pressure of A, partial pressure of B, partial pressure of C. Add all of them. So total pressure will be 12 minus X plus X. It is for A, it is for B, and again X for C. So total will be 12 plus X, that is X value we have got 3 and initially it was 12. So 12 plus X will be how much? 15. So option number 2 will be our correct answer. Now let's move to the next question. They have given a match the column and it is based on solutions. And out of solution chapter, they have mixed it from liquid plus liquid, ideal, non-ideal case they have made it. Okay. So first thing that we have given as benzene plus toluene. What does it make? Ideal solution. So what we have third. So for this third will be there. And if it is an ideal solution, what is the criteria for ideal solution? Delta H of mixture will be 0. So it will be 3 and 4 both. Is it non-ideal? No. Ideal solution form azeotropic mixture? No. What forms? Non-ideal solution. Chloroform plus acetone. Chloroform and acetone is a case of negative deviation. So will it form an azeotropic mixture? Yes. What type of azeotropic? If it is showing negative deviation, it will form maximum boiling point azeotrope. B will go with 1. Ethanol and acetone, what does it show, beta? That is positive deviation. Positive deviation, do we have any option? Yes, non-ideal solution with positive deviation from Raoult's law. So it will go for 2. And what I said, any non-ideal solution will form azeotropic, either negative or positive. So 1 will also go with it. And last one is HCl plus water. What does it show? Negative deviation. So again, it will have only one as the option. Now just let's have a look. Okay, which option is correct? First one is 3 and 4. 3 and 4, okay. Second one is 1, okay. Third one is 2 and 1. No. 2 and 1. D is 4. So option 2 will be our correct answer. Now let's move to the next question. In the statement following are okay. Now this is a question given on kinetics, and they have made a question on rate of disappearance and rate of appearance. What do we know? Okay, if we write the rate of reaction, so rate of reaction will be what? It will be written in the terms of stoichiometric coefficient. So for example, in first one, Hg plus Cl2 forming HgCl2. All are in the ratio 1. So the rate of disappearance of any reactant is same as the rate of appearance of the product. Is it correct? Yes. Why? Because all the coefficient are 1. And if the coefficient of 1, the rate of appearance and disappearance will be same. So first one is a correct option. In 2HI, H2 plus I2, rate of consumption of HI is half the rate of formation of H2 and I2. Is this correct? Why? Because if I write the rate of reaction, what I will write? Minus of d of Hi by dt, half of this will be equals to d of H2 by dt. Right now? So rate of Hi is in fact double than that of rate of hydrogen. What statement they have written? The rate of conjunction of Hi is half the rate of. Is it correct? No. It should be reversed. So option B is incorrect. Okay. So now let's move to the third option. In 5Br minus BrO3 6H plus forming Br2 and H2O, rate of conjunction of Br minus, what I will write for it? 1 by 5 minus 1 by 5 d of Br minus by dt will be equal to rate of Br2. They have compared it with plus 1 by 3 d of Br2 by dt. So they are asking a ratio between Br minus and Br2. So Br minus and Br2, if we take a ratio, what we are going to get here? We are getting a ratio that is 5 by 3, that is 1.66, right? So this option is also correct. What they had asked from us? Correct statement. So A and C is correct. A and C, where it is? Third option. Third option will be our correct answer. Now let's move to the even next question. Consider formation of this. Again a question of equilibrium, and they have given a question on Le-Chatelier's principle. What is Le-Chatelier's principle? That whenever we make any change in a reaction at equilibrium, then it will move in a direction so as to nullify the change. Now what they have asked, which of the following may change the volume value of equilibrium constant, K equilibrium? On what does it depend? It just depends on temperature. It does not depend on volume, does not depend on pressure, right? So doubling the volume? No. Adding more O2? No. Adding helium? No. Temperature? Yes. Will they change K equilibrium? No. They will change equilibrium position. They will shift them either on the right or on the left. But as soon as you are moving them to the right, they will again come back to their original position. but K equilibrium is not changed. K equilibrium changes only with temperature. So option 4 is the correct one. So now let's move to the next one. Rate of 2.24 liter of C2H6. Simple question, very easy question on mole concept. NTP is given. So number of moles is what? Given volume, that is 2.24 liter by 22.4 liter, that is equal to 0.1 mole. And C2H6 molar mass will be how much? 24 plus 6, that is 30. So weight of 0.1 mole will be, so it will be 3 grams. So very simple, very easy question from mole concept, just the application of molecular mass. Number of reducing sugar, a question from biomolecules. What is reducing and non-reducing? If we have any carbon that has OH and OR, now this is called, this will be hemiacetal, right? And if carbon has both alkoxy group on it, then it will be what? Acetal. So what we know, hemiacetals, if we have a OH present over here, then it will be reducing, and acetal will be non-reducing. Let's check it. Around this oxygen we are checking. So first one is non-reducing sugar. Second one, as we have OH here, so it is a reducing sugar. Third one, again a reducing sugar. Again fourth one, it is reducing. Fifth one, we don't have any direct OH. Sixth one, OMe here, no. Seventh one, again this carbon has OMe. And this one is reducing, yes. Why? Because we have OH attached to it. No. Any carbon that is, any structure that is hemiacetal will be a reducing sugar, will have a OH and OR group attached to the carbon next to oxygen of that structure, then it will be reducing. So how many reducing we have? 1, 2, 3 and 4 reducing. So in total 4 structures over here are reducing, the rest of them are non-reducing. Next question is from atomic structure. What it says, it has given us two value for helium ion, and atomic spectrums are 4 and 8. Number of spectrums, the wavelength of the emitted photon when electron jumps. What they are doing, they have given us a data and we have to apply a Rydberg constant formula 1 by lambda on it. What they have given us? They have given us N2 minus N1 equals to how much? 8, that is equal to N2 plus N1 equals to 4. So from this 2 can I write N2 minus N1 will be equals to 2, right now. So if we solve it, what we get? N2 will be equals to how much? Just apply it over here, minus minus cancels 3, and N1 will be how much? 1. So what it says, electron is jumping from third to first orbit. Now, if we put lambda or Rydberg value, what I get? 1 by lambda equals to RH 1 by N1 square minus 1 by N2 square. And one more thing, is it for hydrogen? No, it is for helium. So we have to put Z square over here. So 1 by lambda will be what? RH, Z square is 4, 1 by 1 minus 1 by 9, that you are getting as RH into 32 by 9, that is 1 by lambda. What they have asked from us? The wavelength they have asked is, they have asked lambda from us. So what we will get? Lambda will be equal to what? 9 by 32 RH. That is option number 3. So third option will be correct option. A redox question, given amount of Fe plus 2 is oxidized by X mole of MnO4 minus. MnO4 minus in acidic medium. Now, if we talk about MnO4 minus in the acidic medium, what is the N factor? N factor equals to, in basic medium it is 1, acidic medium it is 5, neutral medium it is 3, right? So in acidic medium, we have N factor 5. So X mole of MnO4. So X mole MnO4 minus will be equivalent to 5X equivalent. Number of equivalent is number of mole into N factor. So number of mole is X. The number of equivalent will be how much? 5X. The number of mole of Cr2O7 required to oxidize the same amount of Fe plus 2. Now, according to the law of chemical equivalence, can I say if two things are reacting or if three or four things are reacting in a series, number of equivalent will be same. So, if MnO4 is 5x, what I can say, Fe plus 2 will be how much? Again 5x, right? Now, let Cr2O7 minus 2 needed is Y mole. What is the N factor for Cr2O7? N factor is 6. So, number of equivalent will be how much? Number of equivalent will be 6y. So can I say as they are reacting, so 5x will be equal to 6y. As they are reacting in a series, so both will be equal. What they have asked us, they have asked us the value of y. That will be how much? 5 by 6x. That is 0.83x. So the amount of K2Cr2O7 needed will be 0.83x. Option 2 will be our correct answer. Now let's move to the next question. Again, a simple question of mole concept that I can see. 88 gram of CO2, that means how much? 2 moles. That we can directly write given weight by molecular mass of CO2, that is 2 moles. So it will go with option number 2. 6.022 into 10 to the power 23 molecules of water, that is 1 mole. So it will be going with option number 3. 5.6 liter of oxygen, 5.6 liter of oxygen at STP will be how much? Divided by 22.4 at STP, number of moleage given volume by 22.4 liter. So I have applied it, how much I am getting? 1 by 4, that is 0.25 moles. So I will go with option 1. 96 gram of O2, as they have given us O2, so we are going to use molecular formula, and what we will use given weight by molecular mass, how much we are getting? 3 moles, so option 5. And the last one, 1 mole of any gas, that's the atomic number, so we will go with 4. So what we have, 1 for A we have 2, okay, so 1 and 2 is in the game. T, for T we have third, this is out of the game. Just by taking first two, we can say option A is the correct one. So now let's move to the next question. Now this is a question of Grignard, and what they have done, they have used two reagents over here. First one is Grignard reagent, that too in excess. Second one, they have used PCC and CH2Cl2, that is a mild oxidizing agent. Now, let's see what will happen. CS3 MgBr, what does it release? It releases CS3 minus. CS3 minus is a nucleophile. Now, it will attack on carbonyl compound, and this will attack on this carbon. Why? Because it will have a delta plus charge over here, right? So, as it will attack, this bond will be breaking, and what we are getting over here, O, for with this there will be MgBr, and here we will get COCH3. So first step product is this. But as CS3 MgBr is in excess, so again CS3 will see a positive charge delta plus here, it will again attack over here. So this bond will open up. And what you are going to get in the second step, we are going to get, okay, OMGBr it is here. And what I am going to get here, COH. I'm directly lying OH. It will be first MgBr, then OH. I have mixed two steps. Why? Because we have water over here. So AOMgBr, and similarly at this place also OH will be there. So next step of the product, if I write directly, then it will be getting OH over here, OH over here. I'm really getting this. So first thing, first two steps is complete. First, what we added CS3 MgBr. What it did, it attacked on this carbonyl carbon, broke this bond, and formed a ketone again. Then again it attacked on this to form 3 degree of alcohol. Now, but in this product, we have two types of alcohol. This will be 3 degree, this will be 2 degree, and this can be oxidized by PCC. Okay, and what it will give you, this OH will give you ketone, right? 2 degree alcohol after getting oxidized forms what? Ketone. 1 degree alcohol, what does it form? Aldehyde. And if aldehyde is formed, then PCC being a oxidizing agent will again oxidize aldehyde to what? Carboxylic, but it will not oxidize this ketone. So the final answer will be what? On one side we will have 3 degree alcohol, other side I will have a ketone on it. So if we look at the option, so we will go for option number 3, where we have 3 degree alcohol over here and ketone over here. So answer 3 will be the correct one. Now let's move to the next question. Azomethane. What is azomethane? They have given us the formula. Can we draw the structure? N double bond N, CH3 with a lone pair and CH3 with a lone pair. What they have asked, what are the molecular geometry of the carbon and nitrogen atom? If we look at carbon, what it is? sp3 hybridized. So what geometry it will have? Tetrahedral. sp3, 4 sigma bond it has. But these two nitrogen, both of them are sp3 with 3 sigma and 1 lone pair. So 3 sigma and 1 lone pair. What type of structure it is? Here, what it will show? Sorry, it is sp2 and 1 pi bond. So here we have 1 sigma, sp2 and 1 pi bond. Now it is sp2 with a lone pair. sp2 hybridization is triangular planar, and if it is a lone pair, then it will be looking like a bent structure. So nitrogen here will have bent geometry, whereas carbon will have sp3 or tetrahedral geometry. So it will be tetrahedral at carbon and bent at nitrogen. First option will be the correct one.
So hello all students. So let's see the remaining questions, the remaining 15 questions from chemistry part. Then first question here, it's a assertion reason based question, and this type of model of question we have to be very careful, right? So assertion, we have to understand the statement. Reason also we have to understand the statement and also recognize if there is any link between them. Assertion uh, to the reason. Reason is a correct explanation for assertion or not, right now. And before going to it, myself, Omsi Krishna, senior chemistry faculty at Resonance Institutions, Hyderabad. So now, let's see the assertion. Thallium triiodide, TLI3, TLI3. TLI3 has isomorphous structure to that of ClI3. What is the meaning of isomorphous? Morphous means morphology. As a NEET student, you will be knowing this very well. Morphology is all about structure, right now. So, point is that TLI3 is isostructural to CSI3. Is it correct or not? Yes, it is correct because in TLI3, TL3 plus and I3 minus will be there. Sorry, TL plus 1 and I3 minus 1 is there. Same is the case with CS plus 1 and I3 minus 1. So, anions are Same, even cations are also similar. Mononuclear cations are there, trinuclear anion is there, and anion, it is same anion is present, therefore definitely they are isomorphous, so assertion is correct. Coming to the reason, TL metal has 14 F electrons in its electronic configuration. 14 F electrons in its electronic configuration. Yes, it has 14 electrons in its uh, electronic configuration. So, is there any link between this statement and this statement? He is talking about the structure of the compounds here, and here in the reason he is talking about just the number of electrons in the F subshell, right? So, both are correct. Both option A, assertion and reason are correct, but reason is not correct explanation of A. So, that is the option 3, right? So, going to next question, which of the following compound uses, which of the following compound used maximum number of non-axial d orbitals? Non-axial d orbitals in hybridization of central atom. First, we have to understand the d orbitals. 5 d orbitals are there. They are divided into two types, right? So, they are divided into two types. So, d orbitals are of two types: axial, the orbitals whose lobes are along the axis, and non-axial. Non-axial. Axial orbitals are dx square minus y square and dz square, whereas non-axial orbitals are dxy, yz and dzx. So these are the axial and non-axial orbitals. So axial orbitals are the one whose lobes are along the axis. Suppose let's assume these are the axis, then the lobes, suppose dx square minus y square if I take, this will be along the axis like this. Whereas if you take a non-axial orbitals, if these are the axis, x and y axis, let us assume, then the lobes will be between the axis in this manner. So understanding in a axial and non-axial orbitals. Now he is asking the question, which of the following compound uses maximum number of non-axial orbital? That means this one. That means these orbitals. Understanding, it's the from the chemical bonding and a little time taking. So to the moderate extent, we can consider this one. Now coming to first molecule, XeF4. In XeF4, xenon is a central atom which has 8 valence electrons. From the 8 valence electron, each fluorine is monovalent, therefore will form 4 bonds, 4 single bonds. Leftover electrons as lone pairs, 2 lone pairs. So total steric number is 4 plus 2, that is 6. Therefore hybridization is sp3d2. And we know in sp3d2 hybridization, what are the d orbitals involving? That is axial orbital dx square minus y square and dz square. Right now, so coming to second molecule, XeO3F2. In XeO3F2, xenon central atom has 8 valence electrons. Right, among the 8 valence electrons, 3 oxygen atoms are divalent. So I will utilize from the valence electrons, 2 electrons I will utilize. Right, and 2 monovalent fluorine atoms are there. First fluorine, second fluorine. So if you see here, this is the sigma bond, this is the sigma bond, this is the sigma bond, sigma, sigma. So steric number 5 sigma bonds are there. Therefore, hybridization is sp3d. And in sp3d hybridization, the d orbitals involved is dz square. This is also axial orbital. Then coming to third molecule, XeF5 minus. In this XeF5 minus, Xe central atom 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 valence electrons are there, and the negative charge on the central atom will make one more extra electron. Now, 5 surrounding atoms are there, monovalent fluorine atoms. So, I will form 5 single bonds here. Right. Whatever the 4 electrons left over are there, they are the 2 lone pairs. So what is the steric number here? Steric number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 sigma bonds plus 2 lone pairs. Overall 7. So if steric number is 7, what is the hybridization? sp3 d3. And this is the hybridization where non-axial orbitals are utilized. That is dxy, dyz, dxz. Right. So this is the answer actually here. And let us do for XeO3 also. In XeO3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right. 1, 2, 3. Right. This is a lone pair. This is a sigma bond, this is a sigma bond, this is a sigma bond and lone pair. So steric number is a 3 plus 1, that is a 4. Therefore, hybridization is sp3. There is no d orbital at all involved. Right now. So you can understand that this answer for this question is XeF5 minus. In sp3 d3 hybridization, non-axial d orbitals are participating, are involving, right? So it takes a little time. That is why I kept it in the moderate level. And coming to next question, the incorrect order. First of all, whenever this type of questions are there, na, so mark that points, that word which decides what to be done. Incorrect, wrong, not there, not, right? So such type of words are very important in the NEET examination because the time is very challenging here, right? You have to move from one question to the next question very fast. So these critical words have to be highlighted. Then accordingly, your mind will be solving the question. Now, the incorrect order among the following is bond dissociation enthalpy in kilojoule per mole is Cl2, Br2, F2 and I2. Is this correct or not? Bond dissociation enthalpy actually what we think is like a F2, Cl2, Br2, I2. Because as the size of atoms increases, bond length between the two atoms increase and we assume that bond energy, bond dissociation energy will decrease. But actually what happens in F2 molecule, in a F2 molecule there is an exception that the two fluorine atoms are very small with 3 lone pairs on each fluorine atom. When they are closer, there will be strong repulsions between them. Therefore, they will be having the repulsion that the bond becomes sensitive. Bond dissociation energy will be decreasing. That instead of being fluorine to have the strongest bond dissociation energy, it will be going here. And that is what is given here. So, therefore, this statement is correct. This statement is correct. Sorry, I should not mark it here. I'll mark it here. This statement is correct. He is asking for incorrect statement, right? Then second one, melting point of halogens. I2, Br2, Cl2, F2. I2 greater than, Br2 greater than, Cl2 greater than, F2. This is correct only. Both melting point and boiling point for halogens down the group increases. So this is also correct statement. Then coming to melting point in Kelvin, HF greater than, HI greater than, HBr greater than, HCl. Is this correct or not? This is incorrect because HF melting point is not higher. It is HI melting point higher. So this should be here. That means HI greater than, HF greater than, HBr greater than HCl. This should be the order. So this is wrong. And electron gain enthalpy of neon higher than argon equal to krypton, then greater than xenon, then greater than helium. This is also correct. So the wrong statement, the incorrect statement is what? Third option. Okay, na? So going to the next question, this is also from the physical properties of halogens from the NCRT. Whatever physical properties are there, 17th group elements, you can find it from here. Okay, P block question. P block 17th group. Then coming to next question, this is a question from D and F block elements. Right, this is a question from D and F block elements. In this one you see, which of the following is not arranged in correct sequence? Again see, not arranged in correct sequence, right? wrong statement you have to recognize. Wrong statement you have to recognize, right? So MO, M2O3, MO2, M2O5, decreasing is the decreasing order of basic strength. What happens? Oxidation number of the central atom is directly proportional to acidic strength. As the oxidation state increases, oxidation number increases, acidic strength also increases. That means basic strength, what will happen? Will decrease. With increase in oxidation number, basic strength decreases. Is it applying here or not? Just see. MO plus 2 oxidation, M2O3 plus 3 oxidation number, MO2 plus 4, M2O5 plus 5. So from plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, there is increase in oxidation number. Therefore, there is an increase in acidic strength. Therefore, there should be decrease in basic strength. So this statement is correct. Right. Second, scandium, titanium, vanadium, chromium, manganese, all given in sequence. Right. You should by heart periodic table to save time in NEET examination. Right now. So scandium, titanium, vanadium, chromium, manganese, increasing order of highest possible oxidation state. Yes. So when you are moving from left to right in a 3D elements from scandium up to manganese, the highest oxidation state will increase and it reaches to maximum, that is a +7 at manganese, and then again it will be decreasing. So this statement is also correct actually. Then coming to D5, D3, D1, D4, increasing magnetic moment. Magnetic moment, the spin only magnetic moment is directly proportional to number of unpaired electrons, right? Number of unpaired electrons. So more the number of unpaired electrons, more is the magnetic moment. So D5 will be having the highest magnetic moment. Then after D5, it is not D3, it is a D4. Then D3 will come, then D1 will come. This is the order, but what he has given is wrong. D4 is given D4 is given highest magnetic moment. That is wrong here, right now. So therefore, this statement goes, sorry, this statement is wrong. Therefore, it is the answer. This is a wrong statement. Therefore, this itself is the answer because he is asking for the incorrect statement to recognize. Then let's see the fourth statement also. Mn2 plus, Fe2 plus, Cr2 plus, CO2 plus, decreasing stability. Yes, stability order is decreasing here. This is the most stable and this is the least stable. You can understand also say Mn2 plus has the highest stability among all these species because it has the D5 half-filled electronic configuration. So it is in a decreasing order. That is correct only. Then after Mn2 plus, Fe2 plus, that is a D5S1, right? So D5S1 comparative to Mn2 plus, less stable, but that is also better only, but always a little. The Fe2 plus will be showing that tendency to lose that electron so that it also will become Fe3 plus, that is D5 configuration. D5 configuration. So second is this one. Then chromium 2 plus is okay. That also will be showing a little more interest to lose the electron than Fe2 plus because chromium 3 plus is a much more highly stable species and cobalt 2 plus is the least stable species among these four. So this is also a correct statement. Therefore, this cannot be opted. Right. So now going to next question. It is all about coordination compounds. Coordination compounds. Question, let us see first. Which of the following is incorrectly matched according to crystal field theory? So there are some complexes given in one column and in the second column number of unpaired electrons are given. So just you have to check further, count the number of unpaired electrons in the central atom, metal atom or ion, and you have to correlate it with the column, right? Number of electrons given. Now, first one, FeF6 3 minus. In FeF6 3 minus, iron is in +3 oxidation number. Yes or no? Iron in general it is 26, that is D6S2, but from this 3 electrons to be removed, therefore 2 electrons from here and 1 electron from here, that it becomes D5 configuration, right? So when it comes to D5 configuration, how many unpaired electrons are there? All the 5 are 5 unpaired electrons because fluoride ligand is a weak field ligand, it will not make any pairing, right? So 5 unpaired electrons, correct here. Then second one, CrEn taken thrice, En bidentate ligand. All ligands, that is a bidentate onwards, all ligands are strong field ligands only. They will force the electrons to pair up, right now. So if you see Cr3 plus Cr2 plus here, Cr2 plus here, what is the atomic number of chromium? 24 enough, and it has exceptional electronic configuration, that is a D5S1, right? D5S1. So in this one, 2 electrons to be removed means it will become D4, D4, right? So in this D4, when you take the crystal field splitting, these are the Eg orbitals and these are the T2G orbitals. 1, 2, 3. And as ethylene diamine is a strong field ligand, the electrons will be made pairing up here itself, that 2 unpaired electrons should be there. That is only given. This is also correct. Then coming to third one, cobalt 3 plus. So coming to cobalt, cobalt 3 plus, actually cobalt atomic number is 27, right? So 27, from the 27 electronic configuration is D7S2, from where 3 electrons have to be removed, 2 from here, 1 from here, that it becomes a D6 configuration. So this D6 configuration, when you are arranging in Eg and T2G orbitals, it is a strong field ligand and ammonia molecule. So it will make all the electrons to pair up here, that there will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All electrons are made to pair up here itself, that there are no unpaired electrons. But given here 4 unpaired electrons, that is wrong. Now coming to MnH2O taken 6, 2 plus. So in Mn 2 plus, actual atomic number of manganese is 25. That is a D5S2, from which 2 electrons have to be removed. These 2 will be removed, that it becomes D5, it becomes a D5 S0. So there are 5 unpaired electrons here, because a manganese is a, water is a weak field ligand, therefore there will be no pairing of electrons, all 5 will be unpaired electrons only. So it is the third molecule which is given with wrong number of unpaired electrons. This is the third molecule. Where is this third molecule? Is there in the first option. So be very careful. Like some students may feel, yes, this is 3. So they will bubble third option. But the third option is given fourth. Understand this one? So when you are in the examination hall, different stress factors will be working, that majority of the times the student, even after solving also, while picking up the answer, while bubbling itself, there will be mistakes happening. All such type of mistakes should be avoided only with the presence of mind, very sharp presence of mind, focused you should be during the examination time. Now coming to the next question, this is also from chemical bonding. Right, chemical bonding, the correct order of dipole moment he is asking. And the molecules also ammonia, NF3, nitrogen trifluoride, then methane and water. So you know that ammonia, NH3, there is a lone pair H, H and H. Then nitrogen trifluoride, lone pair F, F and F. Then methane molecule, tetrahedral C, sorry, hydrogen should be there. H, H, H and water molecule. O, 2 lone pairs, that these are the 2 hydrogens. Now if you see here, ammonia molecule mu not equal to 0, NF3 also not equal to 0. This is symmetrical molecule. Whatever the dipole moment, bond moment, average of these 2 will be moving this side, right? So the average of these 2 will be equal and opposite in magnitude, that both will be cancelled with one another, that mu will become 0, right? Then coming to water molecule, here also mu is not equal to 0. So first point what you have to understand, methane should be at the last. So here is the methane, At the last, here ammonia and water are given. So let's remove these two options. Elimination process. Now between these two, water is given highest. So don't waste your time with water also. Right? According to the options I am going. Right? According to the options I am going. Otherwise, water molecule dipole moment is 1.85 dBi. 1.85 dBi. Now, coming to what you need to work out is between ammonia and NF3, NH3 and NF3. In NH3, this is the bond pair will be having, sorry, lone pair will have lone pair moment and bond pair moment will be towards nitrogen atom because nitrogen is more electronegative than hydrogen. So, all the bond moments of three NH bonds will be in the same direction to the lone pair moment. So, all in a additive manner, the resultant dipole moment will be towards upside with a higher magnitude, Whereas here, lone pair moment will be in this direction, whereas bond pair moment will be in opposite direction because fluorine is more electronegative than nitrogen. So, when these three fluorine atoms bond pair moments are taken, it will be towards the downside and there will be some partial cancellation here that the bond, the overall dipole moment will be left over very less, almost to around 0.24 dBi it will be there and this is at around at 1.45 dBi, something is there, some value, exact value I don't remember, but you can understand it here. Now, it is the water molecule highest, methane molecule least, and then between these two ammonia is better than NF3. So ammonia should be better than NF3. Therefore option 4 is the correct answer. Very simple, right? Now going to next question. Cerium atomic number 58 is an important member of lanthanoids. Which of the following statements about cerium is incorrect? Incorrect. Which of the following statements about cerium is incorrect, he is asking. Now this is also one regular point you can understand here. Cerium, praseodymium, neodymium, that all F block elements are there, na? D and F block chapter it is. So first point is cerium, the common oxidation state of cerium is +3 and +4. It is a very routine, very normal point. Straight away everybody knows this one. +3, +4, two oxidation states are possible for cerium and +3 oxidation state of cerium is more stable than +4. This is also correct. +4 oxidation state of cerium is not known in solution is wrong. It is well known in solutions. Cerium +4 oxidation state in solutions is well known. Therefore, this is a wrong statement that he want that only to be recognized. Right. Cerium 4 acts as an oxidizing agent. Right. So, cerium +4 acting as an oxidizing agent means what? It itself want to undergo reduction. Why it want to undergo reduction is because it want to go back to +3. From +4, it want to go back to +3. Therefore, it will act as oxidizing agent. That statement is also correct. Very simple, easy question. Even this also again, you can get it from the NCERT textbook. Right. So, then next question again from coordination compounds. Coordination compounds. And let's see what is it he is asking. There is a complex, cobalt is the central atom, CO, NH3 taken 4, NO2 twice altogether, then Cl. Cl is in the outside ionization sphere. Exhibits. So this complex, whatever he has given, can exhibit what type of isomerism he is asking. Can it exhibit ionization isomerism? Here it is there ionization, then here it is there ionization, then here also it is ionization is there. Let us first recognize, can it show ionization isomerism or not? With this statement 2 can be eliminated. This can show isomerization, ionization isomerism because there are two anions. Within the coordination sphere, there is NO2 minus, and within the ionization sphere, outside the square brackets, there is chloride ion. So, when these two are exchanging between one another, then ionization isomerism can be shown. Therefore, second statement can be eliminated because it is not having ionization isomerism. Even then, let us understand, if I do not want to solve in this manner, sir, directly I will go with the concept. So that ionization isomerism possible, right? Second one, geometrical isomerism, is it possible or not? This is the complex M A4 B2, right now. So when it is octahedral, whatever the two monodentate ligands are there, when they are present, opposite to one another, that becomes a trans isomer. And when they are present adjacent, any two, that is cis isomer. So there is a cis trans isomerism or geometrical isomerism is possible, right? Geometrical isomerism is possible. And can optical isomerism be possible here? Let us see from this only. Optical isomerism is means what? The molecule should become a chiral, right? The molecule should become chiral, asymmetric. How it will be chiral or asymmetric is by not having POS and COS. The molecule should not have both POS and COS, right? Plane of symmetry, center of symmetry, both should be absent. But if I take like this, right, there is a plane of symmetry, right? So many planes are possible, that plane of symmetry is there, POS is there, therefore optically inactive. Coming to this one, here also plane of symmetry is there, you can cut it in this plane. So therefore here also POS is there, right? Here maybe COS is absent, POS is present, but here POS is there, even COS is also there. So both cis isomer is optically inactive, trans isomer is also optically inactive, therefore optical isomerism not possible. So wherever optical is there, here also optical is there, not possible. Then uh, third option, linkage, geometrical ionization. Linkage, one new isomerism is there. Here also optical is there. This is also not possible. So only leftover option is option 3 only. Let us assume this also linkage isomerism. Where from you will get a linkage isomerism is because NO2 minus ligand is a ambidentate ligand. It is not only oxygen to be the donor atom, even nitrogen also can be the donor atom here, right now. So if nitrogen is a donor atom, it is one type of ligand. If oxygen is a donor atom, it is another type of ligand. Ambident ligand is there, therefore linkage isomerism is possible. That is the reason why option 3 will match perfectly. Then coming to another question, this also again from the D and F block elements. D and F block. Right, easy question only. Now let's see which of the following statements is incorrect. Again and again, he is asking incorrect only. Right, the highest oxidation state of manganese in fluorides is +4. Right, it is. But highest oxidation state in oxides is +7. This is also correct. So these both points are correct. That statement 1 is correct. Right, statement 1 is correct. Then VO2 plus less than Cr2O72 minus less than MnO4 minus is the correct order of oxidizing power. This is also correct because CaMnO4, we know very well known, right? CaMnO4, potassium permanganate is a very strong oxidizing agent. After that potassium dichromate, then VO2 plus he has given. So that is correct only, right? Then coming to when I minus iodide ion is oxidized by MnO4 minus in alkaline medium, I minus converts to I2. You tell me from the NCERT knowledge, will I minus by KMnO4 in alkaline medium will be converted into I2? No, na. I minus will be converted to in alkaline medium, I minus will be converted to IO3 minus iodide. Whereas in acidic medium, this statement will go correct. That is I minus will be converted into I2. So this is one very important point you have to understand. Then next statement, that means this is a wrong statement, right? Now fourth statement, silver nitrate. What is silver nitrate? AgNO3. Silver nitrate on heating decomposes to give two types of paramagnetic gases. Two types of paramagnetic species, that two gases he is saying, right? So first of all, understand when AgNO3 is heated, it decomposes into what? It will decompose into silver plus NO2 plus O2. So NO2 is a paramagnetic, and even odd number of electrons are there, na? And even O2 also from MOT, molecular orbital theory, 2 unpaired electrons are there. So this is also paramagnetic, and this is a gas, this is also a gas. So that is correct statement. So he is asking about incorrect statement, therefore only third option is incorrect. Understanding, right? So this is the question. Then going to the next question, again coordination compounds. This question is from the coordination compounds, that consider the following coordination compounds: NiCO taken 4, CO4 taken minus 1, taken 4 minus 1, FeCO taken 4 to the power of minus 2. First of all, understand that these are all metal carbonyls, right? And between the metal and carbonyl, there is a synergic bonding. Between the metal and carbonyl, there is a synergic bonding, right? So carbonyl will be donating its lone pair, carbonyl will be donating its lone pair, that when it is donating its lone pair, what it becomes? This will form a sigma bond. And metal, as a carbonyl, carbon is donating the lone pair, carbon will develop positive charge and metal will develop negative charge. There will be building up of negative and positive charges between central metal atom and carbonyl carbon. So this leads to unfavorable condition because charge separation is happening in. So therefore, what metal will do is it will start donating back the electron density into the anti-bonding molecular orbital of carbon, so that a pi molecular orbital will be formed. So this is a sigma bonding, this is a pi bonding alike. And the more the electrons the metal is donating, the more the electron density the metal is donating, more bond order will increase as a synergic bonding or back bonding to say, right now. Back bonding increases, that is metal donating the electron density increases, bond order increases, even bond strength also. Bond strength also increase, but bond length actually will decrease. But he is not asking about bond length, he is only asking about bond strength. So bond strength, will it increase or not from moving to one complex to the next complex? First of all, understand nickel 0 here, then cobalt minus 1, then here Fe 2 minus. So what is happening in all these metal carbonyls? The negative charge on the central atom is increasing. If the negative charge on the central atom increases, will the back bonding will be more or less? It will be more. More back bonding will be there in F2 minus, Fe2 minus than CO minus 1 than NO. So if back bonding is more, then bond order, bond strength also will be more. So overall to say, bond strength order will be first complex least, then second, first complex will be least, then second complex better, and best is the third complex. Maximum back bonding will be there, right now. So that is a 1 greater than 2 greater than 3, right? Sorry, this is not 3 greater than, right? So 3 greater than 2 greater than 1. This is option 2. Understanding, na? So synergic bonding. Then coming to next question, consider the following reaction. This is from P block again. Halogen 17th group elements I minus plus ClO3 minus plus H2SO4 giving rise to Cl minus plus HSO4 minus plus I2, right? So here if you understand, na, he is asking stoichiometric coefficient something like, so let's first write the full reaction. I minus plus ClO3 minus plus H2SO4 giving rise to Cl minus plus HSO4 minus plus I2. Right. So, when it is from iodine from -1, it is changing into 0 oxidation state. And chlorine is changing from +5 oxidation state to -1 oxidation state. From +5 to -1, 6 units decrease is there. Yes or no? 6 units of oxidation number decrease is there. If 6 units of oxidation number decrease is there, then 6 units of oxidation number increase also should be there. That is what I can say, 6I minus giving rise to 3I2. So 6 units decrease in oxidation number, then 6 units increase in oxidation number will be balanced. Right now, second point is whatever the oxygen atoms are there here, they are not going to here. SO4 is there. So whatever the oxygen atoms are there here, they should must and should go in the form of water molecule only. Because it is an acidic medium that you cannot write OH minus also. Right now, sulfuric acid is there. So water molecule is there. That too, how many oxygen atoms from chlorate? 3 oxygen atoms, therefore 3 water molecules should be there. So if 3 water molecules are there and this is bisulfate and sulfuric acid, so 6 hydrogen atoms should be there. Initially 6 hydrogen atom. Here no hydrogen, here no hydrogen. So here you can take 3 sulfuric acids. That 3 sulfuric acids will release 3 sulfuric acids. If they release 3 HSO4 minus, then it is not balancing, right? So if I want 3 H plus ions, suppose if I take, yes, now you check it here, from the 12 H plus ions, 6 H plus ions are going here and another 6 H plus ions will go here. This is the balanced stoichiometric balanced redox reaction. Now come back to the question. The stoichiometric coefficient of HSO4 minus is 2. Wrong? That is 6. Right. Then second, iodide is oxidized. Yes, iodide is oxidized from -1 to 0 oxidation number. This is correct. Chlorine is chlorine is reduced from +5. It is reduced to -1. That is also correct. Then H2O is one of the product. Yes, absolutely correct. Right. So only statement 1 is wrong. 2, 3, and 4 are correct. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the answer. Understanding enough? So question simple only, little it is taking time. So that is one thing you have to understand it. Now, which one of the following does not contain electrons in a 5f subshell? 5f subshell, right? Again, D and F block elements. D and F block elements. In this one, lawrencium, uranium, uh, curium, and thorium. Right. So here thorium is the one, actually very directly we can say here in 5f elements, that is the lanthanides, the first element itself is thorium. Thorium, protactinium, uranium, neptunium, plutonium, that order is there. Na? So thorium is the element which has atomic number 90 and it will not have even a single electron also in its 5f subshell. This is an exception. The only lanthanide which will not have at least one electron also in 5 subshell is thorium. So in thorium, among the 90 electrons, right, radon will be consuming, up to radon electronic configuration will consume 86 electrons, right? So then will be consumed by 6d, 2 electrons will be there, and 7s, 2 electrons will be there. So this is the electronic configuration of thorium. So there are no electrons in 5f subshell. Understanding? So this is the answer. Exceptional electronic configuration. Now coming to again coordination compounds. But question is looking comparatively easy only here. Consider octahedral complex of calcium 2 plus with EDTA 4 minus. So calcium 2 plus and EDTA 4 minus, 4 negative charges are there. So 2 calcium ions should be there. So it is Ca2 EDTA complex. This is the complex. Now X is the coordination number of complex. EDTA maximum, it is the maximum. EDTA is maximum, it is the octahedral complex, right now. So therefore, if you see coordination number is 6 here. Coordination number is 6 here. And coming to Y is the total number of oxygen donors in EDTA. First of all, to know the answer for this point, you should know the structure of EDTA 4 minus. EDTA 4 minus is a ethylene diamine tetraacetate, that is N CH2 CH2 N N CH2 C double bond O minus CH2 C double bond O minus. Then this side also 2 acetate ion CH2 C double bond O minus. Then here also CH2 C double bond O minus. So here this is a nitrogen donor atom. This is also nitrogen donor atom, but he is not asking about nitrogen donor atoms. Don't count these two donor atoms. The other donor atoms are 1, 2, 3 and 4. Oxygen donor atoms are 4, nitrogen donor atoms are 2, total donor atoms are 6. That is why it is a hexadentate ligand maximum, but it is flexidentate also. Depending upon the requirement, it may act as pentadentate, even tetradentate ligand also. Understanding, you know? So y is equal to x is equal to 6 and y is equal to 4. So totally he is asking x plus y. So 6 plus 4, that is 2, that is a 10, right now. So statement, sorry, option 3 is the correct answer. Easy question. Then coming to which of the following species maximum number of atoms lie in same plane? They should lie in the same plane, right? So let's work out with the first molecule, PCl5. What is the geometry or shape of PCl5? Anybody know this one? PCl5 is a trigonal bipyramidal, right? Cl, 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 Cl and Cl. These chlorine atoms will be in the same plane. Suppose if I take this plane, only 3 atoms will come in this plane. 2 chlorine atoms and a phosphorus atom. But if I take this a trigonal plane, along with the 3 chlorine atoms, the central phosphorus also will come. So the maximum number of atoms in the same plane are 4 here, right? Then coming to ASH4 minus. In ASH4 minus, you can understand this is same like PH4 PH4 plus or even CH4, that is tetrahedral. AS H H H and H plus. So any plane you take, maximum 3 only atoms will be in the same plane. Suppose you take this plane along with arsenic, these 2 atoms will come into the same plane. So maximum 3 only atoms will come in the same plane. Understanding? Then checking for the XeF4. XeF4, what is the geometry? Xenon has 8 electrons. Among the 8 electrons, 4 electrons are utilized in forming 4 sigma bonds with 4 monovalent fluorine atoms. So remaining 4 electrons are present in the form of 2 lone pairs. So steric number is 4 sigma bonds plus 2 lone pairs. That is a steric number 6. If steric number is 6, what is the hybridization? sp3d2. sp3d2 sp3d2 with 2 lone pairs. sp3d2 with 2 lone pairs. Whenever it is octahedral and 2 lone pairs are there, the 2 lone pairs are kept such that maximum apart from one another when they are kept in the opposite direction. So that is xenon with this has one lone pair, this has another lone pair. So 2 lone pairs will be present opposite to one another, that remaining all in the square plane 4 fluorine atoms are there. So if you take this square plane itself, right, 4 fluorines including the xenon, that 5 atoms will come in the same plane. So this is the maximum number of atoms in the plane, right? Coming to XeO2F2, this is one of the best example for seesaw structure, right? So in this one, trigonal bipyramidal geometry, sp3d only, but what happens is one lone pair, then 2 oxygen atoms, then fluorine atoms will be like this. If you take this plane, 3. If you take this plane, 3. Right. So any plane you take a maximum 3 only atoms will come in the same plane. So the maximum number of atoms coming in the same plane is in XeF4. So option 3 is the correct answer. Right. So going to the last question of chemistry part, that is which of the following does not give white precipitate? It should not give white precipitate, right? That means the remaining 3 ions, cation, should give white precipitate with a dilute hydrochloric acid, right? So when HCl, dilute hydrochloric acid, is added to Ag plus ion, dilute HCl is added, you will be getting AgCl, which is a white precipitate, right? Then if it is added with a barium 2 plus ion, it is a BaCl2. Actually, BaCl2 is not a white precipitate, it is a very good soluble compound, aqueous soluble compound, so it is a soluble, it will not give the precipitate. Coming to Pb2 plus, PbCl2, white precipitate, then Hg2 2 plus will be giving light yellow to white precipitate. So all these are white precipitate. This one, then even this one is also white precipitate, but this is a barium chloride is a soluble compound. It is not a precipitate. Therefore, barium 2 plus ion will be the answer. So this is also the question from qualitative analysis, you can say, or from the physical properties of different P block elements, you can understand it, right? So with this chemistry part of discussion is over. Now I welcome our Amulya madam to start with botany subject question discussion. Thank you.
So, hi dear students, this is Amulya Rosling. So, let us discuss the questions of botany now. So, let's start with the first question, right? So, first question is on your screen. Let's see, as you observe this picture, so this is the photo micrograph shows a section through the top of the plant shell. So, first thing, let us understand this image is from the chapter Anatomy of the Flowering Plant. So this is from the chapter Anatomy of the Flowering Plants. It is from the chapter Anatomy of the Flowering Plants, right? And here we have got the straightaway NCERT image, that is figure 6.1. Right? So, this you see, they have asked you to label what is X and Y. So, if we look at this, my dear students, right, this is anatomy of the stem. So, X here, you can see this shape, X is nothing but leaf primodia. This is leaf primodium, right, or primodia. So, what is this? This basically contains a undifferentiated mass of cells which then give rise to mature leaf, right? So this is X. If we talk about the Y, here we have shoot apical meristem. So this stands for shoot apical meristem, which is responsible for giving rise to other plant tissue, isn't it? So if you look at our options here, so we have a leaf here, X is a leaf, okay, chalo, right? But here it is given xylem, so this is not the option. So fourth one is the correct one because the X is leaf primordium and the Y is the meristematic tissue. Let's move to the next one. Which one is correct for meiosis? So this is from the chapter cell, right? Cycle and division. This is from the chapter cell cycle and division, one of the important chapter from the NEET point of view. So what is the question? It says that which one is correct for the meiosis? Always observe this kind of words, my dear students, because they always ask whether it is the correct statement or the incorrect statement. So these are the things where we, the students, actually commit the mistake. So let's see which is the correct about the meiosis. We know that meiosis is a reductional division. So let's see the options here. It maintenance of constant chromosome number in particular species. Obviously, yeah, if they are asking about choose the correct option, we know it is a reductional division which retains the constant number of chromosomes across the generation of the species, isn't it? Right? So this one is the correct. As of now, let's check it out the other options also. It is not responsible for the variation. No, it is responsible for the variation. It says it produces four daughter cells which with the diploid chromosomes. Of course, it produces four daughter cells, but not with the diploid chromosomes. They are with the haploid right number of chromosomes since it is a reductional division, right? So as I've asked, which is the correct one? This option is wrong. So this is the most appropriate because during the gamete formation, right, the number of chromosomes are reduced, and once again, as the gamete will fuse, the number is maintained of that particular, what do you say, the species, right? Let's go to the next question. How many functional megaspore will be formed during meiotic division? Keep this in mind, the meiotic division in 30 megaspore mother cells. So if we talk about this, my dear students, right, we know that, right, each mother's a megaspore mother cell. We know that each megaspore mother cell, it will undergo meiosis to form tetra cell, isn't it? Haploid system. Let us just draw the four daughter cells, haploid daughter cell, isn't it? And we know that the three which are like micropilar egg, they get usually degenerated, and the one, yes, the one, the daughter cell which is remaining, that is a functional megaspore. You know? That is a functional one which further divides to form an embryo sac, isn't it? Which will further divide to form an embryo sac. Now, what is the question here? And this is what we call it as monophoric development. What is the question? It's very simple. You know, how many functional megaspore will be formed from 30 megaspore mother cell? So let's see. We can just write it. The number of functional megaspore, and the number of functional megaspore is equal to, I can just write it, number of, right, MMC, that is megaspore mother cell. If there are 30, if there are 30 megaspore mother cell, and every mother cell will divide into four daughter cells, out of which three will degenerate, one will survive. So we can just say 30 into 1. So our answer will be 30. Right? So let's go to the next question. Which is the hierarchy of taxa in order of increasing numbers of species? Right? So let's write what is the chapter name. This is from the living world, right? One of the easiest chapter, the living world, right? We know that there are 7 levels, right? Or the, what do you say, the ranks in the hierarchy, so they ask what or which is the hierarchy of taxa in order of increasing species. So it is asking about the increasing number of species, and we know easy mnemonic to remember these, what do you say, the levels of the rank, so let us just write it, right? King, right? I'll just write it King Philip, that means a kingdom, and the, or keep pot clean, whatever you know, which you remember, keep pot clean, right? Or family gets sick, right? We know this trick, isn't it? Oh, I'm writing it, right? I'm writing here as a 6. So this is genus and followed by the species, isn't it? Now look at here. What is he asking? Right? Increasing number of species. So this is the species, the smallest unit, isn't it? So as he's asking about the increasing number, you know, we have to move from the lowest to the highest. So we, let's see which is the easy one. I mean, which is in the correct sequence. So we have here genus, yes, a group of genus forms family, yes, the family gives rise to order, yes, and then we have a class. So here itself you can see this is the correct option. Let's check it out. Genus and then family, and then family to order, and then order to, what is it? This is actually a class, this is actually a class. So you can write it here. Keep pot clean, right? Or family ka family, right, gets sick. This is the case, right? So this you have to remember. This is the first option, is the correct one. The other one, class, order, genus, family. This is wrong. And all this genus and then family and then class and family. This is wrong. And this is obviously wrong because we know already the first one is correct. Let's moving on to the next question. The pedigree analysis or the pedigree chart. So we know this is from the principles of inheritance and variation chapter. Principles of inheritance, right, and variation. I'm just writing it as inheritance. That's it. Okay, let us read out this question. The pedigree chart shows a family affected by cystic fibrosis. It's well and good that he already mentioned that it is a cystic fibrosis wala chart. What is the genotype of the affected boy's father? So we have to find out what is the genotype of the affected boy's father. Chalo, we know since it is a cystic fibrosis, so obviously it is an autosomal recessive, right, disorder. It is an autosomal recessive disorder, isn't it? So for this condition, for the autosomal recessive, right, that means he or she might have inherited both the alleles as a mutated one. Since it is a recessive, for this disease to show up, for the symptoms to show up, this is the condition. So what he is saying is, if you look at here, this is the affected one. So that means it is a and A. This is the affected one. This is the affected one. But he is asking us to find out what is the right genotype of the affected boy's father. It's quite easy, right? Though the parents doesn't show the symptoms of the cystic fibrosis, right? That means they have heterozygous condition. There are at least one allele which is a dominant, one allele which is a dominant, right? The other one is, you can see, right? So the parents are heterozygous in a condition, then only you can see the chance of the child being an affected. So it's a straight away, what is the genotype of the affected boy's father? Obviously it will be heterozygous condition, that is capital A and the small a, right? Let's go to the next question. Okay, the diagram shows compound in the Krebs cycle. So this is all about the Krebs cycle and it is from the respiration in plants chapter. Right? So I've just written it as a respiration. Right? We know that most of the times this kind of questions have been asked. Hai na? So the Krebs cycle, the TCA cycle. So he's asking us label X, Y, Z. So we have here X, we have here Y, we have here Z. Okay, chalo. How many carbon atoms are there in X, okay, and in the acetyl group of acetyl CoA? How many carbon atoms are present here? You know, my dear students, they, although they have asked us to label XYZ, but in a question they are asking us to just to find out how many carbon atoms are present in the acetyl group of acetyl CoA and the X1. We know that acetyl, you know, right? This has two carbon, isn't it? It has got a two carbon CH3CO, right? Two carbons. Okay, so two is the option. That means we can eliminate these two, right? Then he is asking about the X, yeah, right? So the X will be obviously, you know, that when acetyl CoA condenses with the oxalic acetic acid, it forms the first stable compound, that is a citrate, isn't it? So the X will be obviously the citrate, right? X will be obviously the citrate. How do we know? Because here you can see it is before the decarboxylation. The carbon dioxide is not released here. So we can just see it is of 6 carbon compound and this is a 2 carbon compound. Right? So where is the option? So option 6, sorry, the second one is correct. That is X is a citrate which has a 6 carbon, acetyl CoA is 2. Let's move to the next question. Which concept of species is based on the reproductive isolation? Again, I think this is from the chapter Living World, right? Right, this is from the living world. And let's see, this is all about the scientists who said or proposed the concept or gave the concept based on the reproductive isolation. Right, so let's check it out the options here. First one is a Lamarck species. So this is not the correct answer because Lamarck basically focused or emphasized on the inheritance of acquired character. Right, so this cannot be the answer. Darwin species concept. Darwin basically emphasized on the natural selection. So this also is not the correct answer. Linear species concept. Linear is actually given the definition of species based on the morphological character or the external character. He gave it based on morphological characters. So this is also not the correct answer. So left out is the Mayer. Ernst Mayer proposed the biological concept of the species. He gave the biological species का concept, है ना? He gave biological species concept based on reproductive isolation, right? He said that, right? Ernest Mayer said that, what? Right? A group of organisms, species are a group of organism or a population, right, which are capable of interbreeding. So based on this reproductive isolation, they are capable of interbreeding and they are isolated, reproductively isolated from the group of other such organism or a population. Let's move on to the next one. Oh, we have this, right? So here you can see this is from the chapter molecular basis. This is from the molecular basis of inheritance. Right. So what is the question? What is the demand of the question? The question says the base sequences of a short section of the DNA are shown. Yes, we have got two DNA strands here, DNA 1 and DNA 2. Right. To get mRNA, okay, we have also got an mRNA strand here that has been transcribed from it, and one of the DNA anticodons that we used to translate the mRNA. By the way, the question, it feels that, oh, we have got so many things in the question. We have got DNA, we have got mRNA, we have got right tRNA anticodon, right? So let's see what is demand. It says that which strand of DNA is transcribed. Two strands are given. Which strand is transcribed? Okay. And to which codon in the mRNA the tRNA anticodon bind during translation? Right? So let's see what is this. There are two conditions, there are two things which we have to fulfill in this question. One is we need to find out the mRNA is transcribed from which of the DNA strand. The second one is we need to find out the suitable complementary mRNA codon. Right? So let's check it out. Let me pick this mRNA first. Since I have not mentioned the polarity and nothing, the codon and anticodon, let's first go with the simple way. Let's check it out the mRNA. Right? Look at the sequence. It has got UGC, UGCCG. So let me take this one. Right? UGCCG. Right? Now, my dear students, there are two strands. Out of these two strands, one of the strand will be exactly similar to this mRNA. One of the strand will be exactly same to this mRNA, except that the thymine of the DNA will be replaced by the uracil. So you have to search for those things, right? Except that thymine is replaced by the uracil. If you check it out, you have got UGC, that is U is present. Now check it out here. In the strand 2, you have got T. Okay, I said T is replaced by U. Okay, that and remaining sequence will be exactly same. So we have G, we have G, we have C, we have C, we have C, we have C. G and G. T will be replaced by U since it is an mRNA, right? A and A. T will be replaced by U since it is mRNA. C same, G same, A same, T will be replaced by U. So if you look at here, only these are the places where there is a difference. Instead of thymine, we have got uracil. Other than that, strand D, other than that strand, sorry, which one? Strand DNA, second strand is exactly same, right? Strand 2 is exactly same as mRNA, right? Only at the places, except thymine is replaced by uracil. So since they are exactly same, that means this strand is going to be a coding strand, है ना? This strand is going to be a coding strand. Then the answer is strand 1. Remember, right? The strand 1 is the template strand. This is the strand on which the mRNA is going to be transcribed. They are complementary. They are not same just like DNA strand. They are complementary actually. If you look at here, a simple one, right? mRNA will be similar to the coding strand, only at the place of thymine, the uracil will be replaced. And the template strand is the one which is going to form this mRNA because that will be a complementary to that. Right. So strand 1 will be our answer. This is the first demand which we have fulfilled. So this is not our answer and this is not our answer because strand 1 will be answer. Right. Let us see the second one. It says that tRNA anticodon is given. So what is tRNA anticodon? UUA is given here. And we know it is complementary. Like it binds to the complementary codon present of the mRNA. Right. What is the sequence of mRNA? UGC. Let us check it out here. It has UUA. So it has to be right. If this is the tRNA, है ना, anticodon. So right, codon will be complementary. So U will have A, U opposite A, and A opposite will be U. So check it out in the sequence. You know the codon is made up of 3 nitrogenous bases. This is one sequence. This is one codon. This is another codon. This is fourth codon. So first codon is UGC. Second codon is CGU. This is the wrong one. Third codon is AAU, which is exactly similar to our D codon. So third codon is AAU, right? You can see not similar. It's a complementary to our anticodon, that is UUA. So our answer is DNA strand 1 and the third codon on mRNA. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, fill in the blank, right? So we have a question here. In terrestrial ecosystem, pyramid of biomass is generally dash. So it is a straightaway question. And now from this, which chapter? This is from the ecosystem. Right? The simplest, one of the easy one. Terrestrial ecosystem, pyramid of biomass, right? It will be generally what? Upright. Because the biomass of the trees, the plants, that will be more when compared to the biomass of the animals, greater than the animals. So it will be upright, okay? In an aquatic ecosystem is often, aquatic ecosystem, it is often right? And they have mentioned it. It is dash due to rapid turnover of phytoplanktons. As their lifespan is very short and they die very quickly, obviously the mass will vary, isn't it now? So if we see, it is inward due to the shorter lifespan, right? It will be inward and let us say we have, what do you say, 21 and what do you say, only a 4. Now you can see the biomass and or whatever number you can see, a general number we have taken from this. So usually in the aquatic it will be inverted. So our option will be right, upright and inverted. Moving on to the next one, read the following statements and find out the incorrect statement. First, mark this or underline this because you have to find out about the incorrect statement. Right. So, the length of the DNA is usually, okay, it's all about DNA, nucleon, adenine. That means it is from molecular basis wala chapter. It is from molecular basis of inheritance wala chapter, right? Molecular basis of inheritance. So let's see, Nana, you have to choose the incorrect statement. Let's start. The length of DNA is usually defined as, right, the number of nucleotides, right, or base pairs present in it. Obviously, it's a straight away from the NCRT. The length of DNA is usually, right, defined as the number of nucleotides or a base pairs present in it. This is obviously correct. Let's move to the second point. In DNA, every nucleotide residue has an additional OH group. This is incorrect because in DNA, right, the sugar doesn't have the additional OH group. It is deoxy. That means it is acid, isn't it? So this statement is going to be wrong. This will suitable. This is suitable for the RNA, but not the DNA. So this one is incorrect. This one is incorrect. Let's see the next one. Nucleon was discovered, right, and named by Altman in 1969. The nucleon was actually discovered and named by Frederick Mesher. Frederick Mesher, right? This is the correct answer. Often actually later named it as a nucleic acid. Later he named it as a nucleic acid. So this also is a incorrect statement. Let's move on to the next one. Adenine pair with a thymine and guanine pair with a cytosine through hydrogen bonds. This makes one strand complementary to the other. So this option is absolutely correct. A pairs with a T with the 2 hydrogen bonds, G pairs with a C with the 3 hydrogen bonds. We have to choose the incorrect one. So B is incorrect and C is incorrect. So answer will be B and C. Oh, we have got E also. Let's check it out. The E, the proposition of the double helical model of DNA was also based on the observation of Erwin Chargaff. Yes, this is also correct. Let's move on to the next. Viruses do not. So let's see which chapter is this. Viruses. So this is from biological classification. Right. Biological classification. Viruses do not have any position in Whitaker's system, right? Yes, so R.H. Whitaker has given the 5 kingdom classification, and we know there is no, right, where no kingdom where these viruses have been considered. We know one of the reason, the main reason that viruses, these are basically acellular or non-cellular. They do not have any cell, the structure. They usually use our machinery, right? So just let us look at the points. Their ability, they do not have any position in Whitaker's system because their ability to take over host cell machinery, right? Okay, obligate intracellular parasite. There are many obligate intracellular parasites like chlamydia, right? Chlamydia, but obviously they have got a particular kingdom. But it is not the case with the viruses. So this is wrong, right? And it says because they are infectious nature, the viruses are, right, infectious. They cause infections. That is the reason they are not given any classification. So this is wrong because there are so many pathogenic bacteria, right, which cause the diseases. But even though yet they are placed in the kingdom, what is it? You can say the Monera. So we have got many examples. Non-cellular structure. Yeah, this is the correct answer, right? Whitaker did not place this viruses in any of the classification because it is a non-cellular structure or acellular. Let's move on to the next question. Select correct statement with respect to the kingdom fungi or a fungi. Right here, again, this belongs to the biological classification, right? It belongs to biological classification, that is kingdom mycota, right? Let's talk about the first point. It shows, we have to choose the correct statement. Choose the correct statement. It shows, show diversity in habitat. So fungus shows diversity in habitat. Yes, obviously, because it can be seen in air, or you can see, what do you say? It grows in the soil. It can be seen in the water, on the surfaces, everywhere. So there is a vast varieties of the habitat. This is correct. Loose tissue level body organization, obviously, right? So you can see their tissue level of organization loosely arranged. They have their body made up of hyphae, the mycelium. So obviously this point also is a correct. Absence of cellulosic wall, right? Now immediately when we see this point, we say yes ma'am, because this is correct. The fungus are basically, they have a cell wall, right, which is made up of a chitin, right? But if you look at here, my dear student, we'll come back to this point again. Let me move on to the next question, sorry, next point, right? Include prokaryotes and eukaryotes. Include prokaryotes and eukaryotes. अरे prokaryotes का तो अलग kingdom है ना? They have been placed in the kingdom Monera. So this is wrong, right? They have placed under kingdom Monera, right? So this is going to be a wrong option. We have to choose the correct one. So this is a wrong. Diversity in morphology of mycelium. So there is a diversity in the, right, mycelium. Yes, it could be a septate or it could be a aseptate, right? So this also is correct, right? Then come to the point C. It says like absence of cellulosic wall. Now we know that fungus are made up of the chitin, but there are the primitive fungus. The primitive fungus, like if you look at this, Oomycetes. Oomycetes, which was earlier actually categorized or classified under Phycomycetes. It is one of the classification of the Phycomycetes. The Oomycetes, which are called as the primitive fungus, which are right, which actually has this cell wall made up of, cell wall is made up of cellulose. So this is an exception. We cannot say that all fungus have chitin, right? This is an exception because Oomycetes, which is a primitive one, which is called as the water mold, right? They have the cell wall which is made up of the cellulose. So if we skip this, which three are correct? One is A, one is B, and one is E. So our option will be A, B, E, the first one, right? A, C, D. So C is wrong and D is wrong. B, D, right? D is wrong here, and the fourth one will be obviously wrong. Moving on to the next question. Select correct statement for most abundant microorganism of kingdom Monera. Right? Again, this question is from biological classification. This question is from biological classification. This is from Kingdom Monera. So the three questions we can see, right? We are getting from the biological classification. Again, they are asking you which correct statement, which is the correct statement for this Kingdom Monera. We know they are cosmopolitan, they are present everywhere, they are omnipresent. Let's see the first statement. Have extensive metabolic diversity, straight away from the NCERT. This line is straight away from the NCERT. It says that the Kingdom Monera, the bacteria have got the diversity in the metabolism, right? You can see heterotrophs, right? What do you say? Autotrophs, chemoautotrophs, right? Photoautotrophs. So you can see the metabolic diversity, correct. Second one, circular DNA packaged with polyamines. Obviously, they have got the circular DNA, right? And which is packaged with the polyamines. This also is a correct statement. They are found only in a fresh water. They are only freshwater form. This statement is incorrect. Yeah, they are cosmopolitan, right? They are omnipresent. They are omnipresent. They are present everywhere. So this statement is wrong. Next one, majority of them are photoautotrophs. So straight away from the NCERT, the point says majority of them are heterotrophs and some are phototrophs. So this statement is wrong because majority of them are not phototrophs, majority of them are heterotrophs. That is why reading the NCERT line to line plays very important role, right? So you have to choose the correct statement. So if you look at the correct statement here, right, the first A1 is correct, and then you have got which one? Which one? The B1 is correct, right? C and D are wrong. So the correct statements are A and B. The correct statements are A and B. Yes, they asked us the correct statement. So the correct statements are A and B, have extensive metabolic diversity, circular DNA. Only fresh, majority of the photo are wrong. Moving on to the next question. Right? Identify the incorrectly matched pair. So you have to identify the incorrectly matched one. Let's see the options here. Let's see the statements here. Auxin prevents fruit drop at early stages. Auxin, right? The first ever discovered one, or you say, which is responsible for so many functions, and one of the functions here given is it prevents the fruit drop at early stages. Yes, it prevents the fruit drop at the early stages, but it also leads to the accession of the older one, the mature one, right? So first option is correct. Gibberellin speeds up malting process. Yes, the gibberellins are meant for the bolting and the malting process, right? Especially, what is that? GA3 is meant for this malting process. This is also correct. Then we'll see the next one. Cytokinin. The cytokinin promotes stomatal closure. This is the incorrect one because the stomatal closure is done by the abscisic acid, the stress hormone. It is actually done by abscisic acid, which is actually a stress hormone. Under the stress condition. Under this condition, the stress hormone causes the stomata to close. It is not by cytokinin. So we have to choose the incorrect one. But we'll check it out the other option also. Ethylene promotes the root hair formation. Yes, absolutely. Ethylene is going to help in the root growth and what do you say, root hair formation, which increases the surface area for more absorption. So you have to go with the incorrect one. So the cytokinin promoting the stomatal closure, that is the incorrect one. Moving on to the next question, the process of photosynthesis, right? The process of photosynthesis, and this question is from, what is that, photosynthesis in higher plant. The previous question was from plant growth and development. I forgot to mention it. That was from plant growth and development. This is from photosynthesis in higher plants. Right. Okay. Is that so? Yes. Okay. Now look at this. What is there? A is the primary source of all food on earth. Obviously, since from the lower classes we are studying, photosynthesis is the process where the plants prepare their own food, and the entire earth or the world, we are dependent on the plants directly or indirectly. So it is the source of food on earth? Yes. Right, it is responsible for the release of oxygen in the atmosphere. We know during the photosynthesis, the CO2 is taken in and the O2 is released out. So obviously, right, it helps in release of oxygen in the atmosphere. Correct. Then it is a physico-chemical process. Yes. Right, photosynthesis is a physico-chemical process because the light energy is absorbed and it is used to form the chemicals, isn't it? Right, so the light energy is converted to the chemical energy. We can see here it is a physical process. This is also a correct option, right, or a statement. Synthesizes complex proteins from simple inorganic molecules. Now, photosynthesis, we know that it synthesizes what? The carbohydrates. It synthesizes the sugar, right? For the protein synthesis, they require nitrogen, है ना? So they will follow or they will show some other metabolic pathway for the production of this. What do you say, Nanam? The protein. So this is the incorrect one. This is the incorrect one because photosynthesis will form the carbohydrates. E1 utilizes light energy, yes, to drive the synthesis of organic compounds. So light energy is used to produce or form the organic compounds. So this also is correct. So if you look at this, in the light of the above statement, choose the correct answer from the options given below. Only one of the option is incorrect. So we have D is incorrect. So we will have A, B, C and E. So A, B, C and E. So option 3 is the correct answer. So now I'll invite Vikas sir for continuation of the remaining botany questions.
Yes, hello, good evening everyone. My name is Vikas Othan and now we will continue the rest botany questions from here. So the next question is here. A plant cell has 16 bivalent at prophase 1 of meiosis. How many chromosomes and chromatids respectively will be present in each gamete of this plant? So actually this question is from the cell cycle and cell division. So here they are talking about the 16 bivalents. So actually what are bivalents, we have to know this. So during the prophase 1, okay, there is a pairing of homologous chromosomes. So there is a pairing of homologous chromosome and this pair is called bivalent. This homologous pair is called bivalent. Okay, and each chromosome have two chromatids. Each chromosome have total two chromatids. So now what they are asking is that how many chromosomes and chromatids respectively will be present in each gamete of this plant. So listen this. One bivalent, okay, one bivalent will here means that there are total 16 bivalents means total 32 chromosomes. Okay. Second thing, when meiosis will complete, these 32 chromosomes will become 16 chromosomes. As you know that meiosis is a reductional division. So chromosome number becomes half. So there will be total 16 chromosomes. And in each chromosome usually we have two chromatids. But after the completion of meiosis 1, a chromosome will have only one chromatid. Okay, so you will say after the completion of meiosis 1, or you can say after the completion of meiosis, there will be one chromatid per chromosome. Okay, so total there will be 16 chromatids here. So answer will be 16 chromosomes and 16 chromatids. Now let's move to the next question. Ovary containing the false septum occurs in which type of plant? So basically this false septum is an example of the parietal placentation. It is example of parietal placentation. Okay, so in parietal placentation, what happens? In an ovary, the seeds are developing at the peripheral part like this. The development of seeds occur in the peripheral part. So initially, in this ovary, only one locule is present. Okay, so initially this ovary is unilocular. But after maturation, a false septum develops here. A false septums develop here. And this false septum makes this ovary bilocular. It makes this ovary bilocular. Now, this parietal presentation is seen in two examples are there in NCRT for this. Okay, one is mustard and second is argemone. Mustard and argemone. So here the answer will be option number 3, that is mustard. Okay. Now we will move to the next question. Crossing over in diploid organism is responsible for. So this question is also related to the cell cycle and cell division. In this question they are talking about crossing over. So actually in which type of cell division crossing over takes place, this we have to know first. Crossing over occurs in the meiosis, okay, and specifically in the meiosis 1. Okay, now in meiosis 1, the prophase 1 have a substage which is known as pectine. Okay, in meiosis 1, prophase 1 have a substage which is known as pectine, and in this pectine, crossing over takes place. Here the crossing over takes place. So what actually happens in the crossing over? Let's suppose these are two chromosomes, okay, having the alleles like, let's suppose capital A, okay, small a, capital B, small b, and capital C and small c. These are some alleles present on the chromosome. So during the crossing over, what will happen? There will be the exchange of genetic material between these two homologous chromosomes. Okay, so there will be exchange of genetic material, and due to the exchange of genetic material, recombinants are formed. What are formed? Recombinants are formed. So due to this crossing over in diploid organism, there will be the recombination of alleles. There will be recombination of alleles, and this results in the variations in the offsprings. So that's why we say that sexual reproduction is responsible for variations. Why? Because of this crossing over phenomenon. So the young ones that are produced, they will be little different from their parents. Okay, so that's why the answer should be recombination of alleles. Now the next question is, highly poisonous cardiac glycosides are produced by. This question is related to organisms and population. Okay, in organism and population we study about species interaction, like predation. In predation, there is an interaction between the predator and the prey. So what happens? There are some plants which defend themselves against the predators, like grazing herbivores, by forming some toxic chemicals. So here one of the plant is Calotropis. This Calotropis plant produces a highly toxic chemical known as cardiac glycoside. Cardiac glycoside. If a herbivore intake this chemical, this affects the heart of that animal, and that animal may die due to heart attack also. So this highly toxic chemical is a mechanism of defense against the grazing herbivores. So answer will be option number 4, that is Calotropis. Now next question, in a given typical dicot embryo diagram, select the correct option. So this is a very easy question and it is directly from the NCERT diagram, that is a embryo of a dicot seed. So here let's label one by one. So this A is representing the plumule. Okay, A is representing the plumule. B are the cotyledons of this embryo. Okay, cotyledons. So there are two cotyledons, so it is a dicot embryo. Third, C is representing the hypocotyle and D is representing the radical. So from here we can conclude that answer will be option number 2, that is A is plumule, B cotyledons, C is hypocotyle and D is radical. Okay. Now let's move to the next question. Based on the following characters, we have to identify the plant tissue. So this question is from the anatomy of flowering plants. Okay. So first of all, they are mentioning that this is a elastic and living tissue. Living tissue है तो इसका मतलब sclerenchyma तो नहीं होगा, it won't be sclerenchyma. Second, we have to find out between collenchyma and parenchyma because they both are living. Second thing, it provide mechanical support also. It lack intercellular space and cell corners are thick. So it is specifically mentioning that the corner of these cells are thick and they contain chemicals like cellulose, hemicellulose and pectins. So these are the thickenings which are present at the corner of these cells. So according to this, answer will be collenchyma. This property is shown by the tissue collenchyma here. Okay, so it is a very easy question, directly NCERT based lines. Okay, now next part is smaller subunit of ribosome associated with mitochondria and endoplasmic reticulum are. A very interesting and very good question here. See, first of all, you know that ribosomes are organelle which are, you can say, smallest cell organelle also. Okay, they are associated with the endoplasmic reticulum also, and even ribosomes are also present within the organelles like mitochondria and chloroplast also. Now, in the mitochondria, the ribosome which is present, it is of 70S type. Okay, and on the surface of endoplasmic reticulum, the ribosome that is present is of 80S type, first difference is this. Second thing, in the 70S, the smaller subunit is 30S and the larger subunit is 50S. Okay, similarly for the 80S also, the smaller subunit is 40S and the larger subunit is 60S. So we have to only find the smaller subunits. So for the mitochondria it will be 30S and for the rough endoplasmic reticulum it will be 40S. So according to this, answer will be option number 3, that is 30S and 40S respectively. And this question is from Cell, the Unit of Life, which is one of the very important chapter for your NEET exam. Okay, now next question. Read the following statements stating them true and false. So now we have to find the correct statements from this question, and this question have been taken from biodiversity and conservation. First, the evil quartet described 4 major causes of biodiversity loss. Yes, there are 4 major causes of biodiversity loss like habitat loss and fragmentation. Second is co-extinction, and third is, as you can see here, it is given that we can say, so okay, so 4 major causes are there. Second thing, the most dramatic example of habitat loss come from the tropical rainforest. So this is also a very important line. As you know that habitat loss is seen in the rainforest, that is tropical rainforest, very much. Why? Because due to the grazing or human activities. So this statement is also correct. Third, in Rajasthan, the sacred groups are the last refuge for large number of rare and threatened plants. So here there is one mistake. What is the mistake? Rajasthan is the incorrect part here. Okay, this Rajasthan is the incorrect part. Answer should be in the Meghalaya. In the Meghalaya, the sacred groups are the last refuge for the large number of threatened plants. So this statement is incorrect. Now, the historic convention on biological diversity, the Earth Summit, held in Rio de Janeiro when it happened in 1992. Okay, so this statement is correct. Next, upon all the nations to take appropriate measure for conservation of biodiversity and sustainable utilization. So this is also correct here. Why? Because this convention, that Earth Summit, was held in 1992, and the motto of this convention was the conservation of biodiversity and sustainable utilizing the benefits from the biodiversity without damaging the biodiversity. So here you will see that option 1, 2 are correct. And C statement is incorrect, and fourth statement is correct. So answer should be option number 4th here. Now let's move to the next question. Kelvin cycle occurs in which type of plants? So as you know that in we can say photosynthesis, we have studied there are 3 main types of plant: C3 plant, C4 plant, and the CAM plants. Okay. So in all of these plants, there is a very common cycle which is known as Kelvin cycle. Actually, Kelvin cycle is occurring in all the types of plant because it is a method of utilizing the carbon dioxide, or it is a method of fixation of carbon dioxide to produce the carbohydrate like glucose. So this will be common in all the type of plant. Either it is a C3 plant, it is a C4 plant, or it is a CAM plant. So answer should be in all photosynthetic plants. Now next one. Again, this question is from the cell, the unit of life, and they are asking the name of organelles or the part of organelles here. First of all, microtubules are the part of centrosome, so it will be centrosome. Okay. Second, thylakoids are found in the chloroplast. Okay. And oxysomes, which are also called F0, F1 particle, they are found in the mitochondria, and cisternae is a part of Golgi apparatus. So A will be 2, B will be 3, C will be 4, and D will be 1. So answer should be option number 2. A very easy question. Next, read the following statement and choose the correct set of statements from here. So this question is from molecular basis of inheritance. Let's read this question. The Human Genome Project was a 13-year-old project. Yes, it was 13-year-old, and it was coordinated by US Department of Energy and the National Institute of Health. It is a correct statement. Okay. Second thing, the codon is read in mRNA in contiguous fashion. Contiguous का मतलब है यहाँ पे in a regular fashion without any interruption. Regular without any type of interruption, like sequence is AAA, GUA, or AAG, any type. So it is in a contiguous fashion, in a regular fashion. So this statement is also correct. Now, if an inheritable mutation is observed in a population at a very low frequency, it is referred to as DNA polymorphism. This is a direct line from NCERT. Okay? This line is from the, we can say, DNA fingerprinting. Here, what is the wrong thing they have given? If an inheritable mutation is observed in a population, they are saying at a very low frequency. No, it is not at a low frequency. It is at a high frequency. It is at a high frequency. So it is referred to as DNA polymorphism. So this statement will be incorrect. Now, insertion or deletion of one or two bases, changing the reading frame from the point of insertion or deletion. So in the point mutation, either the base is added or the base is deleted. So if there is a change in the base, either due to addition or due to deletion, it will change the reading frame of the codons. Okay, so this statement will be correct. So here I can say they are asking, read the following statement. and choose the correct set of statements. And here they are saying choose the incorrect answer from the options given below. So according to this, the incorrect will be only option C. Okay, so in starting they are saying correct, but read here carefully what they are saying, choose the incorrect answer. So according to this, all the statements are true, only option C is incorrect, so answer will be option number 1. Okay, now next question. Red flower alleles are capital R, white flowers alleles are capital R, small r, sorry, small r small for white flower and capital R small r for the pink flower. So this question is from the principle of inheritance and variations, and this is an incomplete dominance question. So they are making a cross here between capital R small r and capital R capital R. So very easy. If they are crossed, two types of individuals are obtained again. Okay. So देखिए, for capital R small r there will be two types of alleles, capital R and small r, and for this only one type of allele, capital R capital R. So if they are crossed with each other, the offspring will be either capital R or capital R small r. Okay, so the percentage of pink flower are 50%. Yes, 50% of the plant will be pink. Okay, second, the percentage of red flower are also 50%. So capital R will be red, so 50% will be red. The percentage of white flower are 25%. No, as you can see, no white flowers are obtained here. And finally, the percentage of white flower is 0%. ये correct होगा, 0% white flowers. So as we can see here, that option statement A, statement B, and statement D are correct. So answer should be A, B, and D. Okay. Now next question. If the modified allele produce a normal enzyme, then which statement is not true? Again, incorrect statement. This question is also from principle of inheritance and variations. How to solve this? For this, the concept is like this. Suppose there is a chromosome and it have a allele, let's suppose A. Okay, allele is A. This allele produces a enzyme and this enzyme converts the substrate into product. Let's suppose due to this the color of flower is red. Color of flower is red. Okay. Now they are saying if the allele is modified, let's suppose this allele have been modified. This allele have been modified and I am writing it as small a now. Okay. And still it is producing normal enzyme. Still it is producing normal enzyme. So it is also producing normal enzyme E, and this E is converting the substrate into product, and this product is also giving which color? Red color flower. So now based on this, it will produce phenotype similar to unmodified allele. Yes, as you can see in both of them phenotype is same. इसमें भी red आ रहा है, इसमें भी red आ रहा है. So this one will be true. Next, it will be responsible for transformation of substrate into product. Here also you can see the enzyme is produced and this enzyme is also transforming substrate into product. So this statement is also true. And third, modified allele is not equivalent to unmodified allele. So it will be incorrect. It is equivalent. Why it is equivalent? Because both are able to produce red color in the flower. That's why it is equivalent to the unmodified allele. And last, modified allele is equivalent to unmodified allele. This will be true. So answer will be not, that is the option number 3. Next. A and B are two types of genes. They are located upon chromosome. In the given 4 sample of chromosome, maximum percentage of recombination. Maximum percentage of recombination occurs in which sample? So this question is also from principles of inheritance and variations. So basically you should know that distance between the gene is calculated on the basis of percentage recombination. Percentage recombination. Okay, so if recombination is more, distance will be more. If recombination is less, distance will be less. Okay, so what they are asking, in which will have maximum percentage of recombination. So based on this, just see the distance between the alleles. genes, sorry. Here A and B are very close. No. In this also they are very close. No. So comparatively Y and Z, if you see, the distance between A and B is maximum in the Z. Here the distance is maximum. So here recombination is also maximum. So answer should be option number 4, that is Z. Now, next question. Very easy question. Match the following. Direct question आता है. Pacific salmon fish. These are the fishes that breeds only once in lifetime. Why they breed once in their lifetime? Because these fishes are born in fresh water, but their maturation occurs in the ocean or in the marine water. So when they give birth to young ones, so the environmental conditions surrounding them will change. So after that they may die. So that's why they breed only once in their lifetime. Second, NT is equal to N naught ERT. It is a equation for exponential growth. Okay. Oysters are the animals that produces large number of small sized organisms. So when they are breeding, they will produce large number of organisms. And finally, dn by dt is equal to Rn k minus n divided by k. This is Wilhelm's per logistic growth equation. So A will be 2, B will be 3. ठीक है, तो आंसर will be option number 4. 2, 3, 4 and 1. So now Shiny ma'am will continue the next part of botany. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikas sir. Now, this is Shiny Peter, Botany faculty, and now I will go ahead with the next set of questions. So, next question, select the incorrect statements. This question, discovery of PGRs was accidental. This question is from Plant Growth and Development chapter. Now, in this question, we have to select the incorrect statement. The first statement says that discovery of PGRs was accidental. Yes, it is true. Second, Charles Darwin and Francis Darwin studied phototrophism in coleoptile of canary grass. This is also correct. Next, it was found that the coleoptile tip was the site of transmittable influence. This transmittable influence is what we know as auxin right now, my dear students. And the fourth statement is auxin was isolated from rice seedlings by F.W. Went. This statement is wrong. Right statement, no, it was from the oat seedlings. Oats, the scientific name is Avena sativa. So as the question asks that we have to tell the incorrect statement. So the incorrect statement is option number 4. Moving to the next question. Next question is the diagram question, which is from the chapter Morphology of Flowering Plants. Here, the diagram of monocoque seed is given. Okay. Question says, identify A, B, C and D in the given figure showing LS of a monocot seed and select the correct option. So let's name this seed and then we can get to it. A is the endosperm. Okay. B is the scutellum. I hope you guys remember scutellum is a large sheet-shaped cotyledon present in the monocotyledonous seed. Then C is the tubule, which will give rise to the shoot, and D is the radicle, which will form the root. If I want to name further, the NCRT also mentions the coleorhiza and coleoptile. Just for your quick recapitulation of monocot seed. Now, can we find out the A, B, C, D? A stands for endosperm, B for scutellum, C for tubule, and D for radicle. So this states correct for option number 1. Now let's move ahead to the next question. This question is from electron transport chain, not from the chapter respiration in higher plants. So this question tells us about the complexes which are involved in the electron transport chain. I hope you remember that 5 complexes are involved in the electron transport chain. Complex 1, which is called as NADH dehydrogenase. So option A is correct. A, complex 1. Then next is cytochrome BC1. Cytochrome BC1 forms the complex 3. Next, cytochrome AA3. Cytochrome AA3 is also known as complex 4, and please remember that cytochrome AA3, cytochrome A3 complex or complex number 4 also contains 2 copper centers in it. Next is ATP synthase. ATP synthase is complex number 5. It is also known as F0 F1 particle. So now we can find out the correct option, which is A3, B2, C1 and D4, which is option number 2. I hope you are clear with this. Now let's move ahead. Next question is an assertion reason question. Assertion is immediately after light becomes unavailable, the biosynthesis process continues for some time and then stops. This question is from photosynthesis of higher plants. Okay. The reason states that biosynthetic phase of photosynthesis do not directly depend on light but is dependent on the products of light reaction. So basically, our exhibition is trying to say that when the light is unavailable, the biosynthetic process will continue for some time and ultimately it will stop. Why it stops? Why it will stop? Because the resources will get exhausted. What resources we are talking about? The product of light reaction, which is ATP and NADPH. So they will get exhausted and ultimately we will see that the process will stop. Okay. So assumption is correct. Reason states that biosynthetic phase of photosynthesis do not directly depend on light. That also we know, but is dependent on the products of light reaction. So both assertion and reason are straightforward, and they are also telling that assertion is correctly, also the reason is correctly explaining the assertion. So for that, the answer will be both assertion and reason are true, and reason is both assertion and reason is true, and reason is the correct explanation. Now let's move ahead to the next question. Next question is from the chapter Plant Kingdom. The question says choose the incorrect statement. Statement 1 says algae usually reproduce vegetatively by fragmentation, asexually by formation of different kinds of spores, and sexually by the formation of gametes, which is a correct statement. Next, algae are classified into 3 classes, pteridophytes into 4 classes, and angiosperms into 2 classes. Let's see this. Algae is classified into 3 classes, and those 3 classes are chlorophyceae, phaeophyceae, and rhodophyceae. Similarly, pteridophytes are classified into 4 classes. Now just quickly recapitulate these 4 classes. This is Psilopsida, Lycopsida, Sphenopsida, and Pteropsida. Similarly, the next one says that angiosperms are also divided into 2 classes. So for angiosperms, we have monocotyledonate and dicotyledonate. So this statement also holds true. Next, algae are chlorophyll bearing simple thyroid autotrophic and largely aquatic. Yes, this is also true. Algae are chlorophyll bearing. They are simple structures. They do not have a differentiated body. That's why we call them thallus-like or thalloid. They can undergo photosynthesis. So they are autotrophic and they are maximally seen in water. So this is also correct statement. Now let's move ahead to the last statement, which says that the plant body of algae is more differentiated than that of the bryophytes. This statement is false. The body of bryophytes is more differentiated as compared to algae. We see that in bryophytes, differentiation is seen as in, we see foot, seta and capsule is formed in their body. I hope this question is clear, and the correct answer for this is option number 4. Now let's move ahead to the next question. The next question is also from the chapter Plant Kingdom, an assertion reason based question. Assertion says gemme are green unicellular asexual buds which develops in a small receptacle called gemma cups located on the thalli. Now this statement is false. Why? Because they are calling it as unicellular, but we have studied that gemme is multicellular. So assertion is false. Similarly, the reason in liverworts spores germinate to form free living sporophyte. This is also wrong in the liverworts or in Markentia, for example, the spores germinate and they form, we know that spores germinate and they form gametophyte. So, reason is also false. Hence, we can conclude that the answer will be option number 3. Both assertion and reason are not correct. Now, let's move ahead to the next question. The next question is, if a compound that allows protons to freely diffuse across the membrane is added to cells that are actively metabolizing glucose via cellular respiration, which of the following process would stop? This question is from the chapter Respiration in Higher Plants. This is a bit tricky question if you will understand. They are saying that if we stop the proton flow through a membrane, or basically the protons, we know that when they flow from one side to another, they will flow through a pump. But they are saying that instead of pump, let's diffuse them. Diffuse matlab, it will be passive transport. Okay, diffusion will occur. But if the diffusion will occur, what will happen? The proton gradient will not be forming. If proton gradient is not formed, I'll write it properly once. Basically, they are saying that if diffusion of protons occurs, then what will happen? The proton gradient will not form. Okay, so proton gradient will not form, or basically we can say proton motive force will not generate. Proton motive force will not generate, and when the proton motive force will not generate, this proton motive force helps us in the chemiosmosis. And if this proton motive force is not generating, the chemiosmosis will not occur. Chemiosmosis will not occur. And when chemiosmosis will not occur, what will happen? Chemiosmosis helps us in ATP synthesis. So ultimately, ATP synthesis will not occur. So which process out of these will stop or will get affected? The answer will be ATP synthase. If the protons will freely diffuse or if they will not do active transport, we will see ATP synthesis will not occur because a proton motive force will not get generated, chemiosmosis will not occur, and ultimately ATP will not be formed. I hope you will understood this question. Now let's move ahead to the next question. Next question is also from chapter Plant Kingdom, and the question is asking about the ploidy of following structures. Okay, so what is the correct ploidy sequence in the following? First is protonema of moss. Protonema is a gametophytic structure. It is haploid in nature. Okay. Similarly, next is capsule cell of liverworts. Capsule is a sporophytic structure, so it will be diploid in nature. Next is root cell of pteridophytes. Dear students, please remember that pteridophytes, main plants are sporophytic in nature. So the root cell will also be diploid in nature. And ultimately, the last is gymnosperm, endosperm. Gymnosperm's feature or characteristic feature is that endosperm is haploid in nature. With gymnosperm, please also remember that in angiosperms, the endosperm is triploid in nature, okay, and it is formed due to the result of triple fusion. Now let's come back to the answer. So the correct answer will be N, 2N, 2N and N, which is present in option number 2. Now the next question is, in prokaryotes, gene regulation predominantly occurs at which of the level? Okay, so where does the gene regulation will start? Where does gene regulation will occur? So gene regulation basically will occur at the initial level. For example, in case of lac operon, we see that regulatory gene, it synthesizes mRNA and ultimately form a repressor protein. This repressor protein then binds to the operator region. And because of this, the RNA polymerase is not able to bind at the promoter site. So, as a result, the transcription will not occur and ultimately the translation will also not occur. So, the correct answer is rate of transcriptional initial level. Now, the next question. Okay, next question is, which of the following are correct statement with reference to the given diagrams? So the first diagram, if we identify, is of bacteriophage. Second diagram is adenovirus. And third diagram is tobacco mosaic virus, TMV. Okay, so the options given are, first option is all are viroids. No. Now we got to know, after identifying all the images, we got to know that all are the viruses. So option 1 is incorrect. Second, some are infectious agents. No, all the viruses are infectious agents. So this is also incorrect. Next, none are infectious agents. This is anyways wrong. And the last is all are acellular. Yes, this is correct. Viruses are acellular particles. So option number 4 is correct. Next question. Consider the following. Assertion is, now this question is also from molecular basis of inheritance. Assertion states that regulation of black operon by a repressor is referred to as negative regulation. Yes, this is correct. The lack operon that we study is in negative regulation because the repressor gene or the regulatory gene will always try to keep it off. Next reason, repressor protein binds to the promoter region and starts the transcription. So right now only we saw in a previous question, where does the repressor protein binds? At the operator site and not the promoter region. Hence the reason is wrong. So we can say that both assertion is true and reason is false. Option number 4. Now the next question. In a double-stranded DNA, 80% of the bases were shown to be cytosine. The percentage of other 3 bases expected to be present in this DNA are. This question is from molecular basis of inheritance and it is from Chargaff rule. Okay, so they are saying that we have cytosine as 18%. So guanine will also be 18%. Cytosine and guanine, the sum of cytosine and guanine will be 36 and total is your, now we have to find out adenine plus thymine. So what will be the value of adenine plus thymine? It will be 100 minus 36 which will be 64. Okay. Now to find out the individual value of adenine and thymine, what we'll do, we'll just divide it by 2, which will be your 32. So A is equals to T, which is 32. Now we can clearly see where the correct option is. See, guanine is 18 and adenine and thymine is 32, 32 each. So the option number 2 is correct. I hope you are clear with this question. Now let's move ahead. Next question is, edible part of coconut, pomegranate and strawberry respectively are. This question is from the chapter Morphology of Flowering Plants. Okay, it says that which part of coconut do we eat? We know that it is cellular endosperm. For pomegranate, we eat the seed coat, okay, which is testa, the outer seed coat, and strawberry is a false fruit. Okay, we eat the thalamus part. Hence, we can easily find out the answer, which is option number endosperm, testa, and thalamus. Option number 3. Next question: the interdependence of flowering plants and their pollinating insects together is known as the adaptation of plant and an insect together in order to survive. We have studied this in the chapter Organism and Population, and it is a very good example of co-evolution. I hope you are clear with this. Now let's move ahead. Now, what are the correct explanation about higher diversity in tropical areas in comparison to temperate areas? Okay, so the question is asking why in tropical areas we have more diversity as compared to temperate areas. First statement is there are no favorable seasons in tropics. This is wrong. We have favorable stable climates in tropics, which because of which we have more diversity. Next, less solar energy is available in tropics. This is completely wrong. We have more solar energy available. Next, rate of extinction is low in tropics. Yes, this is correct. Rate of extinction is comparatively lower in tropics as compared to temperate. Now, the last is resources availability is higher in tropics. Yes, the resources are higher by because of the stable climatic conditions. So, according to the question, we have to tell about the correct explanations. So, option number 3 or statement number 3 and 4 are correct, which is option number 4. With this, we are done. So, with this, we are done with botany discussion. Now, I would like to invite Mahima ma'am for zoology discussion.
Hello, thanks for welcoming. So, hello students. I hope you did the exam very well. Everyone have written very well in this mini NEET examination, and it is a very good practice for you for your main NEET examination. Now let us quickly start the paper discussion for zoology. Okay. Now let us read the first question, students. Okay. Now, the first question here is the blood pressure. Now, blood pressure in the mammalian aorta is maximum during. Okay, so they are mainly asking about the blood pressure. Now, what exactly is the blood pressure? Blood pressure is nothing but the force that is applied, okay, onto the arteries for pushing by the heart for pushing the blood, okay, or for it to reach there. So, the maximum pressure or the force applied there. Fine. So we know that now they have two stages. We have the systole and then we have the diastole. That is during the contraction and relaxation. So we know that during the contraction, we need the maximum. We need to apply the maximum force. So let us first quickly see the options. Okay. So they are saying diastole of the right atrium. Okay, we know that students systole is contraction and we know the diastole is what? Relaxation. So what I need to tell you is, if you know that because of the contraction the maximum of thing is, the pressure is created, then you can easily eliminate out what? The diastolic one, because that is relaxation part. Now even if we eliminate the one options which are actually diastolic, we will be left with the two options. What exactly are the options here? the systole of the left atrium and the systole of the left ventricle. So normally when we draw the structure of the heart, so we know that the walls of the ventricle when comparatively, now here you have the right atrium, okay, so here you have the right ventricle, you have the left atrium, you have the left ventricle. So the left ventricle wall is thick, so it would be kind of applying more pressure because it need to apply more pressure. Fine. So in the order, what we can say, the systole of the left atrium, no, the systole of the left ventricle, because we know that the ventricles contract, okay, to we can say pump the blood via the aorta, but when in the artery only for pumping the 30 percentage, okay, so the force applied is comparatively less. So I would suggest you to use the elimination option in the examination to eliminate out the options. Now let us quickly go further. Yes, so let us read the assertion given here. So in the assertion, they are saying the sympathetic nervous system. What did they mention? The sympathetic nervous system prepares the body for flight and flight mode. That is right, because during the time of emergency, okay, during the time of emergency situation, only it will be preparing. So when it is released during the time of what? Emergency. Okay. Right. Now next, what is the reason? It increases the heart rate and dilates the pupil. So during the like emergency situation, the blood glucose levels need to be high. Okay, the more oxygen is required. Fine, the heart pumps more blood. Fine. In the similar way, the pupil dilates for becoming or making the person more alert. Now in this case, both assertion and reason are right, and the reason is correctly explaining what? The assertion. So here the answer will be what? Option number 1. Okay, now let us quickly go for the next question, students. Yes, so here in the question they are saying what is correct? What is correct about the insulin? Now this question is taken from the chapter biotechnology and its application. Okay, so when we know that insulin is a hormone, okay, so here let us read the first question. Two short polypeptide chains. Yes, we know that the insulin is made up of the two short polypeptide chains. Okay, next, so this is right. Now the polypeptide chains are linked together by disulfide bridges. It's an exactly NCRT line, students. If you read that paragraph, then you will be able to answer this question properly. Next, in mammals, insulin is synthesized as a prohormone. Yeah, and what do we call that prohormone? We call that prohormone as what? We call it as proinsulin. Okay, and then it is different from the matured insulin because it is having the C chain, whereas this is not having the C polypeptide chain. Okay, so we can say that all the above statements are correct. So what will be the answer? The answer will be option number 4. Next, let us go to the next question, which is matrix matching. Okay, so this is very easy. So let us see how to solve it. So what they are asking, they're asking for the band. What exactly is the band? So if you know gel electrophoresis, so we have the different type of bands we observe them. Okay, so band is nothing but the where the specific restriction fragments is collected in them. Okay, next, the positive pole. What do we mean by positive pole? When we just perform this gel electrophoresis, we make the well. So what do we do in the well? In the wells, what exactly we add? We add the DNA. We know the charge of the DNA is what? Negative. Now when it is negative, from where to where it moves? It moves from negative to what? The positive, right? So in this case, the positive pole will be having the restriction fragments that are attached to this. Okay. Now next one we have Taq polymerase. We know that the Taq polymerase is actually used in PCR, okay, which we extracted from Thermus aquaticus bacteria for what? Because it can actually, you know, not denature, or it still is functional in the higher temperature, because we know this process is require very high temperature. So from where do we get it? We get it from the PCR. Okay, we use it from the we use it for what? The PCR procedure. Next we have recognition. What do you mean by that? We have recognition site. Okay, so what exactly it does? A piece of DNA, okay, that cut up by the restriction enzyme. So let us see the option. The A should be 2, the B should be 1, the C should be 4, and D should be what? 3. So in this case, what would be the answer? Students, the answer will be the option number 4. Let us proceed to the next question. Yes. So the question is, which of the following hormone never reaches the cytoplasm? This question is given from the chapter Chemical Control and Coordination. Now, what exactly happens here? So, in this case, they are saying it will not reach the cytoplasm. So, we know that, for example, this is the cell. Fine, this is a cell membrane. What is present inside the cell membrane? We have cytoplasm. Now, if any hormone is not entering into the cytoplasm, means it is not crossing the plasma membrane. What it is? It is not crossing the cell membrane. The cell membrane. So, if any hormone is not crossing the cell membrane, then what do we say? We say it is not crossing the cell membrane, which is made up of lipid layer, bilipid layer. So, what do we call it? So, it is lipid insoluble. Okay. So if it is lipid insoluble, where are the receptors present? We have extracellular receptor. Okay. We have extracellular receptor. Now they are present over here. Then again, when this will come and get attached to it, what will happen? It will generate the secondary messenger, and that is how the process happens. So we know that when we categorize them, so we have the proteins or the peptide hormones. Okay, so these are the one which will be kind of the lipid insoluble. So let us see what are given here. So they have given estrogen. We know that estrogen is steroid. Now this we know it is protein. FSH is a protein. Progesterone is steroid, and testosterone is also steroid. So what will be the answer, students? The one which will not cross the cytoplasm, that is what the protein hormone, which is your FSH. Okay, it was an easy question. Next. Yeah, again we have an assertion reason. Let us quickly read the assertion. So during muscle contraction, they are saying A band remains constant in the length. So we know that, okay, normally when we see this is a thick myofilament, okay, this is a thin myofilament. Now we have different zones. Okay, so with the line which is passing is Z line here. Okay, now what exactly? When we see the contraction being happen, now this is the I band, the length of the I band decreases. Okay, this is an overlapping zone, the length of overlapping zone increases. Now the place where only the A band is present, the thick filament is present is called the A band. And again there is an overlapping zone, this is what? The half of the I band. Okay. Now here all together it is forming what? This is the H zone, all together it is forming what? A band. Now during the relaxation and during the contraction, the one which never changes is what? The length of the A band. Okay. Now the length of the thick filament does not change during the contraction. Okay, that's right. So what we can go, both assertion and reason are true, and the reason is the correct explanation. Okay, let us quickly go to the next question. Now here you can see, the question. Now this is a graphical question. The following graph shows the range of variation among the population members for the triad determined by multiple genes. Okay, so students, if you remember the chapter evolution, in that you have, right, you have the three types. Like for example, you have this disruptive, okay, you have directional, okay, yes or no? So here they are saying that if the population is subjected to stabilizing, okay, what do we have? We have the stabilizing. Okay, so you know that in the stabilizing, what exactly is there? The average phenotype is choose. Okay, whereas in directional what happened? Okay, it's either. Fine. Now it can be dominant or recessive, but if it is, I can say, yeah, if it is kind of, you can say in this graph, okay, so it can go for the recessive or it can go for the dominant. Getting my point, but they are asking what acts in the given options, which is there for the stabilizing. Right, so stabilizing selection for several generations, which of the distribution is most likely? So here I can say the first one is what? The correct option, because it is the average one. Now when we see the second one, it is not preferring to the average phenotype. Okay, now here you can say it's distributive. Okay, we are not choosing the average, we are either choosing the dominant or either the recessive. Now when we see this fourth one, what do we see in the fourth one? It is directional. Only like one of them will be chosen. Right. So here we can go with the option number 1. Fine, students. Next, okay. So now, if you see this question, this is an exact para of the NCRT. So that's the reason reading the NCRTs are most important, okay, for your NEET preparation, because that would be helping you to boost up your score. So let us quickly solve this. Now, a functional mammary gland is characterized of all females. Okay, all female what? Okay, what are given? We know it's mammals. What do we know? We know it is mammals. Okay, the mammary glands are paired structure. Okay, that contain glandular tissue and variable amount of fat. The glandular tissue of each breast is divided into what? 15 to 20 mammary lobes containing a cluster of cells called what? Alveoli. Okay, now the cells of the alveoli secrete milk, isn't it? Okay, the cells of the alveoli secretes milk which is stored in the cavities of the alveoli. The alveoli open into the mammary tubules. These tubules of each lobe join to form a mammary duct. Okay, what does it form? It forms the mammary duct. Okay, mammary duct. Several mammary ducts form to, okay, join to form a wider mammary ampullae. Okay, several mammary duct joins to form a wider ampullae which is connected to what? The lactiferous duct, which is connected to what? The ferrous duct. Now let us see. Now here we have vertebrates, so we can eliminate the options. This is mammals, this is lactogen, but we have what? The second one, alveoli. We eliminate this option. Mammals, alveoli, then again alveoli we have, right? Again here we have mammary on the D1, then E1 is mammary and F1 is lactiferous. So we are going with the option number 3. So here again it's not a mammary, gland. So we are eliminating this. So here it will be the option number 3. So if you have read the NCERT thoroughly, you would be able to answer this question very, very easily. Next, let us go to the next question. Okay, so they are asking which one of the following options. Okay, give the correct matching. Which of them will be giving a correct matching of the disease, which is causative agent and the mode of infection. Okay, so what is the first one they have mentioned here? The first one is elephantiasis. So what exactly is the causative organ which is mentioned? Okay, so the elephantiasis, the causative organism is Vaclaria branchopti. What is the mode of infection? We all know that it happens because of the bite of the Culex mosquito, but not the infected water and food intake. So the first option is eliminated. In the question they are asking the correct mode. Okay. Next, in the malaria, Plasmodium vivax, that is right. Okay, bite of a male. It is a female Anopheles mosquito. So we are even eliminating this option. We have typhoid, Salmonella typhi. Okay, and is it inspired with air? No, right? It is contaminated food and water. So we are eliminating this. Next, pneumonia, streptococcus pneumonia, droplet infection, absolutely correct. So we are opting for the option number 4, which is the correct among the all. Okay. Now let us go for the next question, students. Yes. So it's a statement based question. Let us read out the statements. Now salient traits show polymorphism. Do they show polymorphism? What is that? The polyp forms medusa. Okay, and the medusa forms polyp. Okay, the polyp is forming medusa. Okay, and this alternation of generation, what do you call it as? The polymerism. Okay, polymorphism. Now in pleurobrachia, locomotion takes place by comb plates. Yes, it helps in locomotion. Next, the roundworm is a true coelom. Roundworm, we know it's Aschelhelminthes. Okay, so what do we know? Roundworm. Roundworm belongs to Aschelhelminthes, right? And it is what? The pseudo coelomate. Getting my point? Okay, it is what the pseudo coelomate. So the given option is what? Incorrect. Next, parapodia. Where are the parapodia present? The parapodia are present in what? The nereis. Now we know that nereis is nothing but annelida. Now they are saying are respiratory organs found in arthropod. Are they arthropods? No. It should belong to which phylum? It should belong to the phylum Annelida. So this is incorrect statement. Now they are asking which is the correct statement. So can we say 1 and 4? No. Okay. 2 and 1. Okay, 1 and 2 are correct. So we can opt for the option number 2 here, students. Next. Yeah. So again, a para from exactly the NCERT lines have been given. Okay, so please, that's why we keep on telling that revising and reading the NCERT is utmost important. Okay, let us quickly solve this. Nicotine. Okay, we know that nicotine is what? It is an alkaloid. And what exactly it does? It stimulates which gland? It stimulates the adrenal gland. What it does? It stimulates adrenal gland to release which hormone? Adrenaline or noradrenaline into the blood circulation. Both of which, what happens to the blood pressure? They increase the blood pressure and increases the heart rate. Okay. So again, the smoking. Smoking is associated with increased incidence of cancer, okay, of the lung, urinary bladder, throat, bronchiectasis, okay, emphysema, coronary heart disease, gastric ulcer, etc. Now, tobacco chewing is associated with the increased risk of cancer of the oral cavity. Now, what usually happens while smoking? Now, smoking increases which level? Carbon monoxide levels in the blood, okay, and reduces the concentration of heme-bound oxygen. So this is a direct paragraph, fine. So here when we see these options, first one is alkaloid, okay, second one is adrenal gland, third one is raises, fine. Now even by saying you can eliminate the second option, second is adrenaline, you can remove this option, third is raises, but here they have given decrease, remove that option. So the answer will be option number 1 for this question. Okay, students, now let us quickly go for the next question. Okay, now, okay, so here you can see it's a graphical based question. It's a very good question, students. Well, overall testing your conceptual knowledge about the menstrual cycle. This is taken from the chapter Human Reproduction, and subtopic is what? The menstrual cycle. Now, we know that. So they have given one graph and they have given few of the statements and we need to analyze it. Now let us quickly solve this very interesting question. Now they read the graph and correlate the uterine events that takes place accordingly to the hormonal level. Now what is actually one? The one represents 6 to 15 days. What does the two represents? 16 to 25 days. What does the 3 represents? That is 26 to 28 days, and they are saying in this case, the ovum is not fertilized. The ovum is what? Not fertilized. Fine. So you know that from first to fifth day, what happens? The menstrual phase. Okay. So here the endometrium will be shedding off. Okay, completely the endometrium will be shedding off. Now from the sixth day, what happens? Again slowly, you know, the FSH increases, right? The estrogen amount increases here. What happened? The estrogen will be again forming what? It will be forming the layer or the lining of the endometrium. So can we say that it's a regeneration of endometrium which was shedded during the menstrual phase? Absolutely. So what would the first event which is happening in the first event? Okay, here it will be the regeneration of the endometrium lining. Done. Second one, from 16 to 25 days. What happens in this case? Now the formed endometrium would become more glandular. Yes, absolutely. Now the third one, that is 26 to 28 days. What exactly happens? In the case the ovum is not fertilized, again what happens? It leads to the disruption, okay, or the formed endometrium lining. Now this is overall the concept. Now let us quickly choose which option would be fitting the best. Now we know that the first one is regeneration. We can quickly eliminate the options because that is something which will be saving our time a lot. So here they are given degeneration, eliminate. Second one, degeneration, eliminate. Third one, degeneration, eliminate, because we are sure that is regeneration only. So here we can go with the option number 4. Second, endometrium thickens, become vascularized. Absolutely right. Next, degeneration of the endometrium in case it is not fertilized. Absolutely right. Okay. Okay, good. So the answer for this question will be option number 4. Fine. Now let us go for the next question, students. It's a statement. So given below are two statements. Okay, so we need to fill up these blanks. Again, the same paragraph. Fine. So in a mixed population, those can be better adapt. The one we can better adapt, what they can do is just survive. Okay, they survive and increases the population. Now no variant is completely wiped off. Okay, no variant is what? Completely wiped off. Now similarly, excess of use of herbicides, pesticides, etc. has only resulted in selection of resistant varieties in much lesser time scale. Okay, because of this, what happens in a very less time, they shown more variation. Now, this question is taken from the chapter evolution, if you remember. Okay, let us continue. So, this is also true for microbes against which we employ antibiotics or drugs against the eukaryotic organisms. Hence, resistant organism cells are appearing on a time scale of months or years, but not the centuries. Now, these are the example of the evolution because this is happening because of the involvement of the man. This is the anthropogenic evolution. What type of this? This is, anthropogenic action. This also tells us that the evolution is not a direct process. Okay, it is not a direct process. It sense of determinated. It is a stochastic process. It is what? The stochastic. What do you mean by stochastic? Like random, series. Okay, it's completely random and unplanned. Okay. Now, based on the chance of events in the nature, mutation happens in the organism. What happens? Mutation happens in the organism. Now, let us quickly, check them. Now, first one is survive. Okay. Second one is completely. Third one is lesser. Fourth one is anthropogenic. Fifth one is direct. Sixth is stochastic, and seventh one is mutation. So the option one is the correct answer. Fine, students? Okay. Now let us go for the next question. Now the diagram below represents a section of undisturbed layers of sedimentary rock in New York State as shown in the location of fossils of severally closely related species. So there are some set of closely related species, okay, which have been given here in the diagrammatic format according to the current accepted evolutionary theory, which is the most probable assumptions about the species A, B and C. So we know that one thing, okay. So when this question is actually from the chapter evolution, when we read about the paleontology, the study of the fossils, okay, the sedimentation. Now normally when we read about that, the layer which is formed at the bottom, okay, the bottom layer is the oldest one, and the one which is formed, the peripheral or the very first, okay, it is something that is recently being formed. Yes or no? So if I ask you among the species A, B, okay, A, B and C, which is the oldest one, okay, which was present in the beginning, so you can just say that it is the species C. Got my point? Now let us quickly analyze the options and eliminate them. Now species B is more abundant than species C. Okay. Next, they haven't given any data. We can't go for it. Now species C exists before species B, absolutely, because it is the bottom. So if it is at the bottom, okay, we can say it is the oldest, right? Next, okay, species A and B are genetically identical. No, species B descends from the species A. So here the correct option will be what? The option number 2. The species C existed before the species B. Okay. Next question. The so-called combination birth control pill functions in the contraceptive. So we know that, okay, whenever the contraceptive method is opted, what exactly happens? We are mimicking. Now normally during the menstrual cycle, we know that FSH will be increasing slightly. That will be acting on the follicles. The follicles grow. Okay, the granulosa cells will be releasing estrogen. That estrogen will be forming what? The lining of the endometrium. So this process is happening, right? But when they take the combination, or we can say contraceptive method, okay, of the pills, they are mimicking it. Means it is not generally produced, we are mimicking. So what exactly happens when there is a high level? Okay, when we are taking the high levels of what? Whenever in the body there are high levels of this artificial hormones. When there are high levels of this synthetic synthetic hormones in the body, what exactly happens? It will be sending a signal to whom? Signal to the hypothalamus, okay, again to what? The pituitary. Now the pituitary gland, because already we have enough or good amount of synthetic hormones being present, it will be suppressing the release of GnRH and FSH and LH. That is the main reason what happens. It prevents the ovulation. Okay, what happens here? Let us see. So here what exactly is happening? The inhibition of the release. Okay, what they do? They inhibit the release of GnRH, FSH and LH. Okay, now irritation of the uterine lining to prevent implantation? No. Causing spontaneous abortions? No. Blocking progesterone receptors so that pregnancy cannot be maintained? No. Okay, from the given options, the first option will be the correct one. Fine. Now, the next set of questions, for discussing the next set of questions, I would like to welcome Kavya ma'am. Okay, students, the Kavya ma'am will be now discussing the next set of questions. Thank you.
Hello students, this is Kavya. I will be discussing the next set of questions from the zoology. So coming to this question, that is the compound epithelium is found in the inner lining of. This question is from the structural organization in animals from the animal tissues part. So what is exactly compound epithelium? It is nothing but the multiple layer of cells. It is nothing but the multiple layer of epithelial cells. So if you try to match with the options that are being given, oviducts, we know that oviducts, you should be very clear with the examples. This is a question regarding the example check. So oviducts and bronchioles, both of them are lined by ciliated epithelium. Both of them are lined by ciliated epithelium. Pancreatic ducts, yes, the pancreatic ducts is lined by the multiple layer of cells, that is nothing but the compound epithelium. Coming to the last option, proximal convoluted tubule, it is nothing lined by the cuboidal epithelium, the simple cuboidal epithelium. Moving on to the next question, it is an assertion and reason type of question, which is from the chapter of actually the chemical coordination. Oxytocin is responsible for milk ejection is the assertion that is given. Okay, oxytocin is responsible for the milk ejection. This is the correct statement because we know it is directly given in the NCERT. Coming to the reason, it stimulates the contraction of the smooth muscles in the mammary glands. Okay, for the explanation of the reason, you can observe that the oxytocin is acting on the myoepithelial cells which are surrounding the mammary alveoli. Okay, they will be helping for the contraction of these alveolar ducts, and thus it will help for the milk ejection. So both A and R are correct, and R is the exact explanation of A. Moving on to the next question, transgenic tomato plant did not have all the desired combination of characteristics for its widespread commercial utilization. We know about the tomato plant. What is the tomato plant? Tomato plant is a transgenic plant which is composed of potato and tomato. Potato and tomato. And what do we know? That it is not having all the desired characteristics which we actually wanted for a commercial utilization. Coming to the statement B, so this is a correct statement. Coming to statement B, the process of somatic hybridization requires fusion of isolated protoplast surrounded by cell wall of two different varieties of plant, each having a desirable character. Till the statement we see without the brackets, it's the correct statement. But if we see the one in the brackets that is surrounded by the cell wall, there the statement goes wrong. Why? Because when we are talking about the somatic hybridization, the very first step is nothing but dissolving the cell wall using certain enzymes like pectinase and cellulase, and cellulase. Okay, so statement B goes wrong. So only statement A is correct, okay, and only statement B is incorrect. That is what is the correct option for this. Moving on to the next question. This is a diagram based question given from the chapter Animal Kingdom. Okay, so let us first identify what are these organisms given in the column A. So column 1, it is nothing but the petromyzin or lamprey. It is nothing but the petromyzin or lamprey. 2, it is nothing but pristis or sawfish. Then we have salamander, salamandra from amphibian. Okay, the last is the crocodile from reptiles. Okay, so let us match that if the column 2 is matching with the correct organism or not. Ectoparasite, So we know petromycin is nothing but belonging to the cyclostomata. It is an ectoparasite on fishes, has an elongated body bearing 6 to 15 pairs of gill slits for respiration and is having indirect development, perfect characteristics for petromycin. Next one, it lacks the capacity, Pristis sawfish, it lacks the capacity to regulate its body temperature. Sexes are separate. In males, the pelvic fin bears claspers. This is also correct because it is belonging to the chondrichthyes. Next, coming to salamander, which is an amphibian, external fertilization, oviparous and development is indirect. Yes, amphibians are having external fertilization, but there is an exception, and that exception is nothing but salamander, because in case of salamander, the male deposits the spermatophore and the female will pick it up for itself. That is an internal fertilization. So the incorrect match is the second one. Moving on to the next question, it is a statement type of question. Statement A, in Pterophyllum, Nephridia, primarily concerned with the removal of most toxic nitrogenous waste called ammonia. So it is asking that the Pterophyllum is having Nephridia, which are primarily concerned with the removal of the toxic waste. Nephridia is not the excretory organ in case of Pterophyllum because it is belonging to bony fishes, and bony fishes already vertebrates are having kidneys as its excretory structure, particularly in Pterophyllum, it is mesonephric kidneys. It is nothing but mesonephric kidneys. So this statement is wrong. Moving on to statement B, in Ferretima, tracheal tubes help in the excretion as well as osmoregulation. First, tracheal tubes are not regarding the excretion. Tracheal tubes are nothing but the respiratory structures. They are nothing but the respiratory structures in case of cockroach. In cockroach. Okay, so obviously this statement also is wrong. So both statement A and B are incorrect. Moving on to the next question. This is again a statement type of question. So here they are talking about the DNA. Non-homologous DNA will attach to a DNA probe. What is exactly a DNA probe? It is a short nucleotide sequence which is having a specific nucleotide sequence which is complementary to the template strand. But point to be remembered, a DNA probe is always attaching to a homologous DNA but not non-homologous DNA. So this statement is wrong. Next one, statement B says at high temperature, two complementary DNA strands will anneal. What is annealing? Annealing is nothing but joining. But when we are giving it a high temperature, the DNA strands will separate because of the breakdown of the hydrogen bonds. So it is saying annealing. So there also the statement B also goes wrong. Okay. So both the statements A and B are false. Moving on to the next question, how many of the following statements are correct about lactational amenorrhea? This question is coming from the chapter reproductive health. Okay, so breastfeeding delays the resumption of the normal ovarian cycle by disrupting the pattern of pulsatile release of the gonadotrophin releasing hormone from the hypothalamus, and hence LH from the pituitary is also decreased. So what exactly the first statement means is anyway breastfeeding affecting the ovarian cycle? Yes, because when the mother is giving breastfeeding, then there is high production of prolactin. Then the levels of prolactin increases. When the levels of prolactin increases, automatically gonadotrophin releasing hormone will decrease. When the gonadotrophin releasing hormone from the hypothalamus decreases, obviously the ovarian cycle will also be affected. Moving on to second statement, excess prolactin may inhibit the menstrual cycle by the suppressive effect on the ovary. The same first statement explanation can be justifying the second statement as well. Next, moving on to third, it is acceptable to all religious group. Yes, lactational amenorrhea is nothing but a natural contraceptive method. Because it is a natural contraceptive method and it is not having any type of side effects, it is acceptable by all the religious groups. So this statement is also correct. Next, chances of failure through the lactational amenorrhea methods are also high. We know a direct statement from NCRT that natural methods of contraception are not having any side effects, but chances of failure are high. So this statement is also correct statement. So all the above mentioned statements, the four of them are correct. And in the question they are asking you how many correct statements are there. So the answer would be option 4, that is 4 statements. Next statement is the true statement about Genetic Engineering Approval Committee, GEAC is. Okay, let us go stepwise. Will make decision regarding the validity of the GM research. Yes, it is a direct NCRT statement about GEAC, so it's a correct statement. Will make the safety of introducing GM organism for the public services. This is also a direct statement from NCRT. Genetic modification of organisms can have unpredictable results when such organisms are introduced into the ecosystem. Therefore, the Indian government has set up the organizations such as GEAC. This is also a direct statement from NCRT. It is easy for us to solve such questions which give us direct statements from NCRT. So, the correct answer is option 4, that is all of these. Moving on to the next question. X technique is now routinely used to detect HIV in suspected AIDS patient. It is being used to detect the mutations in the genes in suspected cancer patients too. It is a powerful technique to identify many other genetic disorders. Identify X. Now, if you see the entire question, they are telling that X is nothing but a routinely technique used for testing the HIV AIDS patient. Okay, HIV AIDS patient are usually cross-checked with polymerase chain reaction. What is polymerase chain reaction? It is amplifying the desired gene. When there is amplification of the desired gene, even the presence of small gene also can be identified with the technique of PCR. So the answer would be PCR. Moving on to the next question. This is a graphical based question and this is the question from the topic subtopic enzymes from the chapter biomolecules. An experiment is conducted where 4 different vials are taken and an equal concentration of the enzymes and substrates are put in each vial. Each vial is incubated at different pH of 4, 5, 6 and 7 respectively. The amount of products produced in each case was plotted and the following graph was obtained. So what exactly is the question now? The question is saying what is the optimum pH of the enzyme? When the question says optimum pH of the enzyme, nothing, you can blindly go with the peak because at the peak it is the optimum pH where there will be maximum product formation. So where is the peak landing? It is landing at the pH 6. So our answer would be third option, that is pH 6. Moving on to the next question, again a graphical based question, but this is regarding temperature. How is the effect of temperature on the enzymes and how is it showing the formation of the products? Again from the chapter biomolecules. 4 different vials contain equal concentration of starch and alpha amylase. Each vial is incubated separately at different temperatures of 20, 30, 40 and 50 degrees centigrades respectively. The amount of glucose which is released is represented in the following graph. What is the question then? The enzyme works the best at the temperature of. Whenever there is a graph like this, the peak is what is showing the optimum pH. It could be optimum pH, optimum temperature. So if you see where the pH drops, at what temperature it is dropping at 30 degree centigrades. Obviously at 30 degree centigrades, because it is showing the maximum product formation, this starch can be easily broken down into the glucose molecules in the presence of the enzyme salivary amylase. Now moving on to the next question. Which of the following statements regarding muscles is correct? When you are reading the question, you are supposed to mark the words there itself, whether it is correct, whether it is asking for not correct, incorrect. That will help you out while solving the question. Okay, so let us go with the first option. Striated muscle fibers are associated with locomotion, while smooth muscle fibers are associated with the internal organs. What are striated muscle fibers? Striated muscle fibers is nothing but the skeletal muscle, and skeletal muscle is associated with the skeleton, which is accompanying the locomotion. So obviously this part is correct. Smooth muscle fibers are associated with the internal organs. Smooth muscle fibers or the visceral muscle fibers are attached or are lining the hollow organs internally. So this is the correct statement. Your question asked for the correct one and you have got the first option itself correct. Don't waste time reading on the next questions for such type of questions. Moving on to next question. Given below are the two series A and B. Series A, maxilla, mandible, labrum, antenna. Okay, series B, blood, bone, tendon and ependyma. Okay, and they are asking you to find the odd one out from series A and from series B as well. So if you see series A, maxilla, mandible, labrum, where did you hear these terms? These terms are very familiar with the mouth parts of cockroach. They are associated with the mouth parts of cockroach, right? But antenna, it is nothing but a sensory organ, or it is nothing but a sensory structure. So in series A, it should be antenna. Option 1 eliminated, option 2 eliminated. Next, moving to series B, blood, bone, tendon and ependyma. If you see very carefully, blood, bone, tendon, all are the words that we are getting in the concept of connective tissue. But coming to ependyma, ependyma is something different. Ependyma is nothing but the inner lining of ventricles of brain. Inner lining of ventricles of brain. So in series A, antenna is the odd one out. In series B, ependyma is the odd one out. So the correct option is third option. Moving on to the next question. This question is regarding the nitrogenous waste from the chapter excretory products and its elimination. So if you go through this, in ureotelic organisms, the ammonia is not a product of metabolism. Break the statement. They are saying in ureotelic organisms, ammonia is not the product of metabolism. One thing you should remember, protein metabolism is giving nitrogenous waste, whether it be ureotelic organism or ammonotelic organism. So in humans, okay, in humans, the more toxic ammonia gets converted, or it is broken down by the process of deamination into less toxic urea. And which cycle is this? This is nothing but the ornithine cycle. It is nothing but the ornithine cycle. But here the statement was saying ammonia is not the product of metabolism. Ammonia is the product of metabolism, whether it be a ureotelic organism or a monotelic organism. So the wrong statement is this. Moving on to the next question. This question is an interesting question which is directly from the diagram of PBR 322. If you remember the every site properly of this question, you will be able to answer this very easily. The figure given below is a diagrammatic representation of the E. coli vector PBR 322. Which of the following given options include wrongly labeled components with respect to the site of the restriction endonuclease enzyme? So if you see this, you should be knowing what are the restriction sites of ampicillin resistant gene And what are the resistant sites of tetracycline resistant gene? The tetracycline resistant gene is having the restriction sites BAM, H1 and SAL1, whereas ampicillin resistance gene is having the restriction sites PVU1 and PST1. Okay, so if you see properly, this is not marked correctly. This should be PVU1, whereas if you see this is also not marked correctly. It should be BAM H1. Okay, so which of the following is not marked correctly? BAM H1 and PST1. So the first option is the right option. Now the remaining set of questions will be continued by Bhavna ma'am.
Hello all, this is Dr. Bhavna, Zoology faculty. Let us continue with the next set of questions of zoology. The first question is select the incorrect statement about the trigon. Trigon is, this question belongs to animal kingdom and about trigon is belonging to chondrichthyes. So we will see the characters which are belonging to chondrichthyes. It has cartilaginous endoskeleton. Yeah, that is correct. Gill slits are without the operculum in it. Yeah, gill slits are without the operculum. That is, gill cover is absent and it poses poisonous string. Trigon means only you can understand that it is a poisonous string it will do, and it is correct. It poses air bladder. This is the incorrect statement because trigon don't possess the air bladder. It has to swim constantly. Any one which belong to chondrichthyes have to swim constantly. So air bladder is absent in them, not present. Let us move into the next question. This is a long question which is given. Similar type of questions you can expect in the NEET. A student performed agarose gel electrophoresis with wells placed near the cathode and she loaded some DNA samples and an unknown DNA and Y in lanes M and X respectively. After gel electrophoresis was completed, the following observations were made. This question basically belongs to biotechnology. You have read about the gel electrophoresis, right? So in the gel electrophoresis, first we have here cathode and here the opposite side there is anode. So cathode is basically negatively charged and anode is positively charged. Obviously you all know DNA is negatively charged. Whenever DNA is negatively charged, it will get more attracted towards that of anode. So you are introducing near here and they are saying in lane M a 2 kb fragment has migrated 4 centimeters. So a 2 kb is migrated 4 centimeters it has migrated, whereas a 1 kb fragment has migrated 6 centimeters. So it has gone too long. Here it is only 4 centimeters and here it has migrated 1 kb one to 6 centimeters. And in lane X, a single band was observed at 5.5 centimeters from the well. So 5.5 centimeters is between this 4 centimeter and 6 centimeters. So this 5.5 centimeters only, suppose you consider it as Y. Now they are asking the question as, based on the given information, we can infer that Y is larger than 2 kb. Seeing this only, if Y is larger than 2 kb, then it will migrate more. So here that is wrong because Y is more larger means it will be behind only. It will not migrate farther. So this statement is wrong. Next, the size of Y cannot be ever estimated accurately by performing gel electrophoresis. You know one simple statement associated with that is smaller fragments move farther and larger fragments stay here. So that's why we consider the first statement as wrong. Even second statement, the size of Y cannot be ever estimated is wrong. It can be estimated. Okay, now third option, Y is smaller than 1 kb because DNA in lane X has moved more closer to the negative electrode. Y is smaller. If we are saying Y is smaller than that of 1 kb, then it would have been moving more farther, but it is not moving. So this option also is wrong. Next, the fourth statement, the size of Y is between yeah, 2 kb and 1 kb, and it has migrated more towards the positive electrode than 2 kb fragment in lane B. This statement is correct. So this Y, if we consider 2 kb fragment is basically the smaller fragment, not it is a larger fragment, and 5.5 is medium size fragment, and 1 kb is the smaller fragment. There is one simple statement that smaller fragments will move the farther. Okay, next question. Malfunctioning of kidneys. Seeing this question only, we can see that it has come from excretory products and their elimination. Malfunctioning of kidneys can lead to accumulation of urea in the blood, a condition which is called as, see, if you have toxic levels of urea in the blood, definitely it is called as uremia. In such patient, urea can be removed by the process called as, so one is uremia, two is called as dialysis. We do dialysis which is performed for 2 to 6 hours so that the blood is cleaned. So there is two, during the process of the three, the blood drained from a convenient artery is pumped into a dialyzing unit. So same, during the process of again same, the dialysis process only, we are taking it from an artery and introducing back it through a vein. And the fourth option, it is pumped into a dialyzing unit called as 4. 4 is nothing but, here we consider it as artificial kidney, or even we can consider it as dialyzing unit. Anything we can tell, artificial kidney or dialyzing unit. So they are asking the question as, in the given paragraph, which of the following two blanks correct with the same word? So same word 2 and 3. So the option is 2 and 3. Okay, now let us move into the next question. Choose the option which include correct set of animals from this. 4 pairs of gills. All of you, if you remember, this is from animal kingdom. 5 to 7 pairs of gills are present in Chondrichthyes, whereas 4 pairs of gills are present in Osteichthyes. So we have to see what are the examples which are coming under Osteichthyes. See, first one, if you see, there is Scoliodon, which is dogfish. So it is belonging to Chondrichthyes. We eliminate that option. Second one, we have Exochetus, which is flying fish, and Pristis, sawfish, Trigon, stingray. These two are belonging to Chondrichthyes, so we eliminate that option. Then the third option, Carcharodon, Pterophyllum, and Pristis. So Pristis again is belonging to that of Chondrichthyes, so we eliminate this option. Now we want only exclusive animals associated with Osteichthyes. So there is Hippocampus, which is seahorse, and then we have Cartla, which is a freshwater fish, and Pterophyllum, which is angelfish. All these belong to that of Osteichthyes. So this is the correct option for this question. Now next question, which type of linkage is found in lactose? This question belongs to biomolecules. So this is basically a disaccharide. So when there is seeing just lactose only, you can put the combination as glucose plus galactose. So here in these options, which one is there? Glucose plus galactose. Seeing this, okay, and how they both are linked with each other. These both are linked with each other with beta 1,4 glycosidic linkage. Beta 1,4 glycosidic linkage basically indicates there is first carbon C1 for galactose and C4 for that of glucose. So this is the first option. Even we have multiple disaccharides which are there. Like for example, sucrose is a combination of glucose and fructose, whereas maltose is a combination of two glucose units. But here they have directly asked about the lactose. It's a combination of glucose plus galactose. Next question is the respiratory system of cockroach. So this question is from cockroach and respiratory system, and this is a easy type of question where the network of trachea opens through. How many pairs are present in a cockroach? So basically when you see the cockroach, the spiracles are present, and how many pairs are present are 10 pairs are present, and these are the spiracles which play an important role in respiration in cockroach, and they are present towards the lateral sides of the body. Actually, they will ask you another question also. How many pairs of spiracles are present? Means you told 10 pairs, but how many are thoracic and how many are abdominal? So in these 10 pairs only we distribute like 2 are in the thorax and 8 are in the abdomen. So the correct answer goes like this. Next question, in the following figure of loose connective tissue. So in this is a loose connective tissue means it is belonging to connective tissues which is belonging to the chapter structural organization in animals. In this they have given this, what is this? A is adipocytes they are showing here, whereas this C is the macrophage which is there, and we have D here, the collagen fibers. These collagen fibers have come from the fibroblasts, and we have here the B which is called as basophil. Now we will go into the question, which of the following labeled cells can release heparin and histamine? So we have basophils which secrete heparin and histamine. Other than basophils, even we have the mast cells which secrete heparin and histamine. So this option they are asking you which release heparin and histamine. So the answer is B. So let us go into the next question. In which of the following animal tympanum represents the ear and the skin is moist? So tympanum represents the ear in two. That is, it is again belonging to animal kingdom, where we have the reptiles where tympanum represents the ear and amphibians also. But another part of the question is skin is moist. Skin is moist only in amphibians, whereas in reptiles the skin is very much dry. So here you have to consider again the options associated with only amphibians. If you see crocodilus and salamander, crocodile belongs to that of reptile. So we eliminate that option. Next we have salamander and rana. This both salamander which is a tailed amphibian and rana which is frog, both of them will have belonging to that of amphibians, and the skin is moist and represents the ear. Whereas testudo and bangaris, it belongs to that of the reptiles. Whereas hemidactylus and chelone, even these both also belong to that of reptiles. Okay, let us move into the next question. A large proportion of oxygen is left unused in the human blood even after the uptake of the by the body tissue. So even so much oxygen is utilized by the body, but still so much is left over. So this concept belongs to that of breathing and exchange of gases. Here they are giving you options C, how our leftover oxygen is utilized. So it is enough to keep oxyhemoglobin saturation at 96%. Already oxygen saturation is at 96%. No need for the leftover oxygen to utilize it. So that is wrong. It helps in releasing more oxygen to epithelial tissues. This is also wrong, because when you are releasing it to the epithelial tissue, we require even other factors also, like pH is considered, what is the CO2 concentration is considered. So we can't consider that. And it acts as a reserve during the muscle exercise. Yeah, this is correct. Why? Because the leftover oxygen, it is there in our body only. When we do strenuous exercises, so there it acts as a reserve during the muscular exercise. Next, they raise PCO2 to 75 mm. If oxygen is more, why they will raise to PCO2? So this is also a wrong statement. If CO2 is raised also, then there is a problem associated with, they will feel difficulty in breathing and all. So this is the question, and we move to the next question. The characteristics and an example of synovial joint in humans. This question basically belongs to direct joints in locomotion and movement. So we have fluid cartilage between two bones. Here cartilage, why will it be there in between the synovial joints? This is wrong. And next, fluid filled between the two joints provide cushion. Example, skull bones. See, skull bones will have fibrous joints, not movable joints like synovial joints. That is also wrong. Then we have fluid filled synovial cavity between the bones, and this is between atlas and axis. Yeah, this is correct. Why? Because here atlas and axis is pivot joint where we can move the head. So it belongs to the group of synovial joint which is there, where synovial cavity or the synovial fluid is accumulated between the two bones. And we have lymph filled between two bones. This is also the wrong statement. Okay, let us move into the next question. GMO tomato flavor saver. Again, this comes to biotechnology and its applications. So GMO tomato flavor saver has increased the shelf life and has better nutrient quality. And statement B is this is achieved by reducing the amount of cell wall degradation. Okay, now if you see a tomato, it will very early ripen. Why it will ripen? Because the sense mRNA, whatever is there, it is converted into proteins. mRNA is converted into proteins. Here we have one enzyme which is called polygalactouronase. So this polygalactouronase enzyme will help in degrading the cell wall, and the fruit will become, or the vegetable of the tomato will become very soft in nature. So to prevent that, what we are doing? So mRNA should not be converted into proteins. So how we are stopping is we are introducing one antisense mRNA which is complementary to that of sense mRNA. So if you are introducing a complementary to that, mRNA will not be converted into proteins. So here the statement was it is achieved by reducing the amount of cell wall by responsible for fruit softening. So this is correct statement. So both are correct statements and it is the correct explanation of it. This is basically a statement based question and it is very important for the further NEET coming exam. Next, the length of the 4 DNA fragments are placed and what would be the position of the 4 given fragments on agarose gel from, again this is a question from agarose gel biotechnology. Same as previously I explained you, there is again here cathode and anode. Now they are saying like the length of the 4 DNA fragments. So if you take the 4 DNA fragments, what I told you, the smaller DNA fragments whatever are there, they will move towards the anode. The larger ones will be placed here only. Now they are saying P is basically smaller than that of Q and Q is smaller than that of S and R is greater than S, means nothing but R is greater than S. So like this if you see the order which is there, now what would be the position of from cathode to anode? Obviously the cathode to anode reverse positions will be there. So the largest fragment in all these is R. So we consider R. The next is S and then we have Q and then we have P, because based on the size of the fragments we are seeing here. So the option will come as 1. Next question. It is a large elongated sac-like structure present between the utricular gland and ejaculatory duct in cockroach. Again this belongs to that of cockroach where the reproductive system of male. So here we have the testis and from the testis there is one vas difference which is arising and we have here multiple short tubules, long tubules and all. Along with this we have one phallic gland associated with phallic duct and ejaculatory duct and we have phallomeus which are external genitalia. So here they are asking which forms the outermost layer of the spermatophore. So outermost layer of the spermatophore is formed directly by the phallic gland. Collateral gland, you may get confused with this. This collateral gland is hard ootheca around the egg. Now what they are asking is outermost layer for spermatophore they are asking. So it is phallic gland which is there. Whereas stink gland is basically used for defense mechanism and we have uricose glands which is there and this will store the uric acid. So similarly now they ask you phallic gland for outermost layer of the spermatophore. For innermost layer of the spermatophore it is the long tubules which are there and we have even the short tubules which will basically nourish the sperms also and seminal vesicles which are used to store the sperms. Okay, next question. A chemical signal that has both endocrine and neural roles. So which act as both chemical as well as hormone also it will act. That is nothing but the epinephrine. Epinephrine, here if you see all these cortisol or melatonin or calcitonin, this is a question basically from chemical control and coordination. If you see these first three are the exclusive hormones which are there, whereas epinephrine, it is basically secreted by the adrenal gland which is called adrenal medulla. So if you are in a tension, then the emergency hormone which is released is adrenaline. or also called as epinephrine. And in neural, what it will do is it act as neurotransmitter. So both in it will act as endocrine as well as it will act as neural control. The next question, if gametogenesis is X, fertilization is Y, implantation is Q. Again, this is a question from human reproduction. So, organogenesis is R, cleavage is Z. Then what is the correct sequence of events? This is the sequence of events which is generally which you know. So, here we start with obviously gametogenesis. Gametogenesis means nothing but the formation of gametes will take place. Then it is followed by fertilization where there is fusion of male and female gametes, and then we have cleavage which is there. Cleavage means it is basically the division from zygote to the blastula stage. There is division which is happening, and then we have the next one Q, which is implantation. Implantation means attachment of the blastocyst to the uterus wall is implantation, and then last we have is organogenesis. Organogenesis means which help in formation of organs. So this comes to the third question which is there. Did you? Okay. So this completes the session, and all of you, wishing you all the best for your upcoming NEET exam, and there will be again live paper discussion for the next upcoming final NEET exam. Thank you.